Hello and thank you for joining. I was a little bit prepared for that, not to see us right away, and I was getting ready to do the whoa that we always do, but it saw us immediately, and I don't really know what's doing it. But hello and thank you for joining us. My name is TJ.
And I'm Eric.
And we are streaming Modern tonight from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Hello to all the wonderful people in the chat, mostly seeing the Viewbot and Whirly25. It is great to see both of you talking about Agent of Bolas, which is a wonderfully cool planeswalker.
Yeah.
I was fortunate to pick him up for actually the bad version of a Tezzerator back when it was in mod like a year and a half ago.
When people wanted it to be good and it didn't have the pieces. And
Exactly.
now it has the pieces.
Oh man, I'm just remembering the first time that I saw Twin Gemini and I called him, what did I call him? I called him Twinge Mini.
It looks like Twingermint.
So hello to Twin Gemini. It's good to see you. Same to the Go Giddens. It is great to have you guys. As for why no love for the Seeker, it's mostly that the 5 mana on it is more than the Tezzeret Agent of Bolas. And Agent of Bolas will also win you basically the turn after he comes in, which is the same turn that he
So
casts
come
Tezzeret.
down and draw you a card, and then he makes 5/5, and then he makes a 5/5.
Or he just drains them for what, 10?
Yeah.
I mean,
or it's just like, yeah, okay.
Nice.
GG, Rob. GG.
So, thank you all for joining. It's going to be a fantastic night. I'm excited, and I'm back. Man, it's been a week since I've been on here.
He took 2 days off.
I took 2
streaming.
days off, and I apologize.
He's a horrible person.
The Friday one was unexpected because basically my sister was in town, and I get to see her maybe twice a year, and we're actually getting along these days. So I figured I should maybe do that, and I was able to find
Maybe
something to
she's
cover.
watching.
So I apologize for that. And as for Saturday, well, the Donaldson brothers kind of volunteered, and it's been so long since I played, so...
So all he did was go run the shop, go 5-0, and then, you know...
Yeah, it was. I mean, I had a blast. So it's something that I'm definitely more open to doing eventually than I was previously. And I think we are getting ready here. We have 24 players tonight.
Nice.
All right. So, can you take a look to see if people are starting to line up on that table?
Nope.
Okay. So we should be getting into round 1 shortly. But in the meantime, just having fun, and I am particularly excited. We are now officially booked for GPLA.
Yep.
So you and I will be going. What did I play? I played Affinity. I played
Of course you did.
the Tin Man All-Star
10-man
Band,
All-Star,
as
yes.
Eric very insistently said. And apparently it's time for you to go pick the matches.
I have to come pick them?
Yep.
Oh, Lord.
Go for it.
All right. Good luck, everybody.
So, we, as for any sweet brews tonight, I know there are some out there. Is an eggs out there, which we can definitely try.
I need your sideboard.
You need my side, like, just...
I can actively use your Affinity sideboard. I don't have a sideboard.
That is glorious.
I haven't built one yet. I'm still trying to think. And the best part is I can actively use your sideboard.
Go for it.
Thank you, sir. I'm just saying.
It's
I'm gonna
brutal.
lose every
No,
game.
have
I
fun.
promise.
Have fun.
I want to win, man.
So that's Eli. He's also playing Cheerios today. So, should be excellent.
Should be a Ryan play on the stream.
What is Ryan playing?
I don't know.
Well, talk to Eric. He's picking. All right, man, apparently people are unprepared. Sorry about that, everybody. And we're over 23 before we even get to the first match. Hello to all the Fortnites. It is fantastic to see you. Do we have anything sweet out there? We've got Cheerios, we've got eggs, and also I'm sure that there are some sweet brews. I think the blue-white control with all the Planeswalkers that was around lately. Does the eggs deck have the Thopter combo in it? It does not currently, though he is intending on picking it up soon because of its ability to go infinite with a Cart Clan Ironwork as far as life, mana, and 1/1 Thopters, which is pretty good. So, definitely on the to-do list of that player, but currently just winning a pretty straightforward one that wins with either Emrakul or Blue Sun Zenith. And what have we... Okay, so we are going for that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so...
Build your own upheaval versus shape anew. Starting
Eric.
off wonderfully.
What have you done to me? Okay. So,
I think it'll be great.
Of course you do. So we have Build Your Own Upheaval. Now this is a deck that will be running a main board for Painter Servants and then running a card called Hibernation, which returns all green permanents to their owner's hands.
Yep.
Also using that green card that allows you to search up another green card, Woodland Bellower. Woodland Bellower allowing you to chain Woodland Bellowers using Phyrexian Phantasmal Image.
Yep.
Because you have the Painter Servant
all
type,
green.
they are green. And it is quite the deck. Basically, almost a ramp deck with a pretty weird win
A
condition.
weird ramp deck that just bounces your opponent's land.
And
Everything.
Your first visit was Saturday.
Yes.
To Deb. Thanks for joining. I hope that you enjoy the show. It is great to have you. Thanks for hitting that follow button.
TJ's a little more chatty than Bryce
I am
and I.
significantly more chatty. I will say I
We're-
watched it back, and no, I'm
Very
not
chatty,
complaining.
all right?
I'm not
We're
complaining.
focused
and
on the game.
This is the Shape of New Control.
Yeah.
So, so the Shape of New Control, which is running. I'm not actually sure what the win condition, like what it's searching for, but it will be
It's
canceling
to-
out a
it's to
lot
get
of
Blights
artifact.
Steel.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yes. Which one? Okay. Rock and roll. Okay. And this Shape of New is basically going to be an Jeskai colors,
Yep.
getting out a bunch of artifact, using the Thopter Engineer, possibly the Whirl of Rogues, things like that, and then going to be doing a Shape of New to go for a Blightsteel Colossus, get them in that way. This is going to be brilliant. Let's head on down. Round 1 beginning now. We're going to start it a bit odd, and let's see where the night goes. But you wanted Bruise.
Here we go.
We got him. Okay, so both players getting ready, and it is going to be a blast. The Crazy 88. Okay, and Joe's going first. Ancestral Vision decks or Riot. Yes, there are some
There are some out there. I
do
know this for certain.
So we will be trying to get them out there. This should be a fairly interesting match.
I honestly don't know who's going to take. I think it's a race.
You know,
personally.
I think I am going to take the Shape of New Control. Because their Enter the Battlefield abilities can kind of be used with this, even though the loss of mana would be pretty game-breaking.
Yeah.
But also, you know, actually,
I think,
surprisingly, Joe has a surprising amount of answers to, like, Shape of New.
Yeah.
So maybe Joe?
So,
This is interesting.
round 1 I think is going to be a race, and I think Joe takes the sideboarded games.
Okay, that's a pretty reasonable one. So I think I do want to kind of give it to Shape of New for the main board, even though Joe's packing a lot of counter magic. I think he just can't, you know, if Ryan's able to do like a decent swarm,
Yeah.
then Ryan could be in a pretty okay position. But
Because Ryan doesn't have to win through Blightsteel. He can just kill him with, Thopters.
right, so I am perplexed though. This is going to be a pretty interesting matchup, and I couldn't tell you for certain which way this is going to go. But a turn 1 Birds of Paradise from Joe off of a Shockland, leading into a turn 2 Island, and going to be going for a Phantasmal Image
I
on
think he
that
knows
Birds of
it's a
Paradise.
race also, and
Yes.
he's just trying to get to the...
I mean, even a Woodland Bellower early
Yeah.
on, then that's a huge
He needs
creature.
some kind of clock, bounce the land.
Exactly.
Go.
Also a Thragtusk, so we're going to be dropping down a Thragtusk this turn, which is 5 power. Oh no, a Kitchen Finks.
Finks gets mana leaked. That's why he didn't run it out there.
Mm-hmm. So the Kitchen Finks getting hit by the mana leak, still not a whole lot of clock, but Ryan actually playing down his third and final land in hand. He does have
Shock,
the
electrolyze, kill 2 birds. The value.
Oh, that is beautiful. That is glorious.
That is a straight, 2 for half a card. Because you get to draw a card also.
Yeah, that's a pretty impressive amount of value off of it, and that's going to set Joe back pretty heavily.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is that no matter what he does, he loses the
Yep.
one that is hit by the Phantasmal Image. So he's going back down to 3 lands. He'll be up to 4 this turn, but actually he doesn't even have... I think he was considering pathing his own creature.
To get the land, yeah.
Yeah,
But he doesn't have...
but he
yeah.
doesn't hit his 4th land drop, puts down a Painter Servant, and I think the edge is now headed towards Ryan.
Yep.
Man.
If Joe can get, land and then bounce it,
Mhm.
put it back at equilibrium, I think Joe can
So
catch
Ryan doing a Serum Visions, and I like this.
double
playing,
bottom.
Playing before the land drop too, because he ended up drawing actually. So he's got 2 other lands, drew another land. But I can just appreciate anybody who's taking that time. He didn't need to play it out because he's using an island,
Yep.
and just making sure that he has all of his options first.
Thopter
Putting down a
Engineer.
Thopter Engineer, which is a 2/1 that gives him a Thopter, and also Thopters
artifacts
have haste. Oh, is it artifact creatures?
Artifact creatures have haste.
Interesting.
That's why Blightsteel haste that one game.
Works
Remember?
particularly well.
It does.
And
It
I
gets
don't
you a
remember
hasty
that because
Blightsteel.
you were commentating with Bryce.
Was I?
Was it on Saturday?
I don't know.
Okay.
I do a lot of things.
That's true. So we have another Phantasmal Image in Joe's hand, but still not no ways to get mana. Might go for his own Thopter Engineer though.
Yep.
That's going to get him his own Thopter, which is, I
Gonna
mean,
block
it's at
Thopter
least
well.
yeah, it's going to block the Thopter well. We might even see him get a little bit aggressive with it.
There
and
we
now
go.
we've got a little bit of a race.
Get in there.
I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't see him actually swing at the Painter Servant, since that would have won any kind of trade with
Yep.
that Thopter Engineer, but may just be keeping it to keep the Thopter Engineer from swinging.
Yep.
Because now he can start getting aggressive with his Thopter Engineer.
Mm-hmm.
So I can say that one, and it just keeps Ryan from attacking. But that Blade Splicer is going to be interesting. What creature is that? Let me show you. That is a Phantasmal Image.
You didn't delete the Pyromancer.
Dang it. Still getting you.
Alright, so we
Because
got-
of Doro, I've started using magic cards, and still need to get used to it.
So the Golem and the Thopter coming in now.
Because of the haste there, so this is a swing for 4. And actually, that 3/3 does have first strike, so that's going to be a
Yep.
pretty significant blow. Joe getting hit down to 13 and still not able to present much of a clock, so I think that Ryan is taking a pretty significant advantage. And Joe still unable to get... Okay, so he does get a Temple Garden. And that's going to actually keep him from casting the Cryptic in his hand, so I think he doesn't want to take the 2 to go down to
No, it's not
11
worth it
without
right
much
now.
of a gain. So... Ryan dropping down another land in a pretty decent position, and actually is that, I think he has the Shape Anew in hand.
Yep.
And let's take a look at that Shape Anew. And I think
Another
he's just
Thopter
being...
Engineer here just to build up the board before he goes for the win.
Yeah, and I think if we end up seeing a situation where Joe plays out that Thragtusk, Ryan wins. Because the Shape Anew is a sorcery, I think just because Joe had so much untapped mana, he wanted to be a little bit
Yeah.
hesitant about it at first.
Trades a Thopter for a Thopter.
Not a bad trade, all things considered. So, Joe getting knocked down to 9, and the interesting thing is that, that Shape Anew, while he can go for it any time that he wants, he doesn't really need to. He's got a pretty commanding board as it currently sits, not in much of a rush. Though he does just have that and another land in hand, by the looks of it. Or, I'm sorry, 2 lands in hand.
Bird.
So, a Birds of Paradise from Joe and a pass back. He's still got this mana up, doesn't have much counter magic available to him.
I think he's setting up to just take a hit this time and try and go for it next turn.
Yeah, and actually if he plays another land, that is Vendilion Click. So
I'm
he's
just
going to be
going
able
to
to...
check if the way is clear.
Yep.
And then
And that's going to do a decent amount to make sure. So we're going to see a Path to Exile here, which would have actually gone
It
for
would have
that
gone
Black
away,
Steel
yeah.
Colossus.
well, the click would take it anyway.
It would have taken it anyway, but now he actually gets to take a look at Joe's hand and decide, because there's a chance that if he had been forced to take that, he might have ended up getting Joe something else.
Yeah.
Now the way
Now
it
he can
is...
just choose to let him keep it. I would have personally let him keep it
And actually...
if I was going for it this
So
turn.
Ryan dropping down another land, going for a fetch, and he's going to be doing a Shape Anew because on top of his board presence that's already out there, he's going to be presenting a fairly quick clock. Joe is going to have to basically block with his entire team just to
on the
survive.
Blightsteel to survive.
Right.
His team will die. The whole thing.
I mean, not all of his team. Technically, he can block with some of them and get some of maybe the Thopter or the Golem. Or not even the Golem. He can't actually kill the Golem. So, Ryan pretty much going to win this game.
No, Ryan's going to go get Blightsteel right now.
Yep.
And then Blightsteel swings because it has haste.
Right.
And then he's going to have to block across because it has trample.
It does have Trample, but the Painter Servant has 3 toughness.
Okay.
So he can buy himself
so he could
a
keep
single
one
turn.
creature.
But the problem is that he's losing so much board presence.
it's not.
And anything that he tries to put out, like that Thragtusk, not going to do a whole lot to prevent it. Anything that he tries to do, Joe is going to... I don't think that Joe really has the means to answer that. If he draws the path, he's still looking down a board of Thopters. So, or I guess at this point it's just a Golem and some of the Engineers, but that's still a pretty sizable
Yeah.
board. That's bringing in a lot of damage.
Who said there's no tinker in Modern?
So, we have the Phantasmal Image
That's
of
a
the Thopter
2/1?
Engineer.
Is that what it
That
is?
is a 2/1, so he's actually still going to die to
He's
that.
going to be dead.
And
Unless something is different that I don't know about.
I'm a little bit thrown off by that. Ryan,
Oh no, what they do.
Thopter Engineer is a 2/1, isn't it?
1-3.
It's,
Oh,
it's a 1/3. We were wrong. Sorry. We were wrong.
Apparently we don't
We were
know magic
wrong.
cards.
We were wrong. All right. But that's how we learn. Thopter Engineer is in fact a 1/3.
There we go.
Tripskadai, man, could have saved us some shame there.
Oh well.
So Joe now at 8, in fact, and also down to 6. So in a very, very
Yeah.
precarious position.
Because not only does he have to deal with the Blightsteel, just regular damage can kill him.
Yeah. And he also needs to prevent either get the path, which is going to set him back on actually being able to do anything else against this Thopter. And, man, I just have a hard time imagining that Ryan loses this game. I
Yeah.
mean, even a Hibernation
I
hits
mean-
very little of Ryan. You know, I'm sure he's naming green, and a Hibernation would be good.
Yeah.
But Ryan has got yeah.
It would just bounce it,
I
play
think-
it back out.
I think a hibernation is. I mean, he does lose all of his lands, and we'll have
I
to
mean, like
replay
this
those
is the
out.
turn to do it when you can play the bird and that back out. Just
Yeah, and he's just picking it
there
up.
we go.
So we are going to be heading into a game 2 with Ryan up a game. Pretty solid, and basically winning that race, which is kind of what we knew the round was going to come down to. So nothing overly surprising, except Ryan's use of the Electrolyze actually set Joe way back in
Yeah.
that game. So from Joe, looking at that sideboard, we have a Kazali Pride Mage, which
That
seems
seems good.
I mean, you can use it to actually take down. I believe Shape Anew just says sacrifice a artifact, not a target artifact. So it
Okay.
becomes a little bit problematic there because if
Because it's part of the cost to cast it is to sacrifice an artifact. You can't do it in response because it's already going to the graveyard.
exactly. At least I believe that is true. So I'm actually double checking it right now. So Ship CC is peeing here in the
The
large
controller of
decent in
target
modern.
artifact sacrifices it.
Oh.
So you target an artifact, he can then in response.
Yep, he would be
kill
able
it.
to. So actually, the Kazali Pride Mage
So
should
it's
come
worded
in right
weird,
now.
but
I like that though. I mean, that's going to be a big advantage for Joe if he's able to get that Kazali Pride Mage online.
Mhm.
That's actually going to shut that down. 2 Crazy 88, yes. Oh wait, no, sorry. 2 Ship CC. Crazy 88. I'm agreeing with what you're saying. Peeing Kieran Nalar is a fantastic card in
it is
modern.
amazing in modern.
Basically,
I played
a red Lingering Souls
Yeah.
as a decent way of looking at it. It provides a lot of reach. It gets you 3 cards for a single mana.
and then you can just throw it at their face.
And then you can throw it at their face, especially in Blue Moon, where you also sometimes have those shackles,
Shackles.
batter skulls, worm coil
I have
engines.
thrown a worm coil. I've thrown shackles. I've not thrown a batter skull.
So the card
the
is
dream, really.
the card is excellent, and it's kind of funny because that was one that was really, really kind of doubted early on, but ended up being Reign of Trains. I feel like you're referencing Kill Bill.
I think so.
But then that would be Volume 1. So, working on a mono red lockdown deck and deciding the best threats, P and Kieran Nalar is an excellent one to
Boros
choose for
Reckoner.
that one, especially because it can give you some outs to Affinity because those Thopters are colorless, so they can block the Etch Champion, which otherwise is pretty problematic for a lot of
Yeah.
decks.
Hello, Katsu Good God.
It is
Sorry.
good to see you. Hello to everybody. It looks like we're almost at 50 people, which is pretty impressive for only having one game of Modern played so far.
Especially with these super tier 1 decks we got going.
Super tier. Oh, naturally. How does this guy capitalize on upheaving everything? That is a great
Tap it all
question.
out.
So what you do is you play Painter's Servant, and I'm going to actually just start bringing up some of these cards here so that they actually make sense. Oh, of course there's more
There's
than
a
I
lot of
expected.
servants.
Yes, there are, and I didn't really expect that. But I don't know why. I really should have. So, how do we capitalize that? Tadeb, does anybody play Jund? Yes, Peter is in the house tonight.
Full foil Jund.
A completely foiled out Jund deck. So, using Painter Servant, you end up naming green. Now, what you do then is you cast a card called Hibernation, which returns all green permanents to their owner's hands. That includes lands. That
Yep.
includes basically every permanent that's on the battlefield because of that Painter Servant. You're able to return everything. Normally you do this after generating a decent amount of mana using your Birds of Paradise and just extra lands. You try and generate extra mana. That way you can play a land, replay out your board using those Birds of Paradise to rebuild much faster than your opponent can. And eventually you try and drop down a Woodland Bellower, which is a 6/5, something like that?
Yeah.
But it's 6 mana. When it enters the battlefield, you find another green creature from your library, converted mana cost 3 or less, put it into play. When all of your creatures are green because of that Painter Servant, you can grab that phantasmal image that we saw in Game 1, copying the Woodland Bellower. Wash, rinse, repeat, whatever you want to say.
And you have an army of Woodland Bellowers.
Eventually, you have an army of Woodland Bellowers being sometimes 5, sometimes 4, and then you can actually grab a Hellraiser Goblin, which is red, normally 3 mana goblin that gives all creatures you control haste. There you go. So you end up doing that. You end up swinging for about 20 to 25 on what is likely an empty board.
Yep.
Which is pretty good. So. Hopefully that enlightened you a little bit, Tarantino. Yes, Tarantino is in fact my favorite director. So, hopefully that helped out. Now the Shape Anew, going to be using Shape Anew on all these. There are no artifacts in the deck, just lots of artifact tokens.
Well, there's one artifact.
There is an artifact in the deck. being Blightsteel Colossus. So when you shape a new,
I don't know
you
if he
end up
runs one
with
or
that.
two.
I would hope that he runs 2, just because the occasional time that you draw it makes it pretty impactful.
And you're like, well, good game, everybody.
Exactly. And there's also a card, I can't remember what it's called right now. Is it 4C? Or there's something, it was from, I believe, Res the Eldrazi, which actually allowed you to put cards from your hand back on the battlefield at, I think, 4 mana or something like that. Occasionally they'll run that just as a way to get that card back.
It's not
in the
4C.
library.
4C is the scry forward draw 2 or whatever.
You're right. But it is, I can't
Ridiculously
remember.
complicated is what Joe does.
Yes, Easter Island statue. Joe is certainly no stranger to our stream. Ridiculously complicated. Thank you, it's C Beyond. Appreciate it.
Or you just get me here.
That's true. That's true. So, Joe is a big fan of these absurd brews. Yeah, that's very much his MO. So, a Birds of Paradise and a Scavenging Ooze out for Joe, as well as a Temple Garden and a Forest. Ryan following up with a Steam Vents going down to 18.
Now, would you kill the bird or the scavenging ooze?
I would be much more likely to take down the bird. Especially
Always bolt the bird.
especially if my main win condition involves Infect.
Yeah.
I'm not that worried about his life gain.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I think he has 2 bolts, so he'll be able to address one of them later, and actually might be giving him a turn. And this is a little bit surprising to me. So he's,
Yeah,
I
would
think
kill
he's
the bird there.
assumed
So he
that
doesn't-
he is beyond that critical point of taking down the Birds of Paradise.
Never are they beyond that.
And we're going to see a bolt on that, which possibly a little bit early. Not too worried about that. So letting him have the 4 mana. And he's actually going to be dropping down a Kitchen Finks, which is going to put him back up to 21. And that's going to start being a pretty nice way of applying pressure to what Ryan is trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Ryan heading in, he does have... Is that a Koth? No, I don't think that's a
Did he
Koth. So we have an... Is it Staticaster?
That's
And I
pretty
think
good.
that's why we didn't see him take down that Birds of Paradise, because now that's going to be able to drop and just lock down that board pretty well. The biggest issue, and actually going to delay another turn, probably keeping up the mana leak, just because now Joe is going to be pretty close to 5 mana. There's a lot of good things that Joe can do at 5 mana.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Thragtusk comes into play.
yes.
No good for anyone.
So, Joe going for the breeding pool, setting up his double blue, and that means that if he's also able to drop down anything like an island or a breeding pool or anything like that, he's actually going to have the triple blue required for Cryptic Command, which is actually a pretty good card in his deck, and it's a kind of a point that he wants to get to. Oh, is that Peeing here Nalar? Prime 8989, thank you very much. So, a Peeing here Nalar in his hand in it. Oh, that's the alternate one from the intro deck. Yeah,
Gotcha.
Okay. So, we have a swing for 3 at Ryan going down to 15. Joe still down to 20 because of his fetch. And actually, looks like going for a fetch shock down to 17. I'm expecting another breeding pool so that he can have that mana online. And also, definitely the green is the most critical. And he doesn't need a whole lot of white mana, mostly in that deck just for the Path to Exile. Which is actually going to be a card that he really wants to have in this matchup because it's able to take down that Blightsteel Colossus, as well as disrupting that Shape Anew combo. And we've got 5 mana for a Thragtusk, which is promptly going to get mana leaked here. Ship CC, are you talking about... Yeah, I saw you were talking about Freewind Red on Saturday when I was watching it back. Freewind Red is a sweet deck. Can appreciate.
It is.
So, a Hollowed Fountain for Ryan, who's going to be up to 4 mana, but not the double red needed for that Peeing here in Nalar. But also, I think right now he's still kind of in that position of trying to balance out his board right now. So, we have got the Hallowed Fountain intact, mostly keeping up that Izzet Staticaster. I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't go for it before Joe was able to use that Birds of Paradise, but he might just be waiting to see what else he's able
What
to
comes
go
out,
for.
yeah.
Maybe target a Phantasmal Image, anything like that. I'm not entirely sure what his game plan is, but he also might just be, considering that if he wants to have that bolt up, maybe wanting to go for something like that. But he has a Phantasmal Image in hand. What he would go for, likely the Kitchen Finks. The interesting thing about that is that when he casts that and it dies, he actually brings it back as a creature with Persist and is able to hit anything on the battlefield at that point, which is very unusual. Garok, what is this deck on the left? It's called Build Your Own Upheaval. It was a brainchild of Joe as well as Chase Hansen. And mostly it's a green-based deck using Painter's Servant, naming green, and Hibernation as basically a build-your-own upheaval to wipe out the board, then try and rebuild their board faster than their opponent can. That's basically the main game plan there. So an Eternal Witness coming down for Joe after that Kitchen Finks gets bolted. And
I think
Ryan...
we're about to see P and Kieran. I think he's just going for it.
Yeah, and I think he, it's going to do a nice job of clogging up that board. Ryan down to 14, and also just Joe being aggressive right now.
Mm-hmm.
We might see that happen. It's just going to allow him to actually stall this board out and start taking down the Eternal Witness, start taking down whatever he needs to do.
Yeah.
And eventually he can actually combine that even with that as its Staticaster. The other thing that we might see is this Restoration Angel, but yeah, we're going to see the P and Kieran Delar. The Restoration Angel is a pretty interesting choice to run in that deck, and I really enjoy it because there's so many Enter the Battlefield abilities for Ryan. So he's going to be able to flicker that P and Kieran Delar, create another 2 Thopters. He can flicker Blade Splicer. He can flicker Thopter Engineer. There's there's
everything runs on Enter the Battlefield, so it seems like a good option.
Yep. So we have got 2 Thopters as well as the 2/2 from Pia and
Life
Kieran
totals are
Delar.
incorrect.
Oh, my
Come
apologies.
on, TJ. 2 days off and you're slacking off already.
2 days off and I'm slacking off. Pre-maximum, thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Now, Joe, starting to kind of fall behind a little bit, and he does need to
He
get
doesn't
some
have
going.
He's got the Phantasmal Image and the land and something else.
Yeah.
But I don't think he has the pieces he needs to go off.
No, not just yet. And now that Ryan has got this Restoration Angel coming down next turn, he's going to be at a really advantageous position because of just the amount of flying and value off of that. He can start just getting that incremental damage in over time. So Joe was able to get a really nice early start, but it just doesn't look like he's able to build what he's going for fast enough. And eventually Ryan is going to have some kind of counter magic on line. So we have got the P and Kieran Delar. Now, I'm a little bit thrown off by this block. I might have almost expected to see both of these Thopters block it over the P and Kieran Delar because of... it's because he does have another P and Kieran.
Yeah, so he doesn't care.
Exactly.
Oh, did he just block with all 3?
I think he did just block with all 3 just to ensure that it would get taken down. So, loses actually...
Or he blocked with a Thopter and the P and Kieran. Otherwise, the other Thopter would be dead, I assume.
Yeah, and he had to kind of pick what to take down.
Yep.
So... blocking with both of those just to make sure that the job gets done, and a Thragtusk comes down, putting Joe up to 24, which is going to be a nice bit of stabilizing, and also that 5/3 is going to do pretty well against what Ryan is trying to do. Eventually, I think right now he's going to be trying to reestablish the P and Kieran Delar just because it's kind of a free opportunity at the moment. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see him go for the Restoration Angel and try and signal something, and it looks like that's what we're
Yeah, I
going to
think
see him
he's
do.
just holding off on the Restoration Angel.
That way Joe has to be a little bit cautious about going for any one of those win conditions that he can have, the main one being eventually, with any one of these lands that comes down, he could even go for a Woodland Bellower and just start developing a board that way.
Yeah.
So, I think at the moment, Ryan, trying to be a little bit patient, he'll be able to rebuild up to 3 Thopter tokens as well as the P and Kieran Delar next turn, and if he wants to, at that point, he can just start getting pretty aggressive with whatever he's doing. So we have a block with that P and Kieran Delar, and then we're going to have the Restoration Angel come down. No life gain, or no damage taken by Ryan, and also doesn't lose his P and Kieran Delar.
Seems like a good play.
It seems like a pretty solid play.
I'll take 2 Thopters and no damage versus 5 to the face.
Yeah, definitely a pretty solid choice there, and I like that play by Ryan. Still has 1 mana up and a Phantasmal Image.
Image of, I assume, Thragtusk.
I would actually almost
P and
assume...
Kieran?
So...
Restoration Angel.
Interesting. So going for...
the old school tech.
Oh my goodness.
It's like we're back in,
Welcome
standard.
to Innistrad. So,
I
a
hate
Phantasmal
the
Image on the Restoration Angel, flickering his own Thragtusk, getting a 3/3. Can you let him know that there's actually a beast in the box?
Joe, there's a beast in the box.
What?
There's a beast in the box.
I like this.
Please?
I'll look for it during Ryan's turn.
Okay, so heading into Ryan's turn. Finds it almost immediately. I think he's a little bit upset that he found it so quickly.
Stupid beast.
So we have a 3/3 beast and also gaining another 5 life, going up to 28. And that's actually a pretty nice
I
play
mean, his
by
life
Joe.
total doesn't matter if Ryan goes off.
Correct, but this is going to buy him a lot of time, and with Ryan not having that Shape Anew yet, mostly having another P and Kieran Delar, and Is It Charm, which he might almost use for the looting eventually, just because eventually. But Joe getting himself into an okay position, and eventually he might be able to rebuild decently. The biggest issue right now is that his hibernation is only going to hit himself,
Yeah.
so he really needs to get into
The Painter Servant.
the Painter Servant. Absolutely.
And the token is not long. The Phantasmal Image is not long for this world. Even like, is the Staticaster will get rid of it.
Izzet Staticaster will make
'Cause-
very short work of it.
Although technically it will hit his own angel too. He could hit his own angel to hit that,
Well-
but it's not targeted then.
Certainly. I suppose. Yeah, that's true.
Because it is a restoration.
And actually, the interesting thing is that the Izzet, it would not hit his own Restoration Angel because it would be sacrificed before the
That's
ability
true.
resolves.
That's true. So he just threw a Thopter at it, and then it died. in
That seems
response
like
to
an
being
interesting
targeted.
choice, especially since he can't also put out this Piankir Nalar. I would have almost expected him to go for that Izzet Staticaster just because he would be able to maintain his board control.
Yeah.
And right now he's not worried about a lot of what Joe is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it sets him up to start taking down these Birds of Paradise, things like that. So I'm a little bit thrown off by Ryan's choice there. I'm sure that there's a reason for it, and he might just be saving it to kind of
I think he's just
do a
looking
gotcha.
to block and Izzet Charm
He also might
in
be
the same turn
trying
to kill Thragtusk.
maybe to set it up. Man, the biggest issue is that, you know, even if you try and do it, he might float the mana against a Hibernation and do it to take down the Woodland Bellower tokens, maybe to take down those Phantasmal Images, copying it, so maybe trying to save it as kind of a hidden tech, so that if Joe ends up getting his engine online that way, he could go for it. Or he's going to use it to team up to take down that Thragtusk.
There you go.
Interesting.
I like it.
Yeah, and to Ghostwalker, hello, and thank you for joining us. I'm not sure if I've seen you in our chat before, so it's really great having you. Thank you so much, and if you do want to hit that follow button, we certainly appreciate it. I mean, just to toss out some things and stuff.
Joe should be down to 23.
Yes, so Joe going down to 23, but Ryan getting hit on some crackback here, going down to 11.
What's he gonna try and do now?
And we have another Phantasmal Image going for the rest.
I would assume.
I might almost expect him to go for the Restoration Angel, going for his Ewit, actually.
He went. I don't know what happened to the tokens. Oh, Staticaster. Kill the tokens.
Nice. Okay. That's a pretty interesting choice. So going for the Staticaster there, Ship CC is 2P and Kieran Nalar. They're fine? Yes.
I played
that
3
is
for a
ju-
while in Blue Moon.
you-
But
Tier 2 is enough, you especially if you're a prison deck.
yeah, I know.
To Westlawn,
play
hello.
more.
Thanks for joining. It's great to have you. And Fireball, certainly. It's round 1, so
we
we
only
are...
play the finest magic.
It's round 1, so we're trying to, sample a little bit of the other stuff early on. We certainly have some of the tier 1 decks out there
Yeah.
as well. So we're trying to get those on in a little bit. But having some fun in the first round because,
Why not?
why not? That's what it's all about, having a good time. Any Shadows over Innistrad cards making an impact here. I think that there are some in the room. I'm not really sure. I think the ban list is so far having more of an impact on Modern. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were some out there. I know that there are some people who have been keeping an eye on some of those
Yes.
cards. So, we have got another couple Thopters out after Ryan is able to take down that Phantasmal Image, so the Izzet Staticaster done for now. Sonora the Priest, of course I missed you. I was able to see some of your dialogue, though, watching back the recording from Saturday. Okay, to go Giddens. Actually, Joe Klobowski on the left has been looking at some pretty sweet dredge brews. So keep an eye out for what Joe's doing. He is the one who came up with modern Zombardment,
Oh, yeah.
and I think he might be re-looking at putting something together with some of the new Shadows over Innistrad cards.
There's
So
some
I'm
good
pretty
stuff for
excited
that
about
in
that.
there. Let's see.
But as the game currently sits, Ryan's still slowly getting a lot of advantage, and Joe, I'm a little bit surprised to see. I think the Izzet Staticaster wasn't the wrong choice, but I'm not convinced it was the right choice. And we've got a Woodland Bellower from Joe. Wow. To Omni Z 5 rounds, we have got 24 people today.
Packed house out there.
Is it? Yeah. So we've got 24 going on at the moment, and as always, feel free to follow me on Twitter. I'll let you know when we're streaming, and also hit that follow button. It also enables you to let me know any kind of things that you have thoughts on and what you want me to be doing with this stream. And, I try and ask questions every now and then.
No.
Yeah.
No questions.
It's a whole lot
we
of
are
fun.
dictators here. What we say goes on this stream.
Exactly, but mostly you get to find out when we're streaming, which
That's
is Wednesdays,
important.
Fridays, and Saturdays.
It's right down here.
Right down there. It's all kinds of fun. Check it out. It's right there by that follow button if you want to hit that.
Just while you're down there, just click.
Click.
It's really easy.
Super easy. So,
Woodland Bellower into Ewit. to go get a Thragtusk? Is that what he's grabbing?
It looks like
I think
it.
that was Thragtusk.
Yeah, looked like that was the thread test. Unable to cast
But
it
now
at the
the
moment.
value with your Staticaster against the Ewits.
Yeah, and then let's go ahead and bring up that Woodland Bellower, because it's certainly an interesting card. And I don't think that most people who watch modern streams are really prepared to
what
see
the
that card.
Bellower is? Yes.
Yeah, so 6/5 for 6, that when it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a non-legendary green creature card, converted mana cost 3 or less, and put it on the battlefield. Then shuffle your library. It is glorious.
Chain them all together.
Exactly.
Use the Staticaster. Do it.
So, heading into Ryan's turn, and you know, the Staticaster may be able to take down those Eternal Witnesses right now, can also take down the Birds of Paradise. Westlawn, certainly it's an unusual choice, but once you actually use that Painter Servant to name green, then Woodland Bellower is able to go
Your
for a
entire
lot
deck
of those
is
creatures.
green.
To Slowly Crashing, yes, he is running the Bellower Servant image combo. It is sweet. To Scavenging Booze, why not get the Phantasmals? Because Woodland Bellower requires that you get for a green creature, and he currently doesn't have out his Painter's Servant, so he needs that naming green before he's able to go for those Phantasmal images, which is definitely a part of his game plan, but unable to go for it at the moment.
Yep.
So the Izzet Staticaster is taking down those Eternal Witnesses, which is just going to give him a little bit of... But he actually has complete aerial advantage right now, leaving up one of those Thopters, possibly just as a precaution.
I mean, he's probably going to block with P and Karen on the... No, that's not enough.
Oh, yeah. But right now he's leaving them the ability to also throw some of these Thopters, so he's able
Yeah.
to deal 2 damage pretty well. And hello to Tucker. It is good to see you. Hello to all the people. I can't believe that we're almost at 90 people in the first round. Thank you to all the people who are constantly so supportive of us. It's really great to have you all. So Joe at 18, Ryan at 10. Joe putting up a surprisingly solid game plan, even though Ryan's been doing a lot of damage. So a swing for
He's gonna
5. and-
block, throw the Thopter, is a charm.
Wow, which is a lot to do, but it's not a bad play. The only problem is that still leaves him taking 6 from these beast tokens.
6, who cares?
And actually,
Or
oh,
no.
what is
I don't
happening
understand
here?
what's happening. Doesn't it just do 2 damage?
So I think he actually threw it to take down one of the beast tokens.
Okay, so declare
and-
blocked, throw the
Yep.
Thopter here, do 2 more.
So leaving him with the 6/5, but making sure that he takes down one of those beast tokens, so that he's only able to take, or so that he only takes 3 damage. And hello to Nathan. It is good to have you. To Westlawn, do we do standard at all? Currently, no. I'm already putting in about 15 hours a week without getting paid to do Modern and Legacy. And previously, standard wasn't particularly popular, especially when other people are streaming standard and
Yeah.
draft especially.
Lots of people stream standard.
I'm
so.
open to it down the line, but not convinced by it. So I'm interested in it
Yeah.
down the line. So
Not opposed to standard as a format or the decks in it. I'm just opposed to Siege Rhino after Siege Rhino after Siege Rhino. It's
But
my own
we don't
personal
really have
opinion.
that anymore.
Does not reflect. Yes.
So we've got a swing. Okay, so actually we might not be going for such an aggressive swing just yet. We do have a
in
Thopter
response to human
Engineer,
combat, he's going to tap him.
and we have got 4 mana. Might be doing a primal.
I think it's
Or I'm
Cryptic.
sorry, a cryptic. I
Yep.
said but a cryptic command. Probably going to be tapping the team. Bouncing thing's not going to be super useful at this point. Looks like bouncing his own Woodland Bellower, which would be a pretty interesting
So the next turn is
choice.
back out. He'll get another Ewit.
So, gonna be using this. Is it Staticaster to tap to go for damage on
Oh,
the beast
there we go.
and take it down, which is gonna get mana leaked.
No.
I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't see,
Yep, scooping it up apparently.
and that's gonna give Joe the win because he's about to be. I mean, he'll be swinging in for lethal.
Yep.
So I think he actually was just choosing to draw a card. Wasn't
Yep.
actually bouncing his own Woodland Bellower, but was presenting that was enough for the win.
Yeah.
So,
Do we
Pretty
play
nice.
standard?
do we play standard? I have not in the most recent, but I'm actually open to it and looking at some standard decks to build in this new season. So there's a decent chance that I might end up playing some standard with the new set because it looks really sweet.
I play occasionally. The last 2 times I played, I just played ramp. Casting Eldrazi
Mm-hmm.
because I have the cards for it. I'm not going to buy Jace's. I have the one I need.
Yep.
Um,
Sonora the Priest, yes. Ewit plus Cryptic is a 7 mana loop, and it's glorious. And it's actually part of something that was called Eternal Command, which was a deck that was at a Pro Tour about 4 years ago, 3
it
years
was an
ago.
extended deck, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
And it's pretty sweet, but he actually ran the Aether Vials, which is what
Yep.
Westlon is, or I'm sorry, to Sergio? Sergio? I'm not sure.
Sergio!
But, mentioning that they used to run Aether Vials on 3 and 4, and also Joe has a deck which is actually called Snakes on a Plane.
Snakes on a Plane.
Which
That's
is
a
that
deck.
Eternal Command deck, but also running Mystic Snake.
And Coiling Oracle and Annoyingness.
Yeah,
I
it is.
lose to it a lot, and it bugs me.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was a Worlds, not a Pro Tour. Thank you, Slowly Crashing, for correcting me there. Man, we're almost at 100 people. Thanks to everybody. If you are brand new, one, let us know in the chat because I would love to welcome you by at least username. I can't really welcome you by name, but I would love to welcome you to the chat. It is great having you. I hope that you enjoy it. Any questions, comments, or feedback, always welcome. We do try and interact as much as possible. And also, be sure, it's always weird for me to push it, but if you do want to hit that follow button, we certainly appreciate it. And, eventually, if you are unaware of what happens when we get to 500 viewers, always feel free to ask, because it's going to be a fantastic time when we do, and I'm really excited about the potential for when we get to that point. Guns for Life, I'm not sure if I believe you, but welcome anyway. It's great to have you. Thanks for joining so much, and it's great to have you interacting with the chat on such a regular basis, especially for a new person.
Yeah, we're going into Game 3 right now. They got 15 minutes to decide this.
Yep.
Which I feel like these decks is either going to be really fast or super grindy like that one.
We watched Joe win that one, and it was really interesting because I was actually starting to write off what Joe was able to do, but he was able to grind that match really well in that Thrag Tusk and using that Phantasmal Image on the Restoration Angel to really just keep himself from being pressured by all those flyers and just do it well on the ground. Pretty amazing there. Okay, and Apoctrol, thank you so much for joining. You know what? I'm really excited that it's your second or third time joining because that means that you enjoyed it enough to come back, and that means a lot to me. And the fact that there's been such a really cool growing group of those Fortnites and those regular viewers, it's really exciting for me to see that happening. So thank you so much for being a part of that. To anyone bringing Modern Tezzerator to our shop yet?
I don't know.
I'm not
honestly.
sure. We have had some gift swords. I'm not sure if it's out
Yeah.
there. I wasn't able to see everyone out there, but I'm not sure if we've gotten a Tezzerator one yet.
I know Bryce is running Jeskai Thopter.
So,
And then, is David here running his Tridecaphobia
oh,
deck?
there might be a Triskaidekaphobia
I
deck.
don't know. Yeah.
It is amazing. Takele 3, thank you so much. I do really appreciate you. Our schedule is down below, and it's fantastic to have you in the chat. Thank you so much for the positive feedback. And to L Snoope, or just Snoop.
Snoop.
Thanks for... Hey? Thank you so much, and thank you for interacting with that chat. We do really appreciate it, and if you ever do want to interact with that chat going forward, we'd certainly love to have it and interact with you more. So thank you so much.
Also, if you're in the area, we're in Snohomish, just north of Seattle. Swing by. Come play.
Exactly.
Why watch when you could be on stream?
Golden Pineapple, yes. Hidegetsu's second rank
Yes, it is.
is in that deck. Or it is glorious. He's even running Grove of the Burn Willows
Just
so
to
that
give
he
him
can,
life.
To get. I will see what I can do if he's out there, and we will do our best. But he's been working on this deck for about the last 4 days.
He's been messaging us all the time. Just like, what about this card? Does anyone have this card?
It's pretty glorious. So Ryan going for a Fetch Shock early on the play, which is going to be really nice, and going for a
Fetch Shock.
Steam Vents. Probably going to be
Serum
leading-
Visions?
I'm expecting a Serum Visions.
Yep.
So, gonna be going for the draw, and we have got looks like 2 lands, and keeping them on top. So a pretty low hand starting off. At least only has one other land, and the unfortunate part is I'm thinking that he put the basic mountain on top because that means he doesn't need to fetch away the other one.
Yep.
But by putting both of them on top, he's actually giving himself a nice amount of versatility because. Based on what Joe does and how he wants his game plan to go, he can either put down the fetch and choose that he wants to actually draw into those answers, or he can play down the basic and choose that he wants to actually get that fourth land in.
Hello, Black Iron Barkus. Welcome to the chat.
Black Iron Barkus, I appreciate your sarcasm and thank you so much for joining. It's good to have you. So, Birds of Paradise from Joe and Ryan just dropping down that tapped land. So
he's just gonna play the waiting game.
Yep. And he's being pretty patient. He has a Thopter Engineer coming down.
He doesn't have a
next
bolt for the
turn.
bird.
The 2 best turn 1 plays, Serum Visions and Birds of Paradise. Love it.
Are we talking modern or like turn 1 kill you with Storm and Legacy.
I don't know. Personally, I'm a big fan of some of the Affinity turn ones, but that's just me. So,
That's
a
because you
kitchen...
just puke your hand.
Yeah. So, a Kitchen Finks from Joe, and he's going to be going back up to 20, and that's going to be really great from Joe's game plan, which has actually just kind of evolved into applying a lot of pressure really quick. The Hibernation game plan, a lot less effective in this case, and we've got a Thopter Engineer, so Ryan going to be swinging for 1. Might even end up aggressively blocking this Kitchen Finks, even though that's going to get Joe basically to negate the life lost from this Thopter. It is going to keep Joe from getting too aggressive early on. So, we have got a fetch land from Joe, and he actually does have a Cryptic in hand, and laying down the Painter's Servant, especially with Ryan tapped out. I like that to play a lot. He's still got 2 mana up, so he can present some form of counter magic.
Yep.
And now we are getting aggressive with this Kitchen Finks. The more resources that Ryan spends just to get rid of that is less resources spent on actually keeping up a game plan against what Joe can do, which leading early on with this Painter's Servant means that Joe is in a pretty nice position, and
Yeah.
now he'll be leading into... he doesn't quite have Cryptic yet. He's got 2 blue. Next turn we could be looking at him having the triple blue, but it's going to be a pretty interesting situation for him. To Westlon, you're assuming he named green. You're right. I can
He's
definitely
got the
add
little
that up.
thing he put down there.
There we go. And Painter is naming green. So, Ryan going for a Hallowed Fountain, setting up the double blue as well as the double white, and going for an early Shapeanu. So,
okay.
if Joe has got...
Ooh.
And if Joe has
That
the
could
path...
be... If he has the path, that's amazing. If he doesn't have the path, this is a short game.
Yeah. So, this
Block.
is...
Oh no!
So...
Block with the Painter Servant.
We do have a block. We don't have the path, and Ryan might end up just going for a really early game there. Decided that he didn't have any time to waste, and
Nope.
even though the Joe had the 2 mana up, going for a really early Blightsteel Colossus, and it's paying off pretty nicely. Joe now sitting at 8 Infect, and while I was saying about how quickly Joe was able to get his game plan assembled, Ryan is looking at a fantastic start here. Let's go ahead and show you what card was even cast. And the interesting thing is, you know, we should have expected that he didn't actually have the path, because we would have likely seen that going for that Thopter token. So, Shape anew. Wow. That was pretty glorious. And thank
He
you
did
to Red
tinker into
Croaker.
Bloodsteel.
Basically. I mean, that is essentially what happened.
He cast that card at his Thopter token, and then he gets a Blightsteel.
Wow.
Oh, well.
And
He doesn't have haste.
but he does have a phantasmal image.
He's got the crypt. Does he have? He doesn't have a way to kill it.
No, I don't think he does. So we've got a swing for 3. They're going to be trading, and Joe going to be going back up to 1.
They're going to
it's a
stare at
1-3.
each other with their Blightsteels.
But he doesn't actually. Oh, and
Path. Okay,
okay,
there we go. On
and
target,
that's going to be the
it's-
win.
Yep.
So Ryan going to take the win there, and we'll be taking a look to see if we.
Unless he's got a counter. He's got a mana leak, but he has the 3 mana.
The problem is
got the
that
mana
just
leak.
targeting it.
Yeah, it's
does
gone
it.
on
So
target.
it is gone, and that is very unless. He does have some ways to take down triggered abilities. If he has the... Oh, no, it costs 3 mana to do that. So he's going to be getting the win there. And that is going to be a win for... But a glorious win. So pretty solid. We're able to see what those decks do. We've got a little bit of time. Do you think it's worth trying to get a game
I'll
3
see what I
up?
can find.
All right, and I will see you all back in the booth. Hello and thank you for joining. My name is TJ and I am streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. If you are in the area, feel free to come by and hang out with us sometime. It's just super cool how many people have been joining us just from finding us on the stream. It's been really exciting for me to meet some of those people. And also, if you are brand new, be sure to hit that follow button and enjoy. But it's great to see you all again. I was gone for a week, and certainly I missed you guys a lot. It was surprising because I always kind of would talk about how I don't really miss playing the competitive and or at least playing in there. And while that's certainly true, and I've been having a blast doing this, I didn't realize just how much I would miss it. And so those 2 days that I missed definitely did have an impact on just how weird it felt not interacting with you guys. So, Rabid Mountain Goat, forgot about your duty to eat a living guild pact. Hey, I certainly understand.
There's no in between.
Nope. Okay, so we are just waiting for round 2 to begin, in which we will be likely going for something a little bit more aggressive and possibly something a little bit more established.
It's the Triskaidekaphobia thing.
If
He won. So he's playing.
Did he?
He won with
Did he-
Triskaidekaphobia
No.
both times.
Yes.
He went 2-0.
Against what?
I don't know, but I
So
looked
he
at the
won?
deck. Yeah.
Oh, so the Triskaidekaphobia
Apparently works.
nailing it. That is glorious and beautiful. So, all kinds of fun there. And are we going to try and get that round two?
That's what I told him he's going to be on stream.
Oh, this is beautiful. Now, one thing is I'm just going to leave a quick note. There is one person that we try not to, who has requested not to be on stream. So, if that is the case, then we won't have them. But the odds of him playing that person are pretty low. So,
I know the first person. I don't think I know the second.
that's okay. You'll be able to see it. So,
Okay.
yeah. Anyway, Red Croaker, it's good to see you. Thanks for interacting with us again. And I am just now realizing just how hungry I am because I didn't actually have dinner before I did this, which is something that I normally try to
Where's
do.
your power bar? Do you have a power bar?
I don't have a power bar, so I may be
I'm
actually...
gonna grab you a Snickers.
Nope, I think... Okay, I'm going to ask the chat really quick. Would you guys mind if I ordered Jimmy John's... I'm sorry, generic brand Jimmy John's and possibly had a sandwich on stream? Let me know. If you guys don't mind me eating a sandwich here, I might be ordering myself some food and just having them deliver it to me.
Probably get here freaky fast.
It'll... Generically freaky fast.
Generically fast.
So,
Get it from Georgie John's, and it'll get here generically fast.
the reason I ask is because generally, don't worry, I can be quiet about eating, but it's mostly just I don't want to be rude because I know that it's weird, like eating on stream.
Watching him
and
just
things
rook magic.
that. What a sad situation. Eat your food.
This goes back to our conversation earlier. Yourself.
Tricho, man, I can't tell you how often I say that actually. For anybody who is unaware, I recently started a new job at a local city, and I've been saying treat yourself.
He's working for small government.
Pretty much, and it is weirdly accurate. So,
I feel like you're less the Ron Swanson and more the.
I am so much a Leslie
you're
Nope.
Yeah, you're more the Aziz Ansari.
Aziz Ansari. No, I am a Leslie Nope almost entirely. Okay. Sonori, don't worry, it won't be that bad. So, let's go ahead and see what we can do. In the meantime, we're waiting for another round. It's been a week since I've played, so I'm already missing it. Who wants to play a game of 6 words? I'm a blast. I noticed that you could definitely use some improvement on
I got
it.
better this last time.
Did you?
Than the time when I was here with you, and I'm like, numbers are hard. I
Yeah.
can't count to 6. So
I mean, you definitely had
I have
some
to use
misses.
2 hands, and that's just too many.
I don't know what to do with my hands. So, it is going to be a blast, but I'm really excited, and also it's really cool to see this new modern. I was able to play against it. I played against some Ancestral Visions. I actually didn't get much of a chance to play against the Thopter Sword, only because I was playing a Fendi, which meant...
They didn't get to play their Thopter or Sword.
Right, so actually,
killed them too
it was
fast.
really nice to just... We only have generic brand food. It's absolutely true.
This is
6
my
words.
generic brand.
How does
water.
banding work? A nation divided is much better. A band divided is much better.
Alright, I'm gonna try to really explain
Rules-wise.
banning in 6 words. Ready? Alright.
Alright, what do we got?
Oh god.
No, you gotta go fast. It's first.
Well, banding is a pain to explain anyway.
Banding is a pain to explain. You nailed it.
See?
Okay. 6 words. Tastiest
Nailed it.
Planeswalker. Tastiest, I assume, is Tybalt.
Yeah.
Maybe. Let's find out. Get to 500 viewers. Now we need a
Jace the
Tybalt.
Mind Sculptor, because he's blue?
Tuki Game Time. Hey, good to see you again. 6 words. Blue Red Delver or Blue Moon. You've got the... If you've got Isabel...
Oh, no.
I much prefer Blue Moon. That deck is really sweet. It's pretty solid right now, and you can do a lot of really cool things.
Blue Moon is my jam.
Also, you get to run
So,
Chandra
I'm gonna pick
Flamecaller,
that.
which I'm still a big advocate of.
In the
Big
sideboard.
fan. So I'm a fan of Blue Moon, and I
She
do
might
think it's
move.
more competitively viable at the moment. To Westlawn, what am I ordering? You know, that's a great question, and I think it's going to be a sandwich. Preferably a generic brand one.
Generic brand sandwich will get here generically fast.
Generically fast. So, what else have we got? If I could see a single card built a deck around that isn't top tier, what would it be? Triskaidekaphobia. Absolutely.
Basically.
That card is absurd. It is so absurd.
Or near-death experience.
Ooh, that's a really cool one as well. Or, what is that the one that's the cheese stands alone?
That's, yeah,
Yeah.
if you are at 1 life on your upkeep, you win the game.
Okay, what have we got here? 6 words. Argument for the best deck in Modern. Affinity. Best hate, but most versatility. At least for like most powerful as its baseline, I do think that Affinity has that one.
Affinity for now, we will see.
Yeah. What else? Oh, Nanoroth saying Kiora because she's a fish. That's pretty clever. I'm impressed by that. That's awesome.
Fryer.
What have we all got here? Ricochet Trap in Modern. I really don't think that it's going to be... Oh, 6 words or less. Probably not. Too narrow for game.
Good for counter battles in red.
Also for Ancestral Visions. But at that point, I'd just rather be running more burn spells.
Yeah, I'd rather have, 4 more lightning bolt type things than... You can draw 4 cards.
Point you, not 6 words. Okay. I'll point you. Point. I don't really know what we just did.
Point me, not 6 words. Okay.
And Baron Glory, obviously a better win con than Near Death. Of course. We all have our favorites, and I don't know. Personally, I like Epic Struggle, which I did in... I know that people are going to disagree with it, but I did in EDH once. But that was because it was a scroll deck. Because it was a scroll deck, which means that, I already have maybe 11 cards that I'm willing to win with. It was a whole lot of fun. If you guys are wondering, I get questions about do I play EDH, and they always ask what's my first deck. Well, the one that I had the most fun with was my Squirrel EDH deck. Basically, I refused to win unless it was with Squirrels, so I wouldn't attack with non-Squirrels. I found all the ones that are really vague, all the old token producers that you could name the creature type. So it was really cool. What's better than Jund, Terminate or Abrupticate? Now that is a really interesting question.
4K no lost dose.
And I think right now Abrupt Decay has a lot of value.
Yeah.
Just because of the popularity of the Thopter Sword combo right now, and also the rise of control decks.
There's gonna be a lot more blue decks to try to counter things, and Abrupt Decay just gets through that.
There's gonna be more Spell Snare as well.
The downside is once they go above a 3 converted mana cost, you're not going to get anything. So you definitely want some Terminates, but not. I'd say 2 Terminates.
Right now I might almost be on like 3 Abrupt Decay, 2 Terminate, something like that. I'm certainly not a Jund player, so don't hold me to it. And if there are any Jund players, then feel free to toss in your 2 cents, which might be more valuable than mine. But I do think that at least for the short term, it is really Abrupt Decay is going to have some nice value against the field. What 6 words, worst card, and Shadows over Innistrad?
I don't know the whole block that well. I don't know the whole block. Say the last 2 that well.
Man,
I'm really
that
bad at
well.
this. There we go.
I have to agree. Exactly. So crashing, basically, it's able to hit Thopter Foundry as well as getting through some of those pieces. I do think that it's going to have a lot of nice value. Both of them particularly effective against Affinity because usually the ones that you'll be going for are those 2 mana ones, and it allows you to also go for the Cranial Plating as well. So I do think that that it has a lot of value, and then I'm almost advocate for something like maybe 2 of the Kolaghan's Command, possibly a little bit more. I'm having network errors. Oh wait, I was able to get it this time.
Kolaghan's Command got a lot better with Thopter Foundry coming back because it's just more of a 2-for-1.
Yes. So it does really help out the situation. Okay, so
is Triskaidekaphobia a 6-word word because it's so long?
6 words, the most ridiculous win condition in Modern.
Triskaidekaphobia.
Triskaidekaphobia is probably most, maybe right. Possibly Itsuga's second right. Both of them are pretty ridiculous. Other ones that tend to be a little bit absurd, Build Your Own Upheaval has a pretty absurd win condition, just because your win condition is to cast Hibernation with a Painter Servant, and then recast your stuff faster so that then you can cast the Painter Servant again, go for a Woodland Bellower, and storm the board with Phantasmal Image, which is pretty glorious. About Terminate hits manlands and bigger creatures, I completely agree, but I'm not really sure if we're in a meta right now that that's what we're going to be expecting, is those bigger creatures and things. Yep. It's certainly worth it, and I do think that it's worth running Terminate, but still. Okay.
It's 7 syllables.
Weston, your favorite win condition is Gear per Aether Grid. I can definitely get behind that one. I love Gear per Aether Grid. It's a really sweet card. I've thought about building an absurd Affinity deck, which is basically no win con Affinity, Prison Affinity.
And it's called Lantern Control.
No. It's even
It's
more
called
absurd.
Lantern Control.
It's even more absurd. You end up mainboarding Chalice of the Void, Trinisphere, Ensnaring Bridge, Gear per Aether Grid, and you make Blood Moon in the main board, and then you just
Why
load
not?
up, and then you just end up winning with the Gear per Aether Grid after just making sure that you have the Metalcraft and going for just an extremely accelerated, even running
Just
Simian Spirit Guide.
Tap.
Yeah, and just locking down the board as quickly as possible. It is all kinds of fun there. Triska Decaphobia. Yeah,
It's
that's 7. Made a clue deck with Gear per Aether Grid and Second Harvest. That sounds glorious. I'm assuming for Standard.
I feel like there's a way to break the clues. No one's found it yet, but I feel like there's a way. Anything that just gives you free artifacts, there's got to be a way to break it, right?
You know, there's definitely a lot of potential in that card, and I think that's the biggest thing. Okay, so...
Stuffy Doll combo.
Stuffy Doll combo.
That's a way to win.
I mean, you get to run that kind of in Scred Red sometimes, but also
Yeah.
using Boros Reckoner with Blasphemous Act ends up being a pretty sweet win condition as well. So,
I still want to run my Worldfire deck one of these days.
could you do me a favor? When you find the next match, could you let Dylan know
But you're
that...
about to get a sandwich delivered to you in the back of his shop.
well, yeah, they'll be looking for a T... Yeah, basically
for a
let them know.
TJ and just go to the closet.
So, that sounds fantastic. Thank you so much. And we're going to be trying to get another match. We're getting ready for round 2. Thank you so much for joining. It is going to be a blast. And getting ready for some fun. 5 rounds, 24 people. Disciple of the Vault, sure, but you got to have a good way to get rid of them. Paying 2 for each one is going to be pretty difficult. Volcanic Helion, love it. Sounds like you should have killed your opponent faster. I'm not sure who you're referring to there. Oh, to Westlawn getting 80 of them in one game. I have a feeling that you may have actually just broken it on MTGO. No, because it hasn't been released in MTGO yet. Interesting. Well, good for you. That's pretty impressive. So if you can get 80 clues, I'm impressed. It might have been a draft. I'm not really sure. Favorite win condition is Sphinx's tutelage, triggering 9 times before repeats on your 6th turn to kill your opponent. H. Rollins, that sounds really cool. I have had someone talk about building it. They kind of end up abandoning it because it requires it to be non-land. But that's pretty sweet that you had some success with that deck. So, all kinds of cool things. And even Lantern Control has a pretty unique win condition, just in the fact that it goes for that essentially a mill win condition, which is pretty absurd. Chandra 0. I'm assuming that you mean the new Chandra Flamecaller, which is an absurdly good card. Okay, excellent. And we are starting round 2, so we are currently taking a look at what we've got. Eric finding us that Triska Decaphobia
It's David versus Eli.
against... Oh my goodness. So, for all the people who are wondering, when are they going to put on the Tier 1 deck, stick with us. We're going to get through this round. Because what we're about to have is Cheerios versus Triska Decaphobia. Jund Triska Decaphobia versus Cheerios. This is absurd. This is just absurd.
Getting some brews, guys.
We're getting the brews.
See, this is what happens in a new meta.
We're getting the first 2 rounds of brews, and then how about for round 3?
I'll find the real deck.
We'll
I'll
try
put
and
Peter
get-
on.
So we're gonna get that, and then how about we try and get the foil Jund for round
We'll
3?
get foil jump for round 3.
This is good. Who's sitting on what side? Also, did you let Dylan know?
I'll let Dylan know.
Okay.
But the sandwich is coming to the closet.
The generic brand sandwich, of course.
Yes.
Okay. So we have got David,
David on the
on
wall.
the right. Oh my goodness. So if you're wondering, man, these people, they always put on all the Tier 1 decks. Well, apparently we like to... Okay, now it's time to find out if I can...
Triska Decaphobia.
Oh man, let's make sure that I'm spelling this right. Okay, so let's see what we have got here. Ooh, and I did not. Triska. So this is brilliant.
Alright, we did.
And it's phobia
Eli's about
there.
as excited as we are.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is going to be Jund Triskaphobia against eggs. Which, like, I don't even know how to prepare for... Or, I'm sorry, Cheerios. This is going to be Cheerios.
Eggs is different.
Eggs is also out there.
It is out there.
So,
Welcome to the shop tonight, guys. Like, good lord.
the stream you were watching this was Blue Black Horror that traveled the thing in the ice. Hey, that is glorious, and apparently it is Brew Night, but let's head down, have some fun. It's round 2. I mean, let's have a good time. This is what Magic's all about.
Yeah.
This is what local store. This is hopefully why you tune in to watch a local store occasionally, and it's a whole lot of fun for us to be able to provide those things because the Tier 1 decks, and yes, we have them, and it's a lot of fun. But sometimes you gotta see what else is out there because this is the lifeblood of Modern. It's not all Tier 1 decks, so let's all see what it is. Let's head on down and have some fun, and we're gonna work through commentating on this together because it's gonna be
interesting.
we're gonna get through it together. It's gonna be a blast. Let's have some fun. Okay, so Weston, I do believe that. Hey, I did spell it right. Thank you very much to Westlon. Doesn't actually? I'm pretty sure that Training Grounds requires that you have to pay at least one for any
it
of the
cannot
abilities.
go below 1.
That is so
it's a
unfortunate. Also to Westlon, the running for March of the Machines with a Master of Ethereum, glorious. However, you do still have to pay 1, but that's a pretty interesting choice there. I mean, Master of Ethereum would be an interesting one. I do think that Tezra, Ancient of Bolas will be an interesting way to go for it, and also possibly in Soul Artifact, because it's a lot harder to 2-for-1 that one, just because it doesn't data removal, similar to how when Affinity was really big in Soul Artifact. They would occasionally favor going for 1, especially their own Darksteel Citadels, but occasionally, actually, they would go for their Springleaf Drums, just because they couldn't be killed in response.
Yeah.
So, but G Lavamancer, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for joining. It's going to be a blast, and we have got Triskaidekaphobia versus Cheerios.
Painter's not on green anymore.
Painter's not on green anymore. Oh, add in Cryptolith Rites, and now we have got something saucy happening. Oh my
Eli's
goodness.
going down to 5, so this bodes well for David.
You guys are clearly the lifeblood of this entire thing, so thank you so much for all that you are. The matchup of the century. Oh, man.
This is 2 pillars of the format. Fighting it out.
March of CMC? Yes, it is. So don't forget Thopter Engineer. Man, and we are now looking... So what is the Cheerios archetype? Let's talk about this one a little bit. So this is a deck that is going to be running Pure Steel Paladin.
You missed.
Did I?
Well, you did really.
Let's do that. So Pure Steel Paladin. Now, that is going to be one that allows him to, whenever an equipment enters the battlefield under control, draw a card. He's running all of the 0 mana artifacts. So he's running every equipment that is 0 mana in Modern. So that is a lot of them. Now, when every single one of you allows you to draw a card, suddenly you're looking at a pretty high storm count. And I know that a lot of them will end up running Grape Shot, things like that. Some of them will try and go for something more along the prowess line of things. Some of them will go for Jeskai Ascendancy, I've seen before. But you end up landing that card and then just dropping a ton of equipments.
Yeah.
And drawing most of your deck. You can even use, and then you use cards like Retract, which let me pull up really quickly.
Retract and Hurkyl's Recall, I've seen in some.
Yep, so usually 4 Retract and 3 Hurkyl's Recall is something that I've seen fairly commonly. So, using that, it allows you to return all of your artifacts to your hand to then re-get all the value off of that and keep the card draw happening. So, it's a pretty sweet deck, and we have got a turn 1, looks to be, is that a Bloodstained Mire? I believe that's an Expedition Bloodstained Mire from David.
His thing is like half foiled, like he's got foil groves in there because he's borrowing Dravens. Like, that thing is ridiculous.
Yeah. I honestly don't know what his win condition is. It could be the classic Grape Shot. I'm not really sure if he's going for something a little bit unique, but we do have a turn 1 fetch from Eli, and I believe he's on a mold of 4.
Yep.
So
land, that's a start on a mold of 4.
That is
all
a
right,
start.
I got it. Is that a Wear Tear?
in the main board would be surprising, so I don't actually think so.
It was a split card, but
that is a Catacombs. My apologies. I don't know the expeditions that well, so thank you to Prime and Sir. So with that Verta Catacombs going for a Blood Crypt at the end of turn, both players now down to 19, and we're going to be heading into David's turn 2. Now we do have a Tarmogoyf on the battlefield, so that's going to be pretty nice. The interesting thing is that there are basically 3 life totals that you have to watch out for against David, and that's 0, 10, and 13.
Yep.
But he is running Hidetsuga's second right, and he is running Triskaidekaphobia.
So if you're at 13 or 10,
13, 10, and 0 are all problematic positions. Or he can just kill you with
Tarmogoyfs, because that is a way to kill people.
So, a Stomping Grounds joining the Blood Crypt with a Tarmogoyf that is currently just a 1-2. But I imagine that it's going to start being able to apply a decent amount of pressure, especially with just David's game plan. But Eli putting down a second land and just passing it back.
Does David have a third land?
He does have a third land. He has a Grove of the Burn Willows in there.
Gotcha.
That's not going to let him actually cast the Liliana. He also has a Ghost Quarter. We might end up just seeing him go for something like the second Tarmogoyf, while also keeping up mana for the Lightning Bolt. And that's going to be a pretty nice one, because with these as 1/2s right now, and next turn he'll be swinging for 4. The interesting thing is that Eli fetches, he'll be close to that 13 danger zone.
And then he just Triskaidekaphobia. I win. Like.
And the one thing that I do like is that because David's game plan, is fairly proactive, he doesn't have to.
Was that it? He's got it.
That was it. That has to have been.
All right. Can he do
I
it
think
in
that
one
was.
turn?
So I don't.
17-16.
Oh my good. So he
Bolt.
can put him down to 16.
He has to tap out. Oh no.
No, but next turn he can swing for another 2, knock him down to
Apparently we
15,
missed
and swing for
games.
2. K should be a C. Oh, you are right. Are you? I think so. Dang it. Hold on. Let me take a look here. No, it shouldn't.
He's just messing with us.
Yeah, he is just messing with us.
All right.
April lasts all year, slowly crashing.
Well, Eli's got, his engine sort of going finally.
Mm-hmm.
But
This is glorious.
upkeep,
So,
trigger on the stack. Do you bolt him to win with Triskaidekaphobia?
I think you do. I think you do. We've got the Pierce Steel Paladin out. We've got 2 of these equipments out. He wasn't able
Trigger
to
on
draw
the
into it.
stack.
Oh, come on. Come on. Go for it. But Bagno, it's fantastic to see you. Now, the only other thing that he might be going for here is that, because he can just reduce his life total to 15 and then swing for 2, but then it's on Eli. And so I'd really love to see David go for this option right now. So he's actually raising his life total, which is an interesting choice. And now, one thing to keep in mind is that David is pretty new to this deck. And that's to be expected. He built it about 4 years ago. A little bit unfortunate that we didn't get to see that, but that would have been a really cool way to see it happen. So, Eli going down to 15 now. He does have the option, and I think what we're going to see David try to do is actually bolt him down to 12, and then possibly raise the
gain
life
the
total.
life, kill him with the second trigger of it.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that I think David's almost delaying himself unnecessarily, and it's unfortunate. Now, I do think that he still has this game pretty well under control. He's got 2 bolts. He has a surprising amount of board control. And next turn, he'll also be able to land down this Liliana of the Veil, which is going to take down... Okay, well, maybe not, but it's going to be able to take down some of those Pure Steel Paladins. So, is that maybe... Okay, so a retract. He's going to be trying to draw some more cards here. He can just bolt using Grove. Oh, you're right, and the Grove of the Burn Willows is going to allow for that one as
So he
well.
still has the Triskaidekaphobia win next turn.
Yep. So all kinds of cool things happening. And again, it kind of comes down to David realizing that that is an existing trigger, which is something that I can certainly expect him to do.
Yeah, he should.
But,
So Eli's trying to win right now because he knows
that he's in a
he's
dire
precarious straits
position.
here.
And I don't think that he actually drew those equipment. So I don't think that he's actually able to draw 2 cards off of this, correct? But it doesn't look like he's drawing the cards off of it. Okay.
No, trigger on the stack. He killed one.
Okay, in response to just the
in
casting
response
of
to
it.
the cast, you.
Gotcha. Love how there are many. So yeah, there's actually 13 instances of the number 13 on the card, which is
bolt him, take him to 12, up to 13. Because win Triskaidekaphobia.
Oh my goodness!
I don't even know what to say.
This is beautiful. That is. Oh my. So okay, I know that I say this eventually, but every now and then. But if you were on the fence, if you were thinking, maybe I don't want to hit follow to this stream. They're playing some pretty weird decks. They sometimes don't play always the tier 1 decks. That one guy who talks an awful lot, and he'll just never stop talking. But you just watched a Triskaidekaphobia get the 3rd game in a row.
Yeah,
with
he
a win.
went 2-0 in his last match. He's both with Triskaidekaphobia. He has won every game with Triskaidekaphobia.
If that is not a reason to tell your friends about this stream and to hit that follow button and just hang out with us, this is modern. Can you have a deck list of this Jund deck? I would love to
You
see
have
it. Now, G Lavamancer, he actually was able to have him gain a life.
One from the Grove.
He was able to gain him 1 life from the Grove of the Burnwillows, which put him
Took 16.
up to 13. So, that was amazing. Oh, that is glorious. So, thank you so much for joining, and I don't know, if that's not a reason to try and get us to that 500 followers where I'll eat a Tybalt, I don't know what's going to do it.
Triskaidekaphobia should do it.
So thank you so much to the people joining us. We're getting ready for game 2. Bye! Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
Have a great day.
You too.
I think I accidentally ordered 2 sandwiches because I was having network problems.
Did you order
I
twice?
did! Would you like a sandwich?
What are they?
They are generic brand Ultimate Porker with bacon and cheese.
We'll see.
Okay.
I ate before I came because I'm a professional.
All right.
Uh,
Well, then actually maybe I'll just have dinner later tonight too.
there you go. You got midnight snack.
Boom. But thank you so much. If any of you are brand new to this stream, one, forgive me for eating on stream. I do honestly try not to do this on a regular basis, but I forgot to eat before this, so thank you so much. And I would not eat a generic brand Tybalt. I would eat the real deal. I'm actually a little bit curious about what the conversation was. When she came in and Dylan said, yeah, just go back to the closet. He's talking to a computer.
You'll find it. It's fun.
He'll be the one just talking nonstop. Just ask his name. I am a little bit curious, and it'll be a regular Tybalt. I'm actually a little bit concerned about what would happen if I ate the stuff that makes him foiled. At
You'd be
least,
fine.
I mean, like, yes, I would be fine, but I'd rather just, like, when I have the option, I'd rather just eat a regular one and just not deal
worry
with, like,
about it?
the fact that, is that metal?
I don't know.
I don't
I
really
don't know the
what it
anatomy
is.
of the foiling process. Sorry.
So, to Zimbabwe's. Hey, cool name. Thank you for joining. I think I might have seen you once before, but if I haven't, thank you so much for joining and having a blast with us. And if not, I just haven't seen you in the chat too much. But it is going to be a blast. And I got to tell you, we have been getting some weird decks on stream tonight.
We have.
We started off. So what we started off the night with was Shape a New Jeskai control up against Build Your Own Upheaval. And now we have got Jund Triskaidekaphobia going up against Cheerios. Oh, man. So for the Phobia deck list, I do believe that I have it, and I can certainly... I've actually, because of my lack of time, I've now had a group of people volunteer to do deck list input for me. So I may be trying to do that and see if I can get one of those people to upload the deck list. Yes, it is a weird stream.
It is a weird stream.
And honestly, I do think that that's part of our charm, is that you can tell that we're a small local store that does this because we're having fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, while I do enjoy putting up a good amount of kind of like professionalism, and I like making sure that we're putting out a good product, I do really like that kind of level of casualness that comes with this stream.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that's really nice to me. How many
to
followers?
Lick a Mox Ruby.
How many to lick a Mox Ruby? Oh, I'll tell you what. Right now, we make no money doing this stream. I volunteer 15 hours a week. If it ever gets to a point to where the stream itself can afford, can get me enough to get to the stream, I will consider it. Absolutely. And to Zimbabwe's, thank you so much for that compliment and that positive feedback. Same to Robert Royd, I do really appreciate that. Eli going for another mulligan. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that this Cheerios deck is a deck that does mulligan fairly often.
Yeah, because you need certain pieces, or else you're just not going to do anything.
Beckno, you know what? I'm going to take that as a compliment, because cool things do happen. And I think that's... I don't know. The day that I stop... you supply the power, we'll do it at 1,000 people? Sure, if you supply the power...
Sure.
I'm always willing to devalue other people's property if they ask me to.
If they're willing to let you do
that
it.
is kind of the statement that I've said before. But certainly it's something that I would... I mean, I would feel bad. I would feel bad. But the day that I stopped getting excited about Magic is probably the day that I stopped doing that. So... to the mods, it's quote number 14, the flailing arm ones. But, whoa, but
Flare my arms.
honestly, that excitement about the game is why I keep doing this stream and why I have so much doing it. So, that's why. We have a turn 1 Serum Visions from Eli with that promo Serum Visions after a shock with a Hallowed Fountain. Basically a blue-white deck. He does have the Pure Steel Paladin in his hand, and I think this was a mulligan to 6.
Yeah, so this will basically undo the mulligan.
Yeah, and he's looking at a 0-mana artifact as well as a retrict. I think could keep both
keep
of those
them
on top.
yeah.
As long as he's got the mana to cast that Silverblade
If he
Paladin.
doesn't have the mana, then I would put one on. There you go. Yeah,
Okay. So he's actually keeping one of those, but choosing not to keep the retract, and I think he might just have another one in hand at the moment,
Yeah.
which might be why choosing to put that one on the bottom. And also, he certainly has the draw power in the deck. And there's the Grape Shot, so we do not know what his win condition in this deck is, and David matching it with his own Shockland, putting down a Blood Crypt, but then
the
just
old shock
passing
pass.
the turn. 2, what I assume is Male. Thank you so much for joining. It is great having you. I'm not sure if I've seen you before, so I hope that you enjoy the stream. If you ever do have any questions, comments, or feedback, anything of that nature, feel free to toss in that chat. We like interacting with you guys. It's a whole lot of fun for us. So, Eli going for another fetch, down to 17. I would love to see David just go for... I mean, the fact that... Is that a Banefire? That can't be. No, that's a... Is that a Lightning Axe?
Isn't that the second right?
Oh, is that the second right?
I don't know. I don't remember what that looks like. I haven't seen it in years.
Oh my goodness. So let's take a look at... Oh! Dang it. Let's take a look at that second right. Pay no attention to our technical errors, which occasionally I will have. And I think you're right. I think that might be oh, man. So what have we got here? You like interacting in the chat, but when I play Magic, you don't like interacting with your opponent. You know what? Actually, I do.
He likes to tell them they're dead.
Yeah, that's pretty much a lot of interaction. Sound effects on point. Actually,
Thank you.
That was pretty solid. You were in tune. I didn't even realize that you did it. It felt so natural. So, Eli, he does have the 2 white mana. He does have the Silverblade Paladin in hand, and he might just be waiting to...
slam it now. I mean...
The question is, does he think that he can go off with drawing enough cards? And it looks like the answer is yes, especially since he has the retract mana up right now.
Yeah.
We could almost see him go off this turn. So, we've got a 0-mana artifact.
I mean, yeah, you gotta expect him to have a removal spell.
And that is on for... Oh, and a Stubborn Denial.
Boom.
Gonna force him to fetch, at least. It's not gonna do a whole lot. We did see that come in to prevent some of the removal.
favorite tech.
Stubborn Denial is a pretty sweet
spike
card. Actually, you know what? Nanorath mentioning that Banefire makes sense, and I do think that that might have been a Banefire because of the versatility of that card and the amount of damage that it deals. I could totally see him running a card that actually deals like the amount that
damage.
yes,
Yeah.
to make sure that they
right
get
down
to 13
or 10.
Oh man, should have Swan Song instead of Stubborn Denial. I think in this particular deck, I do have to agree.
Yeah.
Because that 2/2 will very rarely ever be relevant.
Mm-hmm.
But I personally, in Affinity, I'm a big fan of Stubborn Denial because of the occasional just value in that card for being a hard counter. Dispel would also be an interesting choice. I think I would prefer Swan Song, especially in the Cheerios deck, which doesn't really care about the amount of pressure that your opponent is putting on.
You just want counters to protect your combo.
At least not the pressure that a 2/2 was putting on. Okay, so forgive me. I'm gonna start going for this, but I'm gonna be really somewhat discreet about it. So, and that's a Monastery Mentor.
Oh,
that is
we got
sweet.
a backup plan here.
So that is a great backup plan. So now these 0-mana artifacts, even when he's not drawing the cards, he's going to be getting prowess, and he's going to start developing a board, and that's going to do a great job of just allowing him to swarm this Jund deck, which actually may not have a whole lot of answers, especially because I doubt that he's running any kind of sweepers against Cheerios. I mean, that's...
I mean, I wouldn't have brought him in this match. In fact, I probably would have taken him out in this matchup.
Mm-hmm. 2, Judy.
He's probably got
Applying the Denial.
Response here.
Certainly an interesting play to go for it when he did have the mana up, and I'm a bit curious about it. He may have been just deciding to go for it to keep him from maybe having some other plays. Play the transition clip with every bite. Love it. But, yeah, he may have wanted to just save it for something down the line, especially now that... But I'm not sure if he knew that he had the Monastery Mentor game plan at the time.
Yeah.
And
I think he was all in on the Paladin.
Yeah. Okay, so we have got David up to 3 lands. He does have an Ancient Grudge in play, which is going to be pretty nice. Doesn't do a ton as far as stopping those artifacts. And it's, you know, the Monastery Mentor is still going to be the Monastery Mentor, but it looks like he is going to choose to go for one of those right now, which I'm actually not sure if I agree with as a play right now. I think I might be a little bit more apt to just use... I mean, the Banefire can take down that Monastery Mentor right now, if that's what it is.
I think he's just Ancient Grudging. Yeah, he Ancient Grudge the Quarter Shield.
Oh, at the end step, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Look at me go. I'm so good at this. So good at this.
Flashback, kill the other one, kill the mentor, you have a monk.
Okay, that's true. That is true, Dalbaz. That would be a pretty bold decision. And we actually do have the Triskaidekaphobia now. He's got the double black. I'm not sure if he wants to go for it now because
really
he would
the
have a
turn
hard time
to
doing it. Except for the fact that just playing that, but unfortunately it would still be a couple turns down the line that he'd actually be able to do that. We could see the Triskaidekaphobia come down and then just hope to survive this next turn.
I don't like tapping out against this deck.
You know, if he has the removal and if that is a Banefire, I like just taking down the Monastery Mentor.
Yeah.
And making him continue to
slam
play his game plan. Or what you can do is cast a Triskaidekaphobia and just have an absolute blast. Is it actually?
Black.
Oh, it's just a single black. My bad. New card. Please forgive.
You have to know every card in Modern at all times, TJ.
I mean, I certainly try. So, a Mox Opal coming down, getting one of those tokens, and we have got a swing for 5 at David.
Yep.
Not a whole lot happening from Eli. Only a single card in hand, so David's got to be feeling at least a little bit safe. Okay. So, David down to 11 with Eli at 17, but both players likely to become maybe at 16. I don't think that David has the means to actually do this at instant speed, so I think right now David's game plan continues to be survive.
He could have equipped the Bone Saw before, but that's...
And I think that's what we saw him kind of make a motion. I think he was realizing.
Yeah.
So
we've all been there like, crap.
I actually, I had a couple misplays that I saw myself doing on stream, and it's like the moment that I did them, I knew it. I knew almost immediately. Why didn't he just hit him down to 13? Wouldn't Bender just hit him down to 3, down to 13? When
it would be hilarious if he died to his own Triskaidekaphobia. I feel like that's what you mean.
That would be pretty interesting.
He's gonna kill someone.
That would have been so beautiful to see too. And the interesting thing is that, I mean, could he have done that? The problem is that, you know, he could have hit him for 13. What was he at? Because he took 5, correct?
Yeah.
So he was at 17. So he wouldn't have wanted to hit him for 4. I don't think that he had the ability to hit him for 4.
He couldn't hit him for 4.
The Bonesaw and the Mox Opal would have hit him for 4. So that's pretty interesting.
So if he had equipped the Bonesaw without playing the Mox Opal, he would have done it.
I think he was at 17. He was at 17, I believe.
Okay.
But he could have done the Bonesaw and the Mox Opal to hit for 4 just with the Monastery Mentor.
Well, he didn't cast the Bonesaw this turn.
Interesting.
If he has the retract, I guess he could have retracted and then Bonesaw.
Oh, upped him one this turn. You're right. He was at 16. I'm sorry to Terpskadai. My bad. Yep, you guys are correct. To Swaftastic. So goes up to 12, and yeah, he did have the ability to go for the win there, and that would have been beautiful to see. But I think Eli also just in a position of not being used to playing against this card. But that would have been glorious to see. David playing down a Huntmaster of the Fells, and we seem to have David at 12. Did he not gain 2 life?
He should be at 14.
Okay, you may want to double check that.
David, you should be at 14, David, from Huntmaster.
So I think we are currently finding out.
Does Huntmaster gain you life, or is that just when you...
No, it's when it enters.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
We're not crazy.
Okay.
We know how cards work.
Okay.
You're out of monks. Apparently.
Also, the sleight of hand hasn't been... Okay, there we go. Okay, so paying for his sleight of hand there. And then we have got... Looks like a 2-mana play coming down. Now, we do have another monk token. We do have some prowess. A second sleight of hand happening. And actually, this is going to be a decent amount of damage. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 on the board right now. David would be going down to 3. I'm sorry. Assuming no blocks, he would be going down to 3. But Eli's still having 2 mana available about that at the moment. Okay. To Liberator, unfortunately, part of it is that a decent amount of our players also keep track off the table with like a life pad and things like that.
Yeah, we don't know if he did acknowledge it and didn't write it, flip the dice or something like that.
And it's more us trying to ask if we missed something else. But also, it's in casual environment, but the main reason that we ask is because we actually don't know if they are aware of it or not and just didn't mark it on the die for us, which is why sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, I guess it is a required trigger, or at least a non-may.
Yep. So it still happened. He just didn't flip the dice.
But hopefully that helps at least explain some of why we do what we do.
Why do we do what we do?
Why do we do what we do? Because it's fun to do.
It's true.
It's such a blast to do this.
Can he hit him for one?
Can he hit him for one? I don't think he can, and unfortunately, I don't think that he had the means to before with just those tokens. So we have got the Mox Opal tapping as well as that, and he's tapping both mana, so he could be a Hercules.
I guess.
But just the one card, and actually going for a Grape Shot to take down this Huntmaster. That's a pretty interesting choice, and
he could have Grape Shot him for one.
He could have, and actually,
and
the problem is, he could have Grape Shot the Huntmaster for 2 and David for 1 and 1.
And, yep.
He could have actually gotten that there. So, that is interesting. Huh. So,
block that guy.
That is unfortunate, and I think later, if Eli watches this, or something that we definitely note to him later, is that he actually had the ability to just kill David there, because then he wouldn't have even had to attack. I honestly can't really blame a player though for not quite having what to do against Triskaidekaphobia. Like, that's such a I can't really blame the player.
Yep, David's got to scoop it up.
Yep.
Game 3.
Game 3 going to be happening now. Definitely didn't make a huge difference. Eli had the capacity to win that game and ended up taking the win anyway. So, heading into a Game 3, Triskaidekaphobia going to be on the play here. So, should be pretty interesting at this point. I'm really curious to see who takes the win. It's basically a deck that is pure interaction on 3 different levels of what, like, pure life total manipulation and interaction.
You can go up, you can go down. You can go up, you can go down, now you're dead.
Yeah, the weird part is that once you're at 12 life, or even when you're at 9 life, now David's primary game plan involves both you gaining life and you losing life.
Yeah.
And that is absurd to me. This is a completely different axis of what I've been able to see previously, and it's really exciting for me to just see the fact that things like this can exist. And yes, this is a deck that is at a local game store in the hands of someone who is a very, very known brewer of absurd things. Mm-hmm. But that doesn't mean that that doesn't exist. Yeah. And there are other people out there building Triskaidekaphobia in Modern. That is amazing. That is super cool to me that these kind of things exist in a format, and this is why Magic continues to be such a cool game for me, because it serves so many people. So, that is me going on a quick little rant there. To Backno, I will see what I can do. Hopefully, I'll get in touch with some of the people who are on my deck list. Even if they're watching this, it'd be really cool if they could mention. Also, thanks to everybody for getting us to second on the Magic thing. A reasonable competition. It's pretty reasonable.
Nah.
So,
take him down.
It's been that way since Prowess came out to differentiate. Yep. Yeah.
Between...
It was... I think it was around the cons time. It may have been... Anyway, Kobe, thanks for joining. I do hope that you have a fantastic night, even though you do have to leave. So, it is unfortunate. Worst case scenario, it's 4-man enchantment. Yeah, it is a pretty... Back now, have a great night. I'll try and get that deck list for you. I am loving this. I am loving this. As much as I would like to see one that I know what I'm going to be seeing and I can predict their game plan a little bit more, this Jun Triskaidekaphobia, I haven't even had a bite of this sandwich.
He's been too excited.
I've been too excited about this. I haven't even had a bite of it yet.
No.
Oh, goodness. All right.
The whole thing about this is, like, we're watching this the same way you guys are without knowing what's going on for most of what's going on, and we just have to guess. Just like you guys. This is exciting for us. I like watching crazy decks like this. Hope you guys do too. I
did a casual disappearance there and then came back with a delicious bite of a generic brand sandwich. Was it smooth? It wasn't.
Smooth as butter.
Oh, man. H. Rollins, please do it. Get more people watching this stream.
Nice.
Have fun with it, and hopefully some of those people are joining, so that's super cool. Thank you so much for that. And even if you aren't sharing the fact that we exist, it's just really cool that you're putting the fact that that exists out. So thank you so much. While waiting for the release to start, my just turned its stream cam to the buffet they provided to the players. Twitch banned for streaming a sandwich? That is pretty interesting. It's a good thing that I'm keeping it off screen, though. So
yeah, I have generic brand water. See? Can't tell what I'm drinking. He has generic brand sandwich. We're good.
Ghostwalker, that is actually exactly what happened. My mentality was, wow, I'm really hungry still. So David
like,
going
wait
for
a
a
minute.
fetch with this Bloodstained Mire, putting himself down to 17 because he is going
Did
to be
Eli
going for a
just planes
shotgun.
pass?
I believe we did see a planes pass, and I'm not a little bit surprised. You know, I'm not super surprised by
He
that.
doesn't have a lot of turn 1 plays.
No, well, he has a lot of possible turn
Yeah,
one plays, but
but
normally
not-
wants to wait for it. Okay. Actually, Terps, could I ask in the real question here?
Where do you have a buffet at your pre-release that, you know...
So, a 1-2 Tarmogoyf coming up against this Pure Steel Paladin,
Storm
and
is
now a
one.
Storm count of 1, so Eli's going
you
for
going
it.
for it now?
A Paradise Mantle coming out, drawing a card. Now we have got, you know what? We're going to assume that everybody... These are 0 mana equipments.
They're the sort of equipments that you don't take in draft.
Mana Wrath, we will respond to that between rounds. That's a great question. Or between games, between rounds, things like that. I would love to respond to that. Eli ends up fizzling out, unfortunately. Now David, with the Triskaidekaphobia in hand, doesn't have the third land, but actually has the capacity, and I think we're going to see him play down this Liliana of the Veil, go for a minus to take down this Pure Steel Paladin,
Seems like a decent time.
and then able to get in a swing for 2, knock down Eli to 18, which is going to be pretty solid. Okay. And yes, nothing but generic brand food here.
Yep.
And actually, Doro, one of our amazing mods, incredible mods, send me actually a picture of a concept playmat that is actually just for generic brand. It's a label of generic brand, and I may actually get myself a playmat of it. It's pretty amazing. I'll show it to you sometime, and maybe I'll
Just put generic brand just on the wall behind it.
It's
generic brand.
pretty amazing. Okay.
He's going for the Lily.
So going for the Liliana of the Veil, this is going to minus target player sacrifices a creature. We can assume that Eli's going to be...
He's not targeting himself. Spoiler alert.
Okay, so taking that down, Eli left with 2 artifacts and only the white sources. So he actually doesn't even have the kind of card filtering, the ability
Draw
to...
or
Yeah.
anything, yeah. No Serum Visions, no Sleight of Hand's going to be happening.
Mm-hmm. So, Eli down to 18, David at 16. Also with this Tarmogoyf, which is able to swing in for 2 at the moment. Another fetch from Eli, who's putting himself down to 17. And, you know, the fact that if David gets up into a 4th land, he's actually going to be within the realm of manipulating that life total.
Yeah.
Oh, that is amazing. So we actually have a shock as well. So if we have a Triskaidekaphobia, and so we're going to see the Monastery Mentor, I imagine, at this point, or actually...
Nope, no, there's Paladin.
No, but he has a Stubborn Denial, which he's keeping up.
Nope.
Or
Retract.
he's retracting, and he's
Draw
going to
some
go
more cards.
again.
The problem with trying to go off like this is you don't have any
Mana?
more land. Yeah, you're out of mana.
And he can get a Mox Opal, however.
Yeah. But
And
he's hoping it's in the top 2 cards, top 3 cards.
okay, and now it is time to believe. And no, but we did get the Wear and Tear, so actually he's gonna, except he doesn't, so he does have the ability to take down the Triskaidekaphobia, so we're not gonna be seeing that take at least the
He
win
has
here.
no red source.
That's how you
Or
take
Wear,
down an
yeah,
artifact.
Wear is
Yeah,
white.
Wear is just a white source. So Eli looks like just going to be equipping up his Pure Steel Paladin, which is definitely not an awful idea there, especially since the equip cost 0 because he does have that Metalcraft. So, because of that retract, it's up to a 3-4, and actually slightly outside the realm of this Triskaidekaphobia being able to get the win there. Okay. Exhausting Spirit Guide, go for it. Oh,
Goyf is a
man.
3/4. You're correct.
Okay. So what have we...
What is the bonus? It's a... I don't remember what the Paladin is. Paladin's a 2.
The Paladin is a 2/2, I believe.
So he can block the Tarmogoyf and not be sad.
Let's take a quick... Dang it. Okay, I'm not really used to that yet. I'm gonna have to get there. It is a 2/2, so it's currently a 3/2.
Mm-hmm.
So he can... I mean, blocking it's definitely not ideal right now. He would end up losing his Bone Saw. To play Sphinx's Tutelage, that would be awesome. You know what? I did have someone consider it, actually. Okay.
Is that a Madness card? What is that?
Oh.
That's a Madness card. He just discarded it and cast it. What is that?
Is that
the
Avacyn's
bolt?
Judgment? That's Avacyn's Judgment.
Pull it up.
No!
This deck. Hey, I found some Shadows of Innistrad tech for you guys.
Anyone wondering if that card... Dang it! Oh! I'm so upset right now. That is an Avacyn's Judgment. Oh my goodness. This is glorious. An Avacyn Judgment knocking him down to 13 with...
X damage to values you choose among... Yep.
Oh, this is beautiful. So for the people wondering, is there any sweet invasion of the Shadows of Innistrad? Yeah.
Here it is.
There it is. Avacyn's Judgment in Jund Triskaidekaphobia, which is just... Oh. So, to ZA Chariot. As for why this is really bad in the Jund deck, here are my thoughts on why he is doing it. I think he is looking to run Fireball effects in the interest of giving himself the ability to manipulate his opponent's life total. So, because he does want to get to his opponent to either 10, 13, or 0, I imagine
Not a
it is.
creature.
If it becomes relevant, we can tell them, but I don't think that it is the moment. But because he does want to be manipulating his opponent's life total, I think that's why he's running it, especially because it does have some value off of that Liliana of the Veil. And if you might, I don't know the full deck list, there might be some other ways to actually trigger that madness. But that would be my thought, is to just get some of those Fireball effects in there. But I think it's gone on long enough that you might just want to mention it to him.
I'll let him keep... I don't want to interrupt people in the middle of trying to go off.
That's true. Like, he's in the middle of it, but he's in a good spot. And I think because he drew the other Retract, he's realizing it, but he actually doesn't have the other mana.
It does
at the
have
moment.
Grove. He just hasn't drawn one this game.
Yeah.
He won using Grove in Triskaidekaphobia game 1.
So,
He still has no red.
to Liberator, he does have Grove of the Burning Willows in the deck. So, we saw a plus from David, who now has both a Pure Steel Paladin and a Monastery Mentor.
And is going crazy.
Oh,
There it is.
and
Busy.
now has the extra mana, can play the Retract, and now we're going to be seeing Eli win. At least, we are looking at extremely good odds, especially running... first of all, even if he passes right now, he has got an almost overwhelming board, and also the odds of drawing into
Play it all
some
out.
of these.
Draw this many cards again.
Exactly. Drawing 13 cards per turn, when that's a fourth of your deck, and you've already
13?
drawn... 13. 13.
It's everywhere. Storm is 13. He's the 13 line. Triskaidekaphobia. Oh my god!
So many. I feel like, man. So, more of these 0 costs, and he's going to be at the end of this looking at over half of his deck just because of already having played several cards, or at least close to half of his deck. And the odds of him getting into another one of these Mox Opals, extremely high. The odds of getting into a Grape Shot, extremely high. The odds of going into, I mean, just the options of the things that he can have. It is extremely
whiff
unlikely.
And not have enough mana to do something.
He could have every win
But
condition.
the next turn he has 12, 13, 14, 15,
16 creatures.
16 prowess creatures.
And that's without casting the additional spells that we know that he has in
So
hand.
does David have a Pyroclasm?
A Pyroclasm would be beautiful. Though...
Or Electrickery?
Electrickery would be glorious. Okay, to Meme Dragon.
Welcome.
Thank you for joining. It is great to have you. Jund Triskaidekaphobia on the right and Cheerios on the left. I mean...
We're top tier tonight.
So, the Triskaidekaphobia trying to win by getting his opponent to 13, trying to win by getting his opponent to 10 with Hitotsuga's second right, and trying to get to his opponent with 0.
With, creatures, such as Tarmogoyf.
Such as Tarmogoyf.
He's going to retract again.
And Cheerios,
Yep.
and now the odds
Can we
of
just
this win.
shortcut and draw 13 cards? That's what I would do.
It is certainly interesting. So, where we're going, there are no tears.
It's true.
There's
we
only
don't need tears.
The only tears we've got are of happiness.
Because this is a ridiculous deck going up against a ridiculous deck.
Yes.
That's what's happening here.
So, stick around. We will be trying to get something a little bit more conventional for
We're gonna
round
get-
3.
yeah.
We're going to try and get completely foiled out Jund, depending on what their opponent is. If it's... I mean, knowing us, it's going to be going up against eggs. But...
Well, he told me he'd be on stream.
I didn't...
TJ.
I said we'd think about it.
Said we would try and put eggs on stream.
I made no
so
promises.
you can yell at him.
To echoing truth, too bad he doesn't run blue.
There's the grape shot.
And the grape shot going for the win there.
GG,
and,
man.
Oh, an incredible win there. We've still got a little bit of time left, so we might actually try and get another match on.
Yes, they are both 1-0.
They are both 1-0.
Now, one of them's 1-1 and one of them is 2-0.
But we are going to try and get another matchup. If we cannot, then...
Yeah, Maelstrom Pulse. They run Maelstrom Pulse. That's an actual thing they run.
Exactly. So, let's go ahead and have some fun. See you all in the booth. Hello, and thank you so much for joining. I am absolutely thrilled that we are currently over 188 people right now. Thank you so much to all the people joining right now, and if you haven't yet, I would invite you to seriously consider hitting that follow button, because it does mean a lot to us when you hit that, and it means that we can continue producing all kinds of cool content for you. But we do this stream 3 times a week. Wednesdays, which you're currently watching, at 7 Pacific time. Fridays at 7:30 we do Legacy, and also on Saturdays at 6 we do more Modern, and it is an absolute blast. Oh my god, are there any elves out in the field tonight? I couldn't tell you for certain. I know that there is some people who occasionally play elves out there. If Logan is out there, especially, the odds of elves go up a lot. We do have that Beck elves that was playing on Saturday as well. I'm not sure if it's out there tonight, because we were in here and I wasn't able to see all the players in the room, but...
There's a lot of Game 3s going on.
Okay.
There's a lot of control decks out there.
You know what? And to Dreams are mentioning, are my eyes green? And I just realized that the... Oh my goodness, is that because of that?
Now they're purple.
Are my eyes green right now?
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing! This makes my eyes purple. That is incredible. That is... Sorry, I've never even noticed that. Actually, I think I look like those guys.
That's like Clarence.
Clarence. That's Clarence, by the way, everybody. Thank you so much. It is super exciting. I can't believe that we're at almost 200 people right now. So, it's incredible. This is Eric. He was out trying to find a match. You said that there are no other matches otherwise?
No, there's 4 games going, and it's all control decks.
Okay, so thank you for joining. But we are waiting to go into round 3. We will try and be getting Doro. It's good to see you. We'll be trying to get another match going. Maybe something a little bit fast. Maybe try and get in a couple of matches in the future. In the meantime, let's go ahead and ask.
What's wrong with the Flash shirt?
Oh, I thought they were talking about mine.
No, they said you're trying to get away with the Flash. Yeah. Maybe I work there. You don't know me.
No, it doesn't. Interesting. I don't really know why. That is pretty interesting. I couldn't tell you, but my eyes aren't normally purple to my knowledge.
They're not purple for me,
Okay.
so they're for you guys. You get to see the purple.
Anyway, let's go ahead and ask them a game, and this is one that I asked on the Twitter earlier today. What, in 6 words, you have to make your answer in 6 words. It's got to be the same rules that we play by. But, what is your current the hidden gem of Shadows over Innistrad? So, right, the card that just... It's no one's really talking about, or some people might be talking about it a little bit, but the one that you don't know where it's going to go, or no one else seems to know where it's going to go, but you just can't help but think, but that's a good card. Mine is Johnyard Temple, too unique to ignore. And I said the same thing on my Twitter, and just that's way too, at an opportunity cost of almost 0, then that means that now you have the potential to occasionally have a discard outlet, to maybe sack it for some kind of effect, to possibly ramp yourself at instant speed occasionally. It's just, I don't know if it's good, but it's just something that I haven't seen before, so it's hard for me to really discount that ability. How about you?
Westvale Abbey goes into token decks. Black-white tokens, 5 guys on turn 3. You just...
But Westvale Abbey is not a hidden gem.
Sure it is. That is a hidden gem.
That is one of the top-rated cards.
I opened 2 in my pre-release pack and never got to turn it on, and I was really sad. It is hidden, because I never got to see the demon.
Oh my god, it's talking about Sin Prodder. While I don't really agree, I can certainly respect your opinion there. It's certainly pretty cool. I know that some people calling it Rob because it's kind of like a red Bob. Tireless Tracker, Gitrog Monster. Zachariot. Oh, okay, adding your other 2 words there. Tireless Tracker is pretty interesting. I'll be curious to see if it ends up doing anything in Modern. Westion Arlencord is definitely a sweet one. Metalworker agreeing with me about the Johnyard Temple. I can certainly appreciate that.
I had more than... I shouldn't have won that first game. He could have easily 13 paint.
Same in game 2 with the grape shot.
Yep.
You did.
That would have been nice.
Yeah. but
hey,
such is life. Hey,
such
you're
is life.
1-1. Also, I will need the official deck list
Okay.
People are definitely
would
looking
like
for
to
it.
see it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Excellent.
thanks, man.
Oh, and you guys brought up Avacyn's Judgment.
Yep.
Yeah.
What else have we got here? Traverse the Ulvenwald from slowly crashing is cheating and not answering in 6 words exactly.
That's what you're telling me.
And we have got
That's messed up. I just want you to know that.
okay.
Alright.
And Fevered Ideas from Guns for Life. I actually don't know what that card does. Do you?
From what card?
Fevered Ideas?
Fevered Ideas.
Clearly it's a hidden gem though,
I
so
do
you're
not know
nailing it
that
that
one.
you're nailing it with that part.
Fever Avacyn's.
Dang it.
Typing is hard for TJ.
You know what? A little bit. A little bit. Okay, so let's see what we can
There's a
get.
lot of Fevered also.
Oh, Feared Visions.
Oh, okay.
For Owling Mine, for brand new Owling Mine, I completely agree for Fevered Visions. So that, I think it's Fevered Visions. That is a great idea. Putrude, what else have we got? Triskaidekaphobia is the best win condition from Jake Beardsley, who has one of the coolest usernames ever. Westlawn, Brain in a Jar will cast Fuse, yes, but I'm still not convinced, but that would definitely make it a hidden gem. A deck list of that would be definitely
that'd be
cool. So Ancestral, yes, Nanorath asking about Ancestral. Alright, we're going to power through the remaining ones, and then we'll talk about that one, since we'll have some time. Olivia Mobilized for War, that card can take down a game absurdly quick. I
Yep,
completely agree.
That's already an archetype I've seen at like the SCG stuff where they versus series, yes, where
Yeah.
they're like playing against each other. So
I'm
I don't know how
worried.
hidden that
I
is,
mean,
but
3
like
toughness is 3 toughness. Is 3 toughness. And yes, I agree that that's a silly rule, and if the card's good, it's good. But I'm hesitant. It makes me hesitant about the card. But that effect is very hard to ignore. Haste onto any creature with a +1/+1 counter, huge. And what else have we got here? The 2 green Flash Wolf that puts in a 2/2 Wolf token. Okay, I can definitely be behind that one. That's certainly an interesting
Yeah.
one. An Elusive Tormentor, Insidious Mist, Voltron build. Person name, that sounds actually pretty
Person name one.
interesting. Person name 1, first of all, props on actually one of the more unique names that we've seen, which is surprising for a name that is so wildly generic.
I agree.
Deemser, I agree. The only problem is that it's just really hard to make a 3-mana investment to get blown up by a 1-mana card, and that's just true with no immediate effect on the battlefield. And in the if you have more mana than that, then the card can definitely do a lot. It's just a concern that I have about the card. It can certainly be good. I have a hard time imagining that it will find its way into something that's particularly dominant, which is exactly what Deemser mentioned. Now, what have we got here? How do we feel about Ancestral Visions unbanned in Modern? Let me tell you,
Love it.
I was initially wrong. So my prediction was that they would actually wait a little bit before giving us those unbans, just to see what a post-twin mana looked like. And I'm pleasantly surprised by what they did. And I think that by unbanning both the Sword of the Meek and Ancestral Visions at the same time, I almost prefer that to doing one over the other. Because if you just ban Ancestral Visions, then maybe it just gets jammed and you end up with a lot of the same...
Everyone's playing control decks or something like that.
Right, and that kind of splits it a little bit to where what we were missing is we had a lot of aggro decks, but we were missing some of the control, like the natural control decks. We were missing some of the combo decks. We had some, but they were very linear. We didn't have a whole lot of the combo control decks. And I think that did a great job of enabling both, while also enabling some that would end up utilizing both. So I'm really excited, and both of them are cards that are slow enough that I feel comfortable, as someone who primarily plays aggro, that the cards are good against me, but not blowouts, because it takes a little bit of time to get online. So I overall think that it is going to lead. I am very much looking forward to a new golden age of Modern, similar to kind of how we were regarded last year, which was an incredible time for Modern.
A lot of twin. So much twin.
So, I mean, a lot, but at least they were different. And while
I
I understand and in some ways agree with the twin ban, I know that a lot of people disagree. I would think that that particular meta in time was a very cool meta to be a part of.
And I think that Thopter is going to kind of replace Twin as like the boogeyman for a little while, of like this weird combo deck that can just make a bunch of guys.
Yeah.
I think it's easier to interact with than Twin was, which was almost instant speed. Just because you have to put mana in each one you get, and you have to have the 2 pieces in the right places.
Yeah. And
it's going to be interesting.
And the fact that it just takes enough time to assemble.
Yeah.
I mean, in your most natural hand, you're getting 1 Thopter turn 3, which while okay, is not great. And so I really do enjoy that it now exists as an option, and it gives them a way to actually stabilize pretty consistently in that late game. And right now, you know, it's certainly one that is so slow enough and the value isn't so immediate that some of those tools might exist right now. So Abrupt Decay, going to be a little bit useful about it. Kolaghan's Command, going to be useful. Not overly incredible, but
I mean, it
good.
destroys target artifact, so it gets rid of the Thopter Foundry.
Exactly.
And kills a guy on the way out. Like,
so I am pretty optimistic about how the meta is going to look going forward. Also, thank you so much to all the brand new people. If you are brand new and feel like it, feel free to say so in the chat. I would love to welcome you by name. It looks like we did get a nice little bump in followers. Hopefully some of you joining because of that Triskaidekaphobia. We will be getting into more Modern very shortly because I believe the round they're at least getting close to being on time. Or on turns.
I'm going to go find a match.
Oh, excellent. We're going to actually get ready for round 3 now. But thank you so much to all of you who are joining and interacting and just having fun and watching this. It is so cool. To Tadeb, why is Imps Mischief a good card right now? The big thing is that it isn't particularly incredible. But the reason why people are making that argument is because you lose 0 life to redirect an Ancestral Vision, as well as being able to redirect some burn spells, things like that. Does that make it a good card? I don't really think that. I think that it might be a little bit too narrow. I do think that it's probably worth testing, because most things are. And I'll be curious to see what kind of results come out of that, especially because Jund can have some trouble against that Ancestral Visions. I'm just a little bit concerned about what happens when they have that card and there isn't an Visions or anything like that, because it isn't as universally useful against so many different things. But that doesn't mean that I'm right, and I'm certainly can be wrong. Okay, and what have we got here? There was Triskaidekaphobia. True. You can also play Rift Sweeper or Blight Herder and not play bad cards. That's true. I mean, I've even seen some people mention Ricochet Trap, which would be a little bit interesting. But I do think that Slowly Crashing is correct, in which we might see an uptick in almost some of those mid-rangey Eldrazi decks, and might see things like the Blight Herder or possibly the Wasteland Strangler, which might actually be able to kill one of those creatures. So, Eric currently out there finding us around 3, which should be starting very shortly. I'm very excited, so stick around because we have got 5 rounds of Magic tonight, 24 players in our store. It is super exciting. To Tadeb, is Bryce playing tonight? Do you mean Bryce of the Donaldson brothers, or because he is currently, I believe, playing Jeskai Control with the Thopter Foundry combo in it. So I do believe that is in there. Mr. Sideburns, though. Man, maybe I should go out my Sideburns. Sideburns are cool. Oh, I don't think I should, though. I probably won't. Anyway, thank you so much for being a part of this. And again, forgive me for occasionally taking a bite of a sandwich during the stream. I am absolutely starving. I did get to have one bite of it, which helped out a little bit. It's a blast having you all, and I can't wait to do this more. Also, to all the people who are joined and didn't hear it before, I do apologize for the week that I was gone. Some things came up on Friday with some family being in town, and then on Saturday, the Donaldson brothers offered for me to play, which I decided to take the opportunity and let them do the stream. Hopefully they did a great job. I'm told that they did by some people, and so it was a lot of fun to be able to play for once, but I am glad to be back in the booth. To Tadeb, I can't. It's against. I can't bring myself to do it. This whole stream is my baby, and I wouldn't want to do that on it. I am trying to be at least a little bit secretive about it, even if I am announcing it.
All right. So we have Peter on Fully Foiled Jund versus Rolando.
On?
He said you'll know what he's playing.
Okay, cool. So who's on which side?
Peter's on the wall.
Okay, so Rolando is going to be playing one of 2 decks.
That's why he's either Slivers or Boggles?
No.
What's his other one he's doing these days?
So what we're going to be looking at is either the blue-white control deck that we've seen in the hands of Michael Londino.
Michael's running blue-white control tonight.
That means that Rolando is on Slivers. So that is going to be a pretty interesting one. So Jund versus Sliver should be pretty interesting because Jund has this really nice capacity for going really wide in its game plan.
Yeah.
Which could be excellent against Jund, especially because its main way of doing those sweepers, especially in the main board, is that Jund Charm, which only deals 2 damage. Now, on the flip side, Jund has a lot of ways to remove those creatures which provide the buff abilities.
Yeah.
So it should be a fairly interesting matchup about who can apply pressure. I think an Aether Vial that doesn't get removed early on is going to be pretty nice for the Slivers deck.
Yeah.
And I do think that, some of that hand disruption might be pretty important. And I'm not sure how I feel about the turn 2 Tarmogoyf against this deck when so much of that flying can come out of Slivers.
Yeah.
So I might almost prefer seeing like the turn 2 removal spell, something like that, to where Jund might be a little
Turn
bit more
2,
on that
Abrupt
control.
Decay or Terminate rather than...
So, it should be interesting. Slowly Crashing, noting that travel decks are pretty bad against Jund.
Alright, they're shuffling up.
Alright, so we're going to head on down, and I do think that probably the edge going to Jund, just because of their removal suite, going to be pretty nice.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised to see Slivers do well, just because of how explosive it can sometimes be.
Yep.
So, let's go ahead down and have some fun, and round 3. Fight. That wasn't planned. Oh man, I'm a little bit proud of that actually.
That's what we do here.
Nail it. We
know what's going on.
Hold on. I get to do my own thing here. Yes.
Nailed it.
We're good. To Dada, is he running Anger the Gods or Damnations? Not in the main board. He does have both in the sideboard, and he does have a Jund Charm in the main board, which can deal 2 damage.
Yep, it's a Pyroclasm.
And if his removal suite is able to keep off some of those slivers that provide the pump effects, could be great. So we do have a Gale Rider Sliver, and actually we are just going
away.
The Sentinel Sliver and the Gale Rider Sliver, definitely not convincing him to keep that hand. I'm going to sneeze, however. Whew! Nailed
TJ's
it.
trying to infect me with his cooties.
No, I've had to sneeze for a while. Whew, I've had like a tickle in my nose. Alright, so, I do have to say, actually, last Saturday, Rolando and I had a complete conversation based entirely on his sleeves. And it was just about how great they are and how much people will enjoy them on stream.
It's true. I appreciate it.
They're just so great. You're the one with a rubber duck? Oh, it is glorious.
He does own Infect.
I do occasionally play Infect. So, an early Thoughtseize from Peter, and I think this is a great start to it. Diffusion Sliver, one that I can't name, a Sinew Sliver, and 3 lands. Now, that one does provide a +1/+1 to each sliver as long as you control, and it's long as you control a swamp.
Yep.
Then they also gain the ability to regenerate?
Yes.
Okay.
I have to remember all my slivers now. Ugh.
To Westlawn, the sleeves say, "You're the one."
And they have a rubber ducky
It's
with
even-
Ernie's hand. It's rubber ducky, you're the one.
It's even grammatically correct. And actually, I never watched Sesame Street, so that's actually informative to me. I just thought it was pretty cool.
It's a
Sedge Sliver, thank you so much.
He liked it even without knowing what it was.
I just enjoy it. I like rubber duckies.
Gale Rider Sliver.
So, on turn 1, Gale Rider Sliver, that's going to provide him flying and really invalidate a lot of what Peter can do on the ground as far as blocking goes. So now it's going to come down to his removal suite. Being on the play is huge for Peter, though. And even though he did a Shock Thoughtseize and is now going into another Shock, down to 14 early on, the fact that he's been so...
This is a very
good with this removal-
self-destructive line.
Wow, and Peter dealing a huge amount of damage to himself right now.
This is a little concerning, actually, because the Sliver deck just plays as an aggro deck. Like...
Yeah, and let's see here.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the +1/+1 as long as you control swamp and the regenerate
And
without
regenerate
one.
this creature.
Thank you.
Okay.
So that cavern is
Bob is getting
naming
Maelstrom
slivers.
Pulse. Peter down to 11.
So,
No, was he lower?
was that an Abrupt Decay? Not a Maelstrom Pulse?
I don't know. It might have been a Abrupt Decay. I
Okay.
thought it was a Maelstrom Pulse. It's also shiny. I don't even know.
Definitely. So we have got 3 lands in play. Has, I believe, a Liliana of the Veil, and actually, so that is a Maelstrom Pulse. So I think he might actually be at 11. Let's, but we don't want to actually name one of the cards in his hand if that's not what was revealed.
True.
So we have the Maelstrom Pulse, and
that's a Maelstrom Pulse.
okay, so or if you just want to go ask him and like be a little bit secretive about it. So, but I think he actually might be at 11 because he shot down to 14. So you may want to go ask before it becomes too relevant. Okay, so we're going to find that out really quickly. Gaimon Tags, it is good to see you. And we are... Okay, so we are getting a life total adjustment here. Okay, yep, so we took 3 from 12. Now we are good.
Got it.
Nailed it. So good at this. Thank you so much. I just didn't want to end up shouting, "Did you get the pulse off of it?" If like he didn't reveal
He's
the
just got a
pulse off
pulse
of
of
it.
hand, looks at us like
Really? I just didn't want
I don't know what you're talking about.
to. So we have the Sinew Sliver coming down and a swing for 2 from Rolando, and an extremely. I mean, I don't even want to say that it's an incredible start from Rolando. It's the fact that Peter has single-handedly
Peter doesn't care about his life total right now, which
Has he
is-
done 11 damage to himself? No,
Yes.
he has done. I'm
there's
sorry.
2, and
He has,
he doesn't have green.
he has
Or yeah,
done
he does.
9 damage to himself.
Okay, he has 1 green.
He has 1 green source, but he's down to 5 and needs to start casting removal spells.
Yeah. He can't be scavenging his waiting a turn and then casting another and then eating one thing.
Ship CC, we certainly appreciate your support, but you can always do both and just listen to us in the background. So we've got an overgrown tomb.
Don't
from
listen to
Peter.
him. Book learnings for squares.
Billy Joel, hey, if you try to be a straight A student, are you good? But if you are, then you think too much. Billy Joel said it.
It's true.
It's a lot better when you say it in a sing-songy voice, though.
C's get degrees.
So we have got a Manawef Sliver and a Sedge Sliver still. Also, I'm not going to advocate for not doing that. Oh, it was funny, but I can't advocate it for. So, taking down the Sedge Sliver to just keep those pump effects off, and it keeps the Surge up being at 2/2s.
Yep.
That Manawef Sliver not going to do a whole lot when he has no other cards in hand, and he can already cast most of what he would need to.
It causes mana burn.
Sure. Sure it does. Sure it does. Okay. So, we have got now a swing 4/4, and
in
Peter in
the
an
air.
interesting position to where actually
Yes.
I would block
He can't.
that.
He can't. It's flying.
Oh, it is flying. Because it
It's
gives
flying.
all.
Yeah.
This is 4. Peter down to 2.
Peter is at 1 because 5 minus 4 is 1.
Did I say 2 by the
You
way?
said 2.
Okay, that was my bad. Even in my
You can
mind.
do the calc homework real quick for him.
And actually, he's okay. Clearly, I need to do your calc homework. And the funny thing is, in my mind, I saw the 1, and I had it on a 1, and then just
Don't even care.
nothing. So now we do have that get abrupticate, and actually, I would love to
gonna
see.
Lily
I
and
think we are going to see a
stabilize?
Lilian of the Veil.
Of the veal.
That would be a great altar, just holding a slab of meat. Oh my
Nope, we got a
goodness.
scoos.
So Scavenging was coming down
Anaglyph.
along with a Tarmogoyf. No flying on the battlefield currently. Now Rolando does have that as a 4. That Gale Rider
Oh
Sliver
god,
as
they
a
moved
4
the whole table.
in there. And
No.
do you want to go bring it back about 2 inches or so, something like that?
Peter, pull the table towards you. About 2 inches. You guys shove the table move it towards you 2 inches. That's
Perfect.
Good. That's good.
Liliana of
I got
the
a little
Veil.
excited here.
Oh my god! Yeah, he got really excited about taking down that card.
Whoa!
That is the first appropriate use of that. So a Sedge Sliver coming down. Now, Peter has a 3/4 and a 2/2, so Rolando getting stopped with him at 5. This is amazing.
If you have another Terminate in hand, is that what that is?
So
He's got a
he has
Lily and I
Liliana,
think a Terminate.
and if he has that 5th land, then that's going to be it. And
Just-
excellent, take down one of them. He has the option to terminate the other if he wants to, and I'll be really impressed if he has the gumption to start getting aggressive here. But he can, because he can actually put himself, if he casts this Liliana with no other land, he can put himself up to 6. If he has the 5th land, and if it's painless, then he can put himself up to 7 after casting this Liliana. So it's a pretty interesting position, and Peter might, and I really like that Peter is actually getting aggressive right now.
Liliana, he can just Gale Rider off the top and win? No.
Well, he does have that terminate you mentioned, correct?
Yeah.
So I think as it
As long
currently
as it's
sits,
actually a Terminate.
even taking that down with the
Well,
Gale Rider,
doesn't
he
have
would
the
be
land.
okay.
He doesn't have a Terminate. He has...
Project Barrett, I got a little bit hasty in changing the life total. That's my bad. But Peter ended up abrupt decaying one of the slivers, and then the one that gave him flying, and then blocking with
Yep.
the Dark Confidant the 2/2. So, heading into Rolando's turn, and
Yup. The Frost Titan Sliver. Diffusion Sliver.
okay, so the one that keeps them from being
Yep.
targeted, And that actually
no, it
could
doesn't
be...
keep them from being targeted.
Oh, I'm sorry. It
Your
makes them
first
pay...
spell costs 2
Yes.
more. Yes.
So I think we're going to see a fetch down to 4 in response, and I think if that is a Terminate, we might take down the Mana Weft in response, because then your Liliana can uptick, and you're looking at the next turn being able to take down some of those things.
Nope, he's eating a...
And going
Sinew?
for both of them, I think so. He'll be going up to 6 to eliminate that life total. Interesting.
So
Okay.
he's going to shock and then eat 2, so he's back to 5.
Oh, and actually, I think that would put him down to 4, because he'd be going down to... No, you're right. You're right. I'm wrong. Wait, a fetch shock in game 2? Yeah, that would put him at 4,
That puts
wouldn't
him
it?
at 4.
He should be at 4.
You're at 4, right?
No, he ate the creature off his suit, then fetch, back to 5.
Oh,
And then took
was
2
it tap?
from the shock.
Did he
or
do
did
it?
you have it come and tap?
No,
Okay,
Oh.
gotcha. Okay.
We got this.
I'm just, people are yelling. You know how it goes.
He didn't... He only ate 1 creature. And now they're telling
Yes,
us.
Diffusion Sliver is
Yeah.
half of Frost Titan.
Yep. So, unfortunately, the other half. How do you guys manage to play this game? It's a lot easier when you can actually have dialogue with them.
Yeah, when you can talk to your opponent, it's better. Other than just like, well, I think he's doing this.
But when I'm trying to get a little bit, like, I try to get a little bit, like, prepared with the life totals and match them as it's happening. And unfortunately, sometimes I get a little bit ahead of myself. So that is my bad. But we do have a gain from 3 with that Scavenging Ooze, which is swinging in for 6. That's going to be knocking Rolando down to 9. But also, I play Burn, which is way easier to keep track of life totals.
That's true. It's just going down.
It's just
Like,
going down. This life gain stuff is tricky.
What is this garbage?
So, Rolando, 1 card in hand, 4. 2 of the 2 caverns, a Sliver Hive, and a Breeding Pool. So able to cast pretty much anything in his deck. If right now a Collected Company would be huge. As far as
Collected Company would be
developing this board.
huge. I don't know what else he runs that would save him right now.
But Peter's spot removal, pretty ineffective right now. Can track to, and I think it's a land. So, yep, it is a Blood Crypt. And I believe, you know, if I'm Peter, do you minus this Liliana, losing it just to make sure that he's down to only a single sliver?
I don't think he can minus her. She's at 1.
No, she's at 2 right now. He plus last turn.
Am I blind?
It's a foil. And,
Oh.
you think that her fire is, you think that one of the markers is a foil.
I see. I
Yep.
gotcha. Okay.
So I think right now...
All these foils. I just can't.
And actually going for the plus, so a pretty interesting choice. But I think that right now, without that flying, he has a pretty nice board state, and also he's able to eat still another 3 creatures because
Yeah.
of. Actually, if there's enough, I think there's only
I think
one
there's
creature.
one creature.
So he can
no,
go.
there's 2 because of his bomb.
He can go up to 9
He can go to 10.
because of his Dark Confidant. So he can go up to 10, which is a little bit of a safe position, and he
What's
is.
he tapping for?
I think nothing.
Oh, Sliver.
Sliver Hive.
Sliver Hive. Yeah.
And actually, Gaimon Tags tossing that in, that was amazing.
Didn't even. I thought that was another cavern.
Gaimon Tags, that was excellent. Nice job there. So, going to be putting in one of those slivers and probably just blocking one of them to get a chump block going. And I like that a lot. Gaimon Tags nailing it with the call and the timing on that. At least for us, because he was a little bit ahead of time.
Yep.
So, that was impressive. Absolutely impressive.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. You get a boom. Somebody, one person put exclamation point boom for Gaimon Tags. That was incredible. Even though it was mostly just knowing the card. But still, the timing, like,
Better
the
than we
exact
were.
timing. The exact
Yeah.
timing was beautiful. So,
Oh,
and
Gale
actually,
Rider? Is that what he just drew?
was it blue border?
I thought it was.
Interesting. Thank you very much to the OmniZ. So, this should be interesting. And if he does get this,
He's like, now Peter is doing the whole. Wait a minute, that's a thing.
and I can't really blame him.
Yep, Gale Rider.
Apparently I moved that at some point. There we go.
Why did you do that?
What?
Why'd you do that?
To have it more perfect. This is beautiful. So a Gale Rider Sliver coming out, and Rolando, the funny thing is that he actually can't get aggressive. Because he doesn't have the kill as it currently sits. All he has right now is, I believe, 4 power.
Yeah.
And he can continue.
He needs a company.
Yeah. And, Peter's going to continue to be aggressive, and I think that
He's going up
Peter's...
to 10, going to eat the other sliver in his bob.
So I think that Peter's still in a position to win this game just through having a huge 4/5 Tarmogoyf, and actually, once he eats all these creatures...
That's an 8/8 or the 8/8 Scoops. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
it's
know
an
what I'm
8/8
looking at.
Scavenging Ooze, along with a fairly sizable Tarmogoyf, which actually, once he eats all the creatures, which might be why he may not be eating his own Dark Confidant, is because that knocks it down to a 3/4. So a minus from the
Sacrifice a
Liliana,
creature.
sacking the 1/1 because it's not going to be as relevant right now when he's just trying to actually establish a board.
I might have not sacrificed the Go Rider.
I may have actually just...
I probably would have done Diffusion Sliver.
True,
Tap it for...
a Sentinel Sliver along with that flying would have been incredible.
Because, I don't know. Yeah, Collected Company is like his only out, and I don't think he... Yeah.
And that is a win there. I don't think that there was a whole lot. I may have expected to see him try and use the one they sacked, but he was still able to get a sliver token no matter what.
Yep.
So Jund just taking that game. Hello to all the people joining. It looks like we are getting back up over 180 right now. So if you are brand new, thank you so much for joining. My name is TJ.
And I'm Eric.
And we're streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. It is a blast doing this with you on such 3 times a week.
Mm-hmm.
It is incredible. So thank you so much for joining us. If you ever do have any questions, comments, feedback, anything of that nature, toss it in the chat. We like interacting with you guys. It is certainly a blast doing so. And, if you want to, feel free to hit that follow button. We enjoy it, and it means that the store owner knows that there are people who are kind of enjoying what we're doing, even though it has been incredible to just have this kind of really nice, consistent viewership that has built. The Fortnites are absolutely probably one of the best chats that exists on Twitch. As far as just, you guys are incredible.
Magic chats are notorious for trolls and annoying people, and I haven't seen any of them in here, so...
So thank you so much for all of those. And Chip CC, thank you so much for that compliment. We do genuinely appreciate it. And the amount of positive support from the community has been surprising, to be honest. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just that I've mentioned it before, but this started off as basically nothing. This started off as something that was built to provide a stream for the 5 to 10 people who couldn't make it in to the store that night.
Yeah.
And now we are looking at 190 people watching a stream of us just talking about Magic, and it is I am still not used to I still can't really comprehend it, which is
Rabid Mountain Goats. I love that name.
golly. Oh man. So, to Rune Game. You don't really play Magic. What is Jund? Jund is a deck based around three colors, and it is based around really the best removal, the most efficient creatures. I guess not the best, but it's about having
Very
the
good
most
removal.
value per card. So when you pay a certain mana cost, you will likely be getting the most possible for that mana cost compared to other people. That is their main game plan, is to make it to where when everybody is just going card for card, yours are better.
Yep.
It's a very grindy deck.
The name comes from a shard on Alara, from Shards of Alara. It is green, black, and red.
Yes. So, anyone playing Blue-White Thopter Gifts? I'm not sure if there's gifts out there. Actually, there is a Jeskai deck that is... He's running gifts, isn't he? That Jeskai deck?
Nice.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh, he's not?
Nope.
Okay. So, we do have some...
He's just control with a combo to get there, because that's what Bryce does.
We do have some decks. We know that there are people building it. As to whether or not they're currently playing it, I'm not 100% sure. Kookie, good morning. That name is always hard to say. But thank you for joining. It is a blast to see you again. Aparthia, I know I'd love to get a sub button eventually. The only problem is that we need to actually be averaging over 500 viewers per stream to get to that point, which is why getting to 500 viewers was one of my kind of New Year's resolutions for myself, to kind of get to that point and be able to maybe apply for a Twitch partnership to be able to get a sub button. Okay. Any Storm players love watching go off? Well, if you count either eggs or
we watched Cheerios just win last round against Triskaidekaphobia. So,
what is
my list?
Tuza Chariot? What is the that darn Ewok? What are you looking for here? Jund, Junk, Sultai. So actually, we do have someone building Sultai control. So that one should be coming out eventually. To Brando, anyone playing Titan Shift? Not tonight. I
don't
do have
think
the
so.
deck put together and I lend it out frequently, so hopefully I can get someone playing it maybe on Saturday for you. So I would certainly try to do that. This particular deck is absurdly expensive because every card in that deck is completely foiled out in a decent amount of promos. It is.
Yeah, it is. He put a lot of time into this.
It is an incredible deck to see. I mean, it's beautiful. It is a beautiful piece of art that also happens to be a deck.
I don't have my updated list on our tapped out account yet. I can get it there, but it's with the brand new meta. Things are all changing for everybody, so stay tuned, and we will get the updated list if you're looking for my Blue Moon.
To Azizalol, the easiest way to do that is it's hard to be able to look at a stream while also doing commentary over some of those things. If you do want to send that deck list to my Twitter, which is @RedBaronMTG, I would happily take a look at the deck list and send you some of the thoughts on it. So, yeah, I'd love to do that for you. It's a little bit difficult to do just during the stream itself, so one day. To Lord of the Pit, I do see your request. If we can find Knobs on Company and get on camera, I'll do my best. I do believe that there is at least one out there.
I know Kiki Core. I don't know if there's company, but I will take a look when I go out there.
All right. As for the newest printing foils, some of them aren't. It's the promo Lightning Bolts and also the promo Dark Confidants. So
Yeah,
I
and
can
he's
get
got the
behind that.
old school foil Terminates
Uh-huh.
from, God, I don't remember what they are. A long time ago.
Ship CC, do people still tweet? Apparently. I got one just for the stream, so I'm still a little bit new to it. To be honest. I use Farseek to Brando. I use 2 Farseeks over Expeditions.
That's fair.
Okay. So what have we got here? Also to which CVLT? Is that the name there? I think I may have seen you once before, but welcome to the chat. I don't see you too often. It's great having you. So if we certainly appreciate that you are spending some time with the stream.
Alright, so it's a Sliver Hive.
So
Right.
Sliver Hive from Rolando, followed by a Bloodstained Mire from
Probably
Peter.
a Thoughtseize is coming. Or an Inquisition.
Okay.
Friendster! I'm too cool for that. I got a MySpace.
Ooh, nice. Who's in my MySpace top 8? Do you still have top 8? Tom is still my number 1.
Oof.
So, we have got an Inquisition of Kozilek taking a look at 2 lands in Abrupt Decay, and is that that's the one, I can't remember the name of it right now, but it's the Protection from a Color one, isn't it?
I think so.
If you guys could
I
name
don't
that one for
remember.
me, I can't
There's so
remember the
many
name of
slivers.
it.
I'm sorry.
But we have got a Gale Rider Sliver following it up. It still has an Abrupt Decay and a Sliver out of Hive. So Rolando with a pretty slow start with this one, possibly keeping that Abrupt Decay just for some removal, and thought that one would be able to get some value going on for it. But that is definitely
Heck no.
not ideal.
The
Okay.
problem with Abrupt Decay in this deck that I see is he doesn't have that many lands that tap for colors for non-sliver spells, right? Am
Definitely
I crazy? Because he runs Cavern and Sliver Hive.
true. Oh, man. So, Peter down to 15 after a fetch here.
Scoreboard! See, Rolando's winning. That's how Magic works.
That is how many. That's not. It's not. Okay, so Peter setting up for a turn 3, going for the double red instead of the double black. Now he might have a black source in hand for something like a Liliana, anything like that. And I do
No, he's
see
got
another
an
fetch
anger.
land. And actually,
That's
that, ooh, do you even go for the anger right now?
No, God. You just bolt it or something. I guarantee he has something.
Yeah, and
Or
I think
just
I'd
let him
much
sit
rather.
here and commit more to the board.
I'd
and then
much
you
rather
just-
make him play out another one
Yep.
because the one card that he can play, not going to lose you. You know, it's not going to buff the team enough.
Shocking for a breeding pool.
Interesting. So
Swing for
possibly
one?
a collected company.
That's what it looks like. Yep, I think he's got one.
That darn Ewok, it is not at all wrong. Not at all. So, Peter playing down a Tet Blackcleave Cliffs. What is the best looking card in foil? Lightning Bolt, of course.
Gifts of Orzola.
Ooh, that one's really good. Yes, that is amazing. So, we've got a swing for 1 from the Gale Rider Sliver, and still not a whole lot happening. So, Rolando possibly trying to do some kind of bait kind of thing, or maybe trying to get to a position.
Whatever he does is going to get followed up by this Anger of the Gods, and he's going to be sad.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Doesn't look like going for that yet. He
There's
still
a-
has the Abrupt Decay and a Predatory,
Predatory.
Sliver, which is going to be okay. That darn Ewok, it's funny you mention that. I'm buying a Beta Bolt actually pretty shortly. So, a swing 4. I mean, Peter down to 12, and like this 1 damage per turn is surprisingly effective. So, we're going to take down this Abrupt Decay because there are no targets for it, but I think I'm going for the Sliver in that case.
Yep.
So, taking that one down, that Aether Vial not able to be very effective at this
Nope.
point. Rolando doesn't have the mana right now to actually activate the Sliver Hive and develop a board. And Peter in this weird position where he's got just nothing
He
but control
could be
cards.
swinging with Mutavault.
He does. I mean, he could swing with Mutavault, but Peter has a Bolt. Peter has Anger the Gods.
Yeah.
And I think that it's just that Peter kept a hand that was extremely controlling, and
Which-
he's. I mean, that's what
fine.
you want to do. So I think right now the last thing that you want is just Rolando to start digging into those collected companies.
Double Abrupt Decay.
But that is
Yeah.
glorious there.
And only one colored mana source.
Oh man.
Mail circles?
And Peter with a hand completely full of removal. At this point, if I'm Peter, I'm even just hoping
gonna
to
sit
get into
here.
something like a Raging Ravine, just so
Yeah.
you can get something. Just present some kind of clock. So we have a
There
Maelstrom
we go.
Pulse going for the Gale Rider. I like that, going for the Sorcerer one, and instead of using the Bolt, because that Bolt can still take down the Mutavault and
Mutavault,
put him back
yeah.
on lands. Okay, so
Sentinel Sliver.
a Sentinel Sliver coming down. All Slivers have Vigilance. We might even see Rolando try and get a little bit...
Oh, he does have the Swamp. So he has Abrupt Decay up.
Mm-hmm. So he has the capacity to, but there's just
There's
nothing,
nothing
to
to
hit
hit.
right now.
No.
And we have an Anger the Gods, we have a Bolt. Just there's not a whole lot going on right now that
No.
Peter needs to worry about, and Rolando
Just
has
Lily?
nothing to really respond to.
Nope. Just
I mean, going for the 1-for-1, and I think he's really just trying to force Rolando to use that Mutavault and take it down.
yeah.
Because if you can send him back that, it's going to send him back even further. That is the Haste Sliver. So he might actually end up taking that one down just to do it. I think he might be okay. It's the Blur Sliver.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's see.
Keeping the vial up to bluff.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, that's gotta be it. So Jen getting knocked down to 9 at this point. Still trying to save some of that removal. I think he might have
Triple
another sorcery speed removal spell. And is that another Anger?
That's another anger.
Oh, so another Anger the God's gonna take down a Blur Sliver.
It's exiled.
And I think...
There we go.
Okay, yeah, they got it. Man. Death Eldrazi. That sounds sweet.
Sounds horrifying.
And we have got... Okay, so...
Is there a Mom Eldrazi that you can use to protect your other Eldrazi?
Ooh, that would be... No, unfortunately not.
That'd be broken.
That would be really sweet.
Name Nephilim.
So we have got a Cavern of Souls out. That is going to be naming Sliver, and now has enough mana to start activating the Sliver Hive.
Peter finally got the Raging Ravine. Here we go. Gonna activate it. And there we go. Finally getting in there. Jun playing his classic game of, are you out of resources now? Alright, I'm gonna do something. And then,
Sorry,
it's like a baby bird.
trying to get huge bites of food without being on camera, but I'm starving, so I apologize. To all the
Wasting
people,
away here.
to all the people who are brand new and judging me, I promise I don't normally eat on stream. It's not my favorite thing to do, but I'm really hungry. So Scavenging Ooze coming down for Peter, which is going to
Abrupt
very quickly get
Decay.
Abrupt Decayed.
In
Which
response, fetch for a forest.
Mhm.
Eat 2 things because he's got another green source.
He does have another green source, and it'll be a little bit interesting because that'll be kind of signaling that he doesn't have much else. Now, he did
Yep.
tap down his red source, but I think that at this point he might just rather go up to 10, which keeps him kind of outside the range of what Slivers would be. Oh, and regenerating it.
Oh,
That's an
that's a
interesting
fun way
choice.
to do it.
To Chowder, what does Peter play in Legacy? He plays Shardless Bug.
Yep.
Just make sure... Oh, man, was it close enough to the mic to be heard? I'm sorry, I tried not to. I think I did. I think I was up here. That's my bad. I will definitely fix that. Now I feel bad. Sorry, everyone. So, a Raging Ravine out, currently a 4/4. Or, I'm sorry, it would end up swinging as a 5/5.
Yep.
I guess currently it's a land, but...
Currently is a land. It's always a land, though.
But Jund's looking pretty solid for a game 3 here. So that is a swing for 5.
Now,
Not
does
sure if
Peter expect the second abrupt decay? No one expects the second one.
The real life of question. The real life questions. Absolutely. And absolutely, we are at a very substantial amount of viewers right now. I do think I should get closer to the mic while eating.
You just want to hear the...
Ooh, and there is the collected company.
There we
So
go.
Rolando,
So
really
this
the main
could-
card that he needed. And this, I'm a little bit surprised to
know.
see him not go for this pre-combat.
I don't know the mix of 2 slivers he could find that would... Like a Gale Rider and a Sinew Sliver swing for
4?
per 2 turns.
Over 2 turns. And then maybe use your Mutavault as like a blocker kind of
And
thing.
he might have brought in something else for this matchup that he's looking for.
The big problem is that Scavenging Ooze prevents him from actually doing much of the...
Oh yeah, it's nothing's coming back to the graveyard.
Exactly. So...
Ain't no shenanigans there.
Alright, so what have we got here? But thank you so much. We are over 200 people, which is thrilling to me. So if you are brand new, be sure to hit that follow button and join us for more things. As soon as this game is over, I'll be telling you, hopefully you guys can all be a part of getting us to 500 viewers, because when we hit that point, 4 fun things happen, and I'll be telling you more about that in just a moment.
Predatory, and is that the Regenerate one?
That is the Regenerate
Okay, and he's
one.
got the Swamp. So.
He does have a swamp, so he can regenerate one of them to buy himself a little bit of time.
Yep.
Also has the Mutavault, so that'll end up being at least a little, kind of nice. So, should be interesting. But I'm absolutely thrilled that we're over at 230 people right now in one of our weekly streams. So thank you so much to all of you.
Yes, welcome everybody.
And I'm not sure if it's just because, we're just growing over time, or if it's a lot of the people who are regulars coming at the right time, or if we're actually seeing a growth possibly from
Boom.
just some of the stuff of people talking about us or letting us know, or possibly just because we're at the top of Twitch right now.
It's true.
Which I just realized. So, I don't know what it is, but thank you so much. I can't tell you how much I appreciate how people interact with us. In such
And I
a
hope you
positive
all
way.
like Modern as much as we do, because that's why we're here.
Yeah, or Magic in general.
Yeah.
I mean, the community, the players. I think it was with Bryce in the Onesie Wednesday that I had one of my most interesting 6 words questions that I've ever received.
All right, hit me.
It
I'll see if I
was-
can do it. Ready?
What does magic mean to you?
Ooh.
In 6 words.
Oh, that one will take thinking. I hope that's okay.
That's okay.
Okay, because there's a lot.
Yeah. And so basically, what my answer was, it was because of the relationship with the community. Or I'm sorry, what was it? The relationship with the players, the community, and myself, or something like that, or with life, the community, and myself. Of that
Already got
relationship
it.
that it builds.
Cool people, cool game, fun times.
Oh my God, HXC, thank you so much. It's really great that this is your first time joining. I'm glad that you are enjoying. I can't talk today. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, but thank you so much for being a part of it, and I hope to see you next time. It'll be a lot of fun. And
Spending all my money on time? Yeah. You don't need... Once you buy the Magic cards, what do you need money for?
brilliant.
Mainly play Modern? Well, if you're in the area, you should come on down. We're just north of Seattle in Snohomish, Washington, so come say hi.
Absolutely. Anybody who ever comes to Washington, I want to meet you. It'd be awesome.
Or if you're going to be at GPLA, we're going to be down there next month. You all should come find us.
I will be at GPLA, and I'll be very excited about possibly meeting some people.
He will even sign your Tibbles.
I'll devalue anything.
Or mountains. He'll sign anything.
All right, let's get back here. So, currently, a predatory sliver and a sedge sliver. Currently, there are
Is
going to
he-
be 3 threes,
I think Peter's still debating what he wants to do about this. We're still resolving the collected company.
which seems really odd to me. And I'm almost a little bit surprised, and I think it might be because he has the bolt at the end of turn, deciding what he wants to do if he wants to take down one of them. But we end up just filling a little bit of time there, and he seems okay with it. You know what? You have a great excuse. If things get if you're able to get a card back together, definitely. Do you sign counters? Sure, I'll devalue anything. You can't devalue a 3-cent card? You watch me.
It'll be worth more to certain people.
That's true. I can both.
Devalue and increase the value of
Yes.
certain cards.
I can A-value something, make it
How do you like
completely
your Tibbles,
worthless.
Aldante?
With Alfredo.
It's true.
Get to 500 viewers and I'll be eating a Tibble. Alright. Which is the format is the best to get into for competition? Tadab, it honestly depends on what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Easiest to get to is standard, but modern is probably the one that will have the most long-term viability with what you spend your money on, and also, but is also one of the more attainable.
So
ones
for the
with it.
lowest upfront cost for a long-standing deck, it's modern. For the longest-standing deck, it's going to be Legacy or Vintage. But Vintage doesn't really have competitions. It's
Right,
just a
and
bunch
for
of
the
people looking at cards.
lowest cost but shortest time span,
Yeah, standard.
yes. So, Peter gaining plenty of life here. An abrupt decay.
Second abrupt
happening.
decay. I told you, no one expects it.
No one ever expects it. And I think we've got Peter going up to 11. Rolando's still at 9. Now, what's my opinion on dank memes? To be honest, I'm not a huge fan, but I can certainly appreciate them. But I'd really... I don't know. I'd prefer to keep, like, a huge amount of them out of the stream. It happened once, and it ends up just, like, ruining any kind of actual conversation.
Is the Blue Moon player there tonight?
Is the Blue Moon player here tonight? Well, he's next to me.
I'm the Blue Moon player.
This is Eric, everyone.
Hi.
So, a Cavern of Souls for Rolando, and let's get... So, an Aether Vial still on 2 to get everything online. And so, a Bolt going for this Sedge Sliver, which is going to knock down the Predatory Sliver to being actually just a... I believe a 2... Is it
Plain old 2/2.
Is it a 1/1 that gives that?
It's a
plus?
1/1 that gives all slivers that you control get +1/+1. So it's a 2/2.
Don't even say it. Don't even say it.
Say what? Say what, TJ?
I'm so upset. Doro, I'm trying magic cards, and the fact that when I like try and highlight it...
Sorry.
And I'm so upset that that when I highlight the field, I give up. I give up.
Depends on what storm. We watched Cheerios win earlier.
Brando, find me. Let me know on Twitter, on Reddit. I'm Red Baron MTG on Reddit as well. If you find me there, definitely let me know, and I can try and get you that Prime Shift
Is
list.
the Affinity player there tonight?
I don't know, actually. I mean, I'm right here, and I'm one of the Affinity players, but there are definitely another one. Oh, are you talking about me? Is he talking about me as the
That
Affinity
might
player?
be a joke. I don't know if... Sarcasm is hard to read over typing.
That's true.
So, he played Affinity on Saturday, so I just don't know if you're being serious or not.
So Mutavault blocking this Raging Ravine,
Yep.
which is currently swinging in for 6.
Some land-on-land violence.
And we have got Rolando going for an activation in response.
Is that
And,
her?
it's a Gemhide Sliver.
Ooh. That gives him Hex proof?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, I believe that
So-
what we had was we saw the Regenerate save the Sedge Sliver after
Yep.
that bolt, which is why we still have that on the battlefield. And this Gemhide Sliver, I think, is more just coming out to get it out right now, and possibly to let that Mutavault tap for mana so he can activate the Sliver Hive? No, I don't think he has quite enough mana for that.
He's going to regenerate it. It's a sliver.
Oh,
Ha!
that's brilliant.
That's nice.
That is brilliant.
Block regenerate with himself.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What time is the stream on Saturday's Guns for Life? It is at 6 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. So it is currently 9:30 where we are. So 3.5 hours previous to whatever time it is now on Saturday. Scrub Lord, let's not be mean to me. What have we got here? Though to be fair, I do play other decks as well. I have about 7 modern decks at the moment. And to Rap Game Audio, yes, this is the all-foil Jund.
Yep.
So, Rolando actually in a surprisingly decent position, and I was really doubtful of how
It's swung back, which is
the
awesome.
2 pump slivers, as well as the ability, because it's
To
the Sedge
regenerate?
Sliver to
Yeah.
regenerate, and he has only got one major threat to deal with right now, and all this removal has suddenly been really invalidated from Peter's hand. Rolando is actually in an extremely...
Because now his slivers can regenerate themselves.
yeah, which is enormous, especially from a
Because he
blocking
can just
perspective.
block regenerate all day. And I don't know what he drew, but most of the slivers are 2-drops, and he didn't up his vial, which makes me think there could be another...
Yeah. Scrublord, they are not all red. So, ha. Though 4 of them are. Alright.
They're double-sleeved, it's fine.
Double sleeved.
And if he spills them on his own cards, then only he has to feel bad.
D4, Real 30, Jund or Obzon. Personally, I prefer Jund over Obzon, but certainly they both have a lot of merits. Okay, so we have got... Man, actually, I really feel like Rolando is in such a positive position right
is.
now. So we've
Is
got
he
5 mana. He's making the 1/1 sliver, I
Making
think.
another sliver, just end of turn.
Yep. So he's going to be making one of those slivers. There are slivers in the box, actually. I put in sliver tokens.
He grabbed one earlier, so.
So, we're looking at the 5. Also
1, 2,
has to
3,
tap
4,
the Sliver
5.
Hive
Yep.
itself.
So it takes 6 mana sources, but when all your slivers produce mana, it's not that difficult.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Modern's going amazing.
Sir Quasi, it is fantastic. People were asking about your Elves deck, though. So
It's true.
That's our Elves player. All right. Let's see here.
All right.
So, getting out that sliver and heading into Rolando's turn, and he's in a really profitable position right now. Peter only has a single creature that he can actually create, and even the blocking, he can regenerate. He has 1 swamp to regenerate an attacking creature, and ooh, are those more? That is another Sedge Sliver.
Yep.
That is.
This is gonna get rough.
Is it Quasar? Oh, my bad. My bad. I do like quick glances at these things, so I can never tell if that's an I or an L. So, my bad.
There's also like 13 windows open currently to try to read things off of.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Crazy C 403. Hey, that rhymed. I do like black white tokens a lot. As to whether or not it'll be a key deck,
I think it can get there.
I think it could get there. I'm not sure if it'll be one of like the top tier decks, but it definitely got.
I think it's
better.
got a good tier 2 deck these days.
Mm-hmm.
It has all the pieces it needs. Someone just needs to find a good build for it.
Absolutely. So, the second Sedge Sliver now on the battlefield. I mean, this is a +3/+3 to the field.
Yeah, so he can activate his Ravine to block 1.
And, you know, the nice part is that it's actually... Next turn, if Peter doesn't go for like a Damnation next turn, anything like that, this is pretty close to a kill on board. And actually, Rolando getting nicely aggressive. I'm a little bit upset that we actually didn't see him tap a little bit differently, in which he would have been able to activate this Mutavault as well.
There have been some new cards from Shadows over Innistrad. Triskaidekaphobia and Avacyn's
Judgment within
Avacyn's
that deck?
Fireball.
Oh my goodness, it was glorious.
We saw Triskaidekaphobia take a game. It was amazing.
Okay, so yeah, if Peter blocks, he's still. I mean, with this +4/+4 to the entire, or +3/+3 to the field, you've got Sedge Sliver, which is a 2/2. So that's kind of the one that he has to block, because that's a 5/5.
Yeah.
But you're still looking at lethal damage from the rest. So
He
with
needs to have a response in
He
his hand.
needs
I
to
don't
have
know
a
what he has in
response.
his hand, but that's...
But Rolando is swinging for lethal right now based on the board that we currently have. And the big problem is that Peter's removal, while good, he does have the bolts, which actually aren't going to kill them.
They're too big. He's got to double up bolts.
The
Do you activate
issue,
the Ravine and block 1,
you still lose.
bolts on another one?
You know, and if he had a third bolt, then actually he would be able to close this game out just by swinging, but he doesn't have enough. He only has the 2 bolts, so he can only put Rolando down to 6, or to
3 and then die.
Exactly.
Oof.
So, it is
Rough.
so interesting. I've actually been considering putting in Illness in the Ranks into my Affinity deck. I didn't because I don't think that's super popular yet, just because so many are in the mail.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a card that I'm considering down the line.
Mm-hmm. Especially if Thopters becomes a thing, you're just like, nope.
Yep. Especially in Affinity where those Thopters... Now, on the one hand, I'm fast enough to where I don't really worry about it. But if it gets on the line, that's really game-breaking for me. Okay, so...
He has a Maelstrom Pulse?
He has... I think it's just he has to...
He's got to bolt a bunch here.
He can single bolt something, though. He doesn't have enough to double bolt.
Yeah, he does.
So, no. He's only got the single red up.
He's got red. He's got the Raging Ravine, can tap the red.
Oh, that's a good point. I totally forgot that. I was thinking of it as a creature. I'm sorry.
It's still a land. It says so right on the card.
You know what? That's true. I really... Clearly, I need to read the card.
RTFC. Oh, he has Jund Charm in hand. That's a sad day.
Yeah, and the problem is that the 2 damage there, not very effective. Especially because of just how large all these creatures are. But right now, you know, we might see that. We have a block there. So he can technically survive a turn. Using both of these.
Using both bolts and the Raging Ravine.
Uh-huh. And I think
Abrupt Decay? Nope.
Junk
Junk
Charm.
Charm.
Trying to sweep the team, and I
Two
think
each.
I think that's just to save himself the life total. Or I'm
It's
sorry,
not
to
gonna-
save himself the bolts, like so that he can hold on to the bolt.
It'll kill the one, which takes everyone down one.
Right. But I don't think that actually is any different than if he had just been casting, except this is a little bit more mana efficient when the other bolt actually will be able to take something down after this.
Mhm.
Because now he can use that bolt to take down one of these creatures.
Yeah.
And actually, does he still have a second red source?
Yeah, he's got the Stomping Grounds underneath there.
So he actually might be able
To
to cast
regenerate.
another bolt. Oh no, because that's going to survive.
Yep.
So that other bolt's still going to be
Regenerate,
ineffective here.
And he's out of black sources to regenerate.
Mm-hmm.
So if Peter can find a way to kill them on his turn, like Damnation would be really good.
Yep. So he loses, but that bought him a turn. The big problem is that because that Junk Charm, he actually knocked out his own Raging Ravine.
He did.
Because of the 2 damage plus the 4 coming from the Sedge Sliver. And I think that the biggest thing is that regenerate is something that Peter may just not be used to playing right now.
Mm-hmm.
So that was fantastic. And Rolando losing almost nothing from that.
Yeah.
Still at a pretty healthy life
Ah,
total. And
Rolando
Rolando taking
takes
the
it.
game.
Nice.
So,
With 5 minutes, is it worth me going out there?
probably not.
We'll just talk to our 272 people watching us.
I am so thrilled. I can't wait to welcome them all overly excitedly and to really have a blast and welcome them. So, we will see you all back in the booth. Enjoy this incredible little theme music. So, thank you so much for joining. I am absolutely thrilled that we're currently over 270 people, and taking a look at it, it looks like we have gained a decent amount of people who have hit that follow button, so thank you so much to those people who are joining the stream for the first time and want to help us, be a part of it and interact with us and just enjoy Magic, which is what this is pretty much all about doing. I mean, so thank you so much. My name is TJ.
I'm Eric.
And we're streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. We do this stream 3 times a week. Wednesdays at 7, which you're currently watching. These are all Pacific time, currently Pacific Daylight Time.
Standard time.
It's D right now, isn't
I
it?
think it's standard time right now.
I think it's switched into Daylight. Let us know. I'm pretty sure it's Daylight Time because I got corrected online, which is, of course, the worst place to be corrected, but also the most common. It is currently 9:43 where we are. So,
But we got 2 more rounds of Modern to go.
exactly. So Wednesdays we stream at 7, Fridays we stream Legacy at 7:30, and on Saturdays we stream Modern again at 6. Now, let's answer some of these questions.
There's a bunch in there.
There are a bunch. What song is that transition? It is called Nekozilla, Nekozilla, by Different Heaven. Can be found on YouTube under No Copyright Sounds, because we are trying to avoid any songs with copyright. That way they don't get removed in the YouTube and also just the Twitch archives, things like that. What time is it there? Hey, I answered that one. Look at me. Go. If you ask me, I think we deserve more views than we put a lot of hard work into.
Well, thank you.
Honestly, do appreciate that. And while I am very patient and it's a lot of fun, it is an absolute blast doing this. So thank you. All this positive reinforcement is always really encouraging to us over time, and I'm absolutely thrilled that we're over 200 in one of our weekly streams right now. So
Slivers won it.
like Slivers should be. So Slivers did take the win there. Did I call it Snohomish? Nah. Fair enough, but it is Snohomish.
Snohomish, north
The-
of Seattle.
Oh, it's daylight time right now. We're back to daylight time.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, so
I wake up when I'm supposed to.
I just need to know which slivers are more important to kill and how to sequence removal. Certainly. And slivers, I mean, to one thing to keep in mind is that slivers is a pretty unusual deck. And
Yeah,
while it shows
it's
up
not-
here decently often, it's been gone for quite a while, and that doesn't necessarily mean that Peter has played against it. And it's not the kind of deck that you conventionally have played against before,
Yeah.
and it operates on a little bit of a different axis. So I think that that's certainly something that Peter will be remembering going forward and might apply that into future things. Thoughts on Goblin Dark Dwellers in blue decks? Oh, personally, okay. So I've actually seen that. I played test against this deck. Now I was playing test against it with Affinity, which meant that kind of the late game didn't always happen.
Yeah.
But I was also able to see it in some of those mirror matches, and it was pretty great. I saw it as a 2 of in that deck. It was also running some number of Thing in the Ice to test that one out as well. Again, another card that isn't particularly great against Affinity.
Yeah.
But overall, I was actually pretty impressed with what the card was able to do. It was able to do an Electrolyze at one point. At another point, I just ended up seeing him go for a Kolagon's command. And also, he did get to live the dream and go for the Ancestral Vision at one point. So, it was pretty solid. What else have we got here? Daylight time. What's daylight? That is fair enough. So
You don't need to see daylight. It's fine.
and again, stick with us. We are very close to heading into round 4 of 5. We've got 5 rounds of Modern tonight, and also at the end, we tend to stick around a little bit at the end just to answer some questions, have some fun.
There
Certainly
you go. That's
not
when
too
you've
late.
never been asked before, I guarantee it.
What equipment should you include in your
Batter
450
skull.
Modern cube? What equipment? No, wait, it has to be Modern. Batter skull, very good one. All 5 swords would be pretty
Yeah,
solid.
put all 5.
Cranial plating, very good.
If you have an affinity theme in there, when you build a cube, you got to have kind of a theme.
Just
if
put
you don't
cranial
have
plating
enough
in.
artifacts for cranial plating to work, it's going to just be like a +1.
Living weapon, surprisingly fun. Basilisk Collar. Basilisk Collar is a great one.
Turn 0.
All right, and we are now on turn 0. So, turns now beginning for those. Also, some of the living weapon one. So, living weapons are pretty solid,
Living weapons are good.
especially in a cube. Some of those ones that are just like the 1-1 for 1, or 1-1 for 2 that I think it's a 1-1
Yeah.
for 1 that. Anyway, that's a fun one. So, some of those things, unfortunately, Skull Clamp, while I'm a huge fan of it, isn't really modern legal, but that card's sweet.
I mean, if we're just naming equipments, then you just start with, Jitte and things like that.
Black White Eldrazi processors after the ban. How do we feel about it? It's doing well before the broken decks from the Pro Tour. I am ready for this one. I really like Black White mid-range Eldrazi, and actually, as it currently sits, before I was a big advocate for the Black Red one, and I think at this point I'm starting to switch a little bit to the Black White.
Because you get Flicker Eldrazi.
Because you get the Flicker Eldrazi, and that is going to be a really big one, and I think that that's more than the Kozilek's Return.
Yeah.
Now, the biggest thing that is going to be a benefit for that one going forward is also their ability to just answer Ancestral Vision and just take free wins off of the decks that are getting greedy and relying on that right now. Wasteland Strangler, a decent card in that deck already, great card in that deck already. Being able to process an Ancestral Vision is amazing. So, I really do like that one, especially since this format seems to be slowing down a little bit. The biggest thing is that Black-White does need to provide you with some way to answer the inevitability of that Thopter Sword combo over time, because a lot of your threats can't, and it'll be a little bit harder to get into that Ulamog as early because of the loss of Eye of Ugin. So I think as long as they're able to design the deck with that as a consideration of their deck, I think that there's a lot of potential for that deck going forward.
I do think people are overvaluing how often they're going to process in Ancestral Visions.
Mm-hmm.
Just how often do you process a
Riftbolt?
Riftbolt? Yeah.
But Ancestral
I've
Visions
seen
is
it
there
happen,
for 4
but it's-
turns. Riftbolt gives you 1
It
turn.
is, but
And
the decks
I
who are
agree.
running it out like turn 6 and you're being able to play things into it shouldn't necessarily let you resolve it that turn
True.
unless it's like their last ditch to draw a card in that case.
So here's my thought on that. Is that it's at least a tool against it for a mid-range
Oh, yeah,
deck.
I understand.
And- right.
It will
So-
happen. I'm not saying that it won't happen. I'm saying that people are thinking it'll happen more than it will.
I think
in my opinion.
I think the assumption that it fixes the matchup isn't quite good.
Yeah.
But I think that being a mid-range deck with the ability to, without going out of your way, answer that kind of card advantage is important.
Yeah, because
So
you run it, it's incidental way to answer
Maybe-
spell that draws 3 cards.
maybe that's a better way
So-
that I could have said it. So keeping me honest, Eric. You're keeping me honest.
I try.
It's certainly true, and it's always fun to have you. You've been starting to do these streams a little bit more.
I like
and
doing it.
You did a legacy one with me at one point,
I
didn't
did
you?
not do a legacy.
You
one.
have
I would
not?
love to do a legacy one.
Okay.
But Fridays I'm usually busy. I came to play one legacy and I just won it. So
Nice.
that's what I do.
What about Mindraker instead of Strangler? Would it be better against Control? Let's take a look at. I just want to make sure that I actually know what I'm talking about, or at least know what
That
I'm.
one.
So when it comes to target opponent discards a card, I think the 4 mana cost on that one is a little bit less good, especially as the optionality. I'm not really sure if I am a fan. I think especially for the main board, I'd prefer Wasteland Strangler, especially since as a mid-range deck, it really wants to be kind of going 1 for 1 and letting them pick a card out of their hand to discard.
Yeah.
Not as good when it's not something like a Liliana where it's a really recurring thing. So
Or even God, what's it called? The when it dies, you draw a card. Wow, I'm blanking on it.
that's okay. We'll get there.
It costs 4, and it's a 4/4.
Yep.
And when you play it, you look at their hand and exile a card. But when it dies, you draw a card. Someone's going to get it, and I'm going to feel like an idiot because It was played everywhere. Thought Not
Seer?
Yes, that one. I thought not Seer.
You mean the one that they're talking about?
Sure.
Cool. Okay.
Good job, guys. We did it. I'm on top of this.
Clearly, you're on top of this. You
I
know,
worked at 7 a.m. and
it's one of
now
the
10
funny
o'clock.
things. It's one of those really interesting things is that we did such a good job. For those of you who are just joining, during the Eldrazi winter, we basically just ignored them. So
We didn't let them play on stream.
when picking decks to go on
Most of the
stream,
time.
we basically just didn't pick Eldrazi unless they made it to the finals or if they were the only match going. So at that point, we actually, at a certain point, like I could still talk about the deck decently, but not nearly as well.
Yeah,
as
we
some
didn't
other
watch
people
it
did.
nearly as much as, like, you know, if you watched any of the SCG stuff. Or
Right.
if you watch any online stuff where it's like, oh, playing Eldrazi again.
So I can talk about build your own upheaval.
Yeah.
But
You want to talk about Triskaidekaphobia? We got you.
We can
But
hazard our way through
Eldrazi,
it. That's a tricky one.
I'm gonna go see who we can get.
All right. So looks like the next round close to coming up. So Eric gonna do a little bit of work into that one. And again, this is just super exciting to me to see such an increase in the number of people watching. So again, I may have mentioned it before, and if you are one of those brand new people who are hitting that follow button, which again I genuinely do really appreciate each of you doing that. But for all of you who are brand new, feel free, if that is something that you'd like to do, to just mention that this is your first time watching the stream in the chat. I would love to welcome you by name. It's just cool for me to be able to see that and also get some kind of numbers. Now, if you are brand new and would just toss it in, or to all the people who remember, maybe this is your first couple weeks watching the stream. Here's what I'm curious about, is how did you find us? I'm going to guess that a decent amount of you found us via Twitch. Possibly some of you found us via Reddit. I do some posts just calling for the stream that way. If you found us some other way, through a friend, really important. And I am nailing it with the words today. Really important, just, you know, if you found us through a friend or through people talking about it, or if you're local and found out about it that way. But if you are relatively new, or even if you just feel like letting us know, let me know how you found the stream. That is really important for me to kind of see what's working, what isn't, what's really generating those, as I'd like to get some more of those numbers eventually. To Joel, is that Jafrol?
Jags is attempting to go off. Mason looks bored.
Okay, Jafoltren. Do we stream standard? Currently we do not stream standard. Currently I spend about 15 hours a week basically volunteering time to do this, and I'm not quite ready to go up to 20 hours a week for our standard tournaments. That being said, standard is continually becoming cooler and cooler and more popular at this store, especially because of this new set. So I'm interested. I'm interested in streaming standard eventually, especially since I'm looking at eventually just trying to check it out. But as it currently sits, we do not. Right now we focus on Modern and Legacy. And another one of those reasons is because we, eventually I would like to get to a Twitch partnership so that this isn't purely volunteer time, and eventually we can make up some of the losses of this. Because we started with a budget of 0, and it has gone nothing but go down. So, I'd like to get back, and unfortunately Modern, there's a lot of people streaming Modern and a lot of people streaming drafts, and it becomes much more of a kind of competition at that point. And while I don't want to call it competition because it's all cool, it's just, you know, we end up kind of fighting for that when we're trying to up that average a bit, and Modern and Legacy just seem to be a little bit of a smaller numbers. Now, we also are in Snohomish, Washington.
Just north of Seattle.
Pacific Northwest.
Duck1337, good morning, and, well, hello from Seattle to Denmark.
Duck one,
It's a ways away.
is that Duck Leet? Is that...
You
probably- that was-
I get it.
It was probably my post on Reddit, so thanks for
That's what
seeing
he
it, and I'm really glad. Well, yeah, I know, but whether it was a comment or something like that.
Focus on the game that is on screen.
To Donnie Darko, the quick thing there is that, thank you very much. Competitive EDH is hard because there's so much of kind of a social aspect there eventually. We'd be open to it,
It's
but
also a lot of, like, who can combo fastest, which I can get behind, trust me. But it comes down to who can buy the best deck, almost, which is feel bads for some people.
Okay. And to St. Grigus, new to Magic, think you should focus more on the game that's on screen? Certainly we can do that. Definitely that last round I got a little bit more distracted than I like to in general. So my apologies on that one. I try to focus a little bit more in general, and I can definitely do that going forward into the next couple of rounds. So I do appreciate it, and especially since you're a new player, if you do have any questions or if we miss explaining anything, especially knowing that you're in here, I'll try and explain things much more thoroughly. But if there is anything that you have a question on, toss it in there. I am watching that chat, and if there's anything that we need to explain, then I can certainly do that. 2, Assassinator, just watching for the Triskaphobia match. That is excellent. Thank you so much for joining, and I'm glad that your friend was able to show you the stream that way. 2, Destus, what are my thoughts on playing Magus of the Moon in the side of company cord decks? You know, I'm not convinced about it. I'd have to ask one of the people. If next time I have Coleman on the stream, he'd be a great person to ask. I'm not really convinced of that early on, because I guess it might be okay because you know the decks with really greedy mana may be good, but slowly crashing. If you could really answer that one, he'd probably be a little bit better for that one. To Donnie Darko, certainly we can do we do Legacy. The biggest, but that EDH is just hard to stream, and I'm sorry, but I am looking to eventually try it. But it becomes pretty difficult, especially any kind of multiplayer becomes really difficult. So maybe, but competitive EDH is certainly an interesting one. Maybe eventually. That I don't want to say no, but it definitely has some obstacles to cross over. To Patrol, how do I think the Green-Red Tron is going to fare now? I think it'll be okay. Its early game plan is still very similar to what it was. It loses some of the late game, and you know, the control matchup is still likely very favorable for it, so I think that Tron is going to be fine. It'll adapt a little bit, some changes will be made, but I don't think that the deck is going anywhere. Sen Gregus, thank you very much anyway, and honestly that feedback is really important. Letting us know those things is really big, and constructive criticism as well as positive feedback are both things that I'm a huge fan of for this stream, because it allows us to build a product that is built for the people watching it, which that's what this is. This is about providing content for you, so thank you so much. Let's see here. What have we got? To Spleen, I looked at the new Triskaphobia and thought it resembled Death Shadow. That would be interesting, and I'll have to mention that to David to see if he can end up working in a Death Shadow into that one. Does Teferi really stop Ancestral Visions? Yes. To Solax. It does, because if you can only cast things at sorcery speed, you cannot cast a spell during your upkeep, because that is when it comes off of that. So, it actually does keep you from being able to cast that because of that Teferi saying that players can only cast spells at sorcery speed, or your opponents can. Okay. So, what have we got? Doro, have a great night. Sorry about that. As for Donnie Darko, while I generally would have agreed with you a little bit before watching definitely the amount of Legacy that I have now, it's a little bit interesting because I've actually kind of, the prevalence of Force of Will as well as Daze in Legacy means that while there are many decks that have the capability of winning before that turn, the fact that there are those free counter spells to stop that actually ends up pushing out the length of a game of Legacy pretty far. So it's surprising to me, and definitely something that is always kind of talked about, but I didn't quite fully believe until I really watched it before, because before I was a burn deck player, which means that I didn't really have access to those Force of Will to kind of see that in action. So, what have we got?
We got Adam playing Wilted Abzan, not against the wall.
Okay.
And then Paul playing 8-Rack. I don't remember his last name.
Okay. So Paul...
I feel like this is a bad matchup for him.
Paul? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So playing... Ooh.
Yes.
We're going to be
As soon as I was like, oh no.
Likely we're going to be getting into another match fairly soon. Paul being on 8-Rack against a deck that is mainboarding Wilted Liege
and
Loxodon Smiter is going to be pretty interesting. So, let's check that out. And stick with us, and we'll be able to get another match, especially if it goes quick. So, let's have some fun. Round 4. Fair enough. Okay, so...
We don't have any game wins.
That is my bad, and I can fix that. As far as changing up the schedule, right now, because we are basically dependent on when the store itself is actually having its tournaments, so that's kind of what our stream schedule is based on. And as far as adding another thing, right now I volunteer about 15 hours a week into doing this, and so it's really hard for me to get to a point of volunteering 20 hours when I'm also working a full-time job and going to school. So it's difficult. I'm open to it.
Oh no.
But as far as adding more things, it's just it's definitely something that I'm open to down the line. So that's
He's gonna look at the Whitley Liege and just realize that this is just not his day.
Okay.
Take the Thoughtseize.
So what?
There is a Legacy stream on Friday.
Ooh, and we are topping the charts. To Jtron, is there a Legacy stream on Friday? Yes, the last one was a fluke that I didn't expect because I ended up having a family engagement. So we have got a Wrenchmind against... Oh, and he's going to be discarding a Whitley Liege as well as
a
Path to Exile, which is another great card to exile here. Now, that Sandstep Citadel, one thing to note is that people are going to ask about it. This is kind of a bit of a budget build.
Yep.
He's working on building it over time. That's what he had. He just doesn't have quite all the fetches and shocks that he needs for the deck yet.
Yep.
But that Whitley Liege is going to be a
That-
house right now. I mean...
That's...
Oh my goodness! Oh man, I can't handle Magic Talk cards, whatever. Oh my goodness, I am awful at it. Okay, so Whitley Liege, let's go ahead and bring that one up because people are going to be asking it. Jtron, thank you so much. I do apologize for that, so hopefully we can do something, and hopefully the tweet got out to some people that we wouldn't
Ravens?
be doing it.
I don't remember all the 8-rag
That
cards
is
by
actually a
art.
Shrieking Affliction. So
Ah.
this is at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep. If they have one or fewer cards in hand, they take 3 damage.
You should
But-
scroll down a little so you can see power and toughness.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize that. Let's go ahead and do that. So, Whitley Liege currently a 4/4, and also that Voice of Resurgence currently a 4/4. So knocking Paul down to 8, and this is going to be an uncomfortably quick game 1.
Yeah.
So, that was incredible. What have we got here? That looks... Oh, that's a blackmail. So they reveal 2 cards from their hand. You pick one of them and put it into the graveyard. So
swamp or
able...
swamp? I will take the swamp.
And the interesting thing about what that card does
Swamp, sorry.
is that it allows you to... Oh, I'm sorry, it's 3 cards. And the interesting thing about that one is that it actually allows you to take a land card.
Yeah.
Which is why it's sometimes run. Though I prefer to just go for the 4 Ravenscrime and the Liliana. But yeah, an Ensnaring Bridge right now would be absolutely incredible. So we have a Smallpox taking down that token. Both players
Which
are
is
going...
still a 4/4.
And I think this is going to be the win because, you know, if Paul had been able to play, say, an Ensnaring Bridge or something like that, then that may have actually saved him. But against that board, he just had nothing going on.
Yeah, that
here.
was...
So, an extremely fast game 1, and we're going to be moving into sideboarding. Wiltleaf Obzon taking a pretty nice win there. And, you know, it's funny because the Wiltleaf Obzon deck was one that kind of rose up in response to the Jund and the Obzon. Because their removal suite just, you know, it just goes over the top of what they're doing. Incidentally, you end up with an absolutely incredible 8-rack match. Almost absurdly.
I mean, you don't plan to play 8-rack ever. It's just one of those things that when it shows up, you're like, if you're playing this deck, you're like,
Cool.
perfect. If you're playing like a
Neat.
control deck, you're just like, well, I lose. So it's...
Okay. It's just one of those, like, you can't really plan around, especially since it was a meta deck at the time. So it's actually, you know, it's one of those things to where, like, Adam enjoys playing it, and that's why he's playing it. And it's certainly something that you wouldn't see going into a larger competition. But occasionally, it just
Or would you?
takes a win.
Yeah.
I mean...
It's just like, how are they here?
I will
don't
say,
know,
I've seen
but-
8-rack at GPs.
Yeah.
And I've seen Wilted Obzon at GPs. I've seen both, and it's amazing what you'll see in the first 3 rounds. It is
I
absolutely
don't have to play
incredible.
those down in LA. Yes.
Oh,
I had 2 buys.
nice. Okay.
Sucker!
I'll be doing some of those coming up when I actually have time.
You don't get time, TJ.
I tell the best jokes. So, heading into a game 2. Now, 8-rack going to be on the play. The interesting thing here is, didn't Tom Ross win an SCG event with which one?
8-rack?
8-rack or Wilted Obzon?
With 8-rack. I think I remember this, and I think he did.
Yeah.
It
And
was a super IQ.
he also once played in one with Soul Sisters and ended up going like, what, 9-1?
Yeah.
8-1
Tom
or
Ross
something
is
like
just
that?
really good at Magic.
Yes.
Which-
Tom Ross is also one of my,
Sorry.
Tom Ross is definitely one of my my favorite pros. So,
The deck of 1,000 lightning bolts.
and It's 2 Scavenging Oozes, 2 lands, a Path to Exile, a Loxodon Smiter, and a Siege Rhino, and a
Yeah.
Whitley Fleesh. A Wrenchmind right now is going to be backbreaking.
Yeah,
man.
I wouldn't cast it. If you have it, I wouldn't cast it.
No, and I don't think he even has the ability to unless he's got another Swamp that... Oh, he does have a Dakmor Salvage, but that's not going to be a... That's going to come in tapped, and I think we're going to see another Inquisition. Now, the interesting thing is that Adam
Take
kept
the
in
Scavenging
Path.
Ooze.
And Adam keeping in this path is a pretty... It's an
why.
interesting situation. And my only assumption at that point comes down to Adam may have just had nothing to bring in.
Or you expect the pack rat.
Or you prepare for the pack rat. But, you
Always
know,
expect the pack rat.
having that in hand, it is it's possible that he kept only a single one in. I actually have 2 leather jackets.
I own 2 leather jackets.
I wear
actually.
them occasionally.
When I want
just
to
to
feel like
try.
Tom Ross. Oh no.
And that's going to be...
Yep.
So I think I see a Dismember here, and we might see Paul point the Dismember at it this turn.
Take 2 instead of.
And down the line, if Paul goes for another Swamp, then he can actually go for the Raven's Crime into going for a Smallpox to take down the Loxodon Smiter as well. So, Paul taking 2 to stop 4 damage. Certainly not a bad way to go about it.
To get rid of a 4/4 that pumps the rest of his team. Let's be fair. That was a good trade.
That was a great trade.
I'll pay 2 life for that all day.
And actually, Paul in this weird position to where
He's
the
not
funny
that
thing is
bad
that he
off.
can't win, or at least has almost no chance of winning with Adam not being able to play cards because of a low mana count.
Yeah.
Because that means that there's cards in his hand because he can't cast them, which means that he's not emptying his
Or
hand.
he's going to just kill him with a Mutavault.
Or he's just going to kill him with a Mutavault.
Please path the...
But the really interesting thing is that Paul, while most players would be saying, yes, my opponent can't play his spells, Paul is actually...
mad that he can't play spells.
Exactly, because he, if he ends up casting a discard spell, his opponent can't really, he's just going to end up getting whatever he wants. So, we've got a swing, and Adam down to 14, and
This is a decent clock he's got here.
it's surprisingly solid right now. And with this other land, we might almost see, this Smallpox happen, and that'll knock Adam down to only having a single land, knowing that he has a bunch of 3-drops in hand, and that's going to still allow him to swing with 2 of these
Wrench
Mutavaults
Mind,
this turn.
And then does he have Smallpox?
So,
Sacrifice creature, a land, discard a card. He's going to do this. Oh, Wiltleaf. He drew another one.
and actually, let's take a quick look here because of Smallpox.
Missed again.
Dang it. Hold on, we actually got to check that pretty quick. Because depending on the ordering of it, discards a card, then sacrifices a creature. You might want to go stop him.
Hey guys, hold up.
Hold up a moment. Go grab Dylan. I'm fairly sure that because it's discard a card, then sacrifice a creature, but it may not be because it's a triggered ability. So, I just want to find out. So, I will be right back to let them know what my thoughts are. Oh, then it's probably fine. Never mind. So, Dylan. Eric. So, he did have a Scavenging Ooze in play.
Yeah.
So, so I guess it'll end up being fine there. My bad on that one. But,
So we're good.
well, I'm also just because it needs to finish resolving, and I just wanted to grab that, and then I totally forgot about the fact that the Scavenging Ooze was there. So it's probably fine. You want to let them know? But I was just calling
But
to
the
make sure.
order does matter for what they want.
Yeah. Just double checking. Apologize for the stop for everybody. Hopefully you can all forgive me. But seeing as I actually haven't been on the side of the Whitley Liege, I just wanted to be sure there. So, my bad. Didn't end up mattering, I imagine. But hey, at least I care. Alright. So, I think it'll end up being the same there, and we end up. So, what was the final thing there?
The final thing there.
Was that ended up happening, but
Yep.
did he end up clarifying what happened with the Smallpox thing? As to what would happen if it...
If so, the order it's in is discard a card and then sacrifice creature. So he would discard the Wiltleaf, comes to the battlefield, and then it would.
Okay. I guess it depends on the Whitley Liege as to whether or not it's...
It ended correctly.
a
so
triggered ability,
we're
but
fine.
it ends up fine. So, we're
He's
good.
got a rack, which is
Okay, I mean, It's great, except for the fact that he's not casting spells because he has so little cards in hand, and a Path to Exile going for that Mutavault. So it's a swing for 4, the Mutavault getting taken down, and Paul's going to be getting a tapped land, so he's not going to be able to activate his other Mutavault to block. So Paul going to be going down to 17 this turn, with Adam currently at 13 because of that. So actually, yeah, so both
Well, he
players
could have
gonna be at
activated
13.
Mutavault if he had tapped the one that was being pathed for mana before it was killed.
It's possible, and maybe he verbally indicated that.
I don't
I'll be
think
curious to see.
That's what he took it for.
Okay. Oh, and it's a swing for 5 because of the Noble Hierarch. Thank you very much. No, it's good. It's good. They're good. Yeah.
We good?
So a second rack coming out, but Adam about to basically take another game 2. And, is this almost interesting position to where I thought for a moment that the Mutavaults would be able to get there. But it's almost through the nature of casting the Smallpox, it ended up putting in the Witley Fleege. And while I would have liked it for taking down the land, it ended up giving him the 4/4.
Oh, no.
So...
Still had all these.
Ooh. And those are some 6/6s. That swing for 7. There we go. That
They're
is
big
going to be
fellas.
a house. They're decently sized.
12. That's exactly 12.
That is exactly 12.
GG, bro. GG.
So, let's get
I'm gonna
another
go find
matchup.
Another match.
Find us something, yeah. So, there we go. That was Witley Fleet, Wilted Abzan going up against 8-Rack. Possibly one of the best matchups possible for Wilted Abzan, all things considered. And let's go back to the booth. See y'all there. Hello everybody and thank you for joining. My name is TJ and apparently you are back already.
The only one between games is Slivers vs. Tron.
Ooh, which Tron? Mono Blue Tron? Is it Bart?
Mustachio Tron.
Is it Bart?
Mustachio Tron.
Okay,
What is it?
there's a...
The guy who plays Tezzerator in Legacy.
ooh, Logan. Oh, this
Sure.
is Green White Tron. Who's sitting on what side?
I don't know, they're still sideboarding.
Okay.
I'm working on it, TJ. I'm sorry.
Well, okay.
They're not there yet.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Rolando is not against the wall.
Well, okay. Excellent. Perfect. That's all I needed. You're good. Alright, so we're going to have Slivers. Now, do you know who took game 1?
Rolando.
Alright. So, probably just because it's an aggro deck, and that's pretty good.
Yep.
So Logan Rifle playing likely Green White Tron, which is such a cool deck. You rarely get to see the Green White Tron. Basically, what it's doing is instead of casting Pyroclasm, it ends up going for Path to Exile.
Yeah.
And then some of the sideboard changes as well. But that's the main thing as far as the main board goes. And the Slivers deck we've already seen as far as that goes. So let's go ahead and head on down to the matchup, and then we'll be able to talk a little bit more. There was someone who was a little bit new to the format, so we can definitely
Sweet.
describe what Tron will be doing. Alright, so both players getting ready here now. For anybody who is unaware of what they do, Green Red Tron is going to be playing 3 lands. Or at least it's based around the synergy between 3 lands, and that's Urza's Mine, Urza's Power Plant, and Urza's Tower. And all 3 of those lands individually tap for a single colorless mana. But when you control one of each on the battlefield, 2 of them tap for 2 mana, and 1 of them taps for 3 mana, for a total of 7 if you have all 3 combined. So, what this deck tries to do is assemble those 3 lands pretty quickly, using ways to draw cards, either through the Chromatic Spheres, Chromatic Stars, using ways to search upland through Sylvan Scrying as well as Expedition Map, and also just digging for colorless cards, which also lets them get to those threats, through Ancient Stirrings.
Yep.
And it'll be trying to assemble that as quickly as possible. So, ideally, this deck will have 7 mana available to it on turn 3. It's all colorless, but that doesn't mean a whole lot when you have, say, Karn or Wormcoil Engine.
or
Some
all that.
extremely powerful cards, especially when cast on such an accelerated curve. The green is a lot to allow it all those abilities to dig for those lands, and the white does a lot of things for just allowing it, Path to Exile as a removal spell. Now, Slivers. Very synergistic deck. It is just a tribal deck based around the creature type Slivers that whenever they are out, they tend to give an ability to both themselves and other Slivers. So, you end up assembling enough of those, and they end up building up each other, and you get a good board state based on that critical mass. So it'll be an aggro deck based around a lot of synergy with their own cards. To Aparthia, personally, I use KMC Hypermat. How about you?
I used the Dragon Shield mats.
Ooh, I haven't had a chance to test those.
They're
fully
really
yet.
nice.
Are they?
Yep. Also, I got like 4 boxes in Canada for like $9 Canadian each. So, for those of you outside the U.S., the exchange rate was very good, and I got it for like 30% off, basically.
Yeah, it was
a steal.
It was a pretty good one.
I'm gonna tell them that we're ready.
All right.
We're good when you guys are. So good.
Okay. What have we got here? So we have a Ghost Quarter. Looks like 2 of the Tron pieces, as well as an Egg and the Ancient Stirrings, but no way to cast it currently. 2,
it's probably
as well as a Sylvan Scrying. And actually, he can cast it off of that Chromatic Star. So we're going to see a turn 1 star followed by a turn 2, likely cracking the star for that Sylvan Scrying to go for his 3rd piece of Tron. That's going to give him turn 3 Tron. As followed up by that, and he's got a Wormcoil Engine in hand, so right now we're looking at a hand that is going to provide a turn 3 Wormcoil Engine. And that is going to be pretty good at stabilizing against a Sliver deck, because unless he's able to get in the air early on and very fast, and he's going to be on the draw, which is going to make that worse, especially with him being, on the draw, on a mulligan. Dylan, it'll never happen. But
nope, sorry.
Still, I think what Rolando really needs to apply a lot of pressure, possibly in the air with a Gale Rider Sliver as well.
Yeah,
just
like
things
a turn
like that.
1 Gale Rider, turn 2 like Predatory would be great.
Mm-hmm.
Just to try to get like a clock.
Yeah, but right now
He needs to go wide, which he can do.
Logan's turn 3 is going to be
there's the Gale Rider.
Incredible.
There we go.
So the Gale Rider Sliver coming out, he's going to be able to go over the top
He's
of
got
that.
turn 1 Gale Rider, turn 2 Predatory.
And
I told you that's what he had to have.
Yes, and Logan actually getting into a
Natural Tron. Did he have it?
No.
Okay, I thought he drew it. And I was
No.
like, well, there you go.
He drew the Nature's Claim, which is different. And also drew actually a basic forest, so he's able to get it this turn. He's going to be assembling that, and next turn we're looking at 7 mana. This is going to be a pretty powerful turn 3. So, followed up by a Predatory Sliver from Rolando and a swing for 2. That's going to be pretty solid, but Rolando needs to apply a ton of pressure, and pretty soon Logan's going to be swinging in for 6 with Death Touch and Lifelink. And while Rolando might be able to assemble a board that can trade with that and take it down, that's still going to be a huge amount of resources spent from Rolando, and Logan will only be using a single card for that.
The life gain is not insignificant either.
And after he does this,
Tron is on. Does he have the Wormcoil? Yeah,
Yes,
I think I see.
and he's got a basic forest, which means that next turn he's also going to be putting himself into casting Ancient Stirrings and still having the 7 mana. So whatever he finds, he can very likely cast. So, are these players using starter decks? What are their instructions on how to play them? I'm not entirely sure the question here, but they are not. I don't see a Kappa, so they are not. They are playing modern constructed decks. One of them is playing a Slivers deck, which is based on Charbel synergies, green-white Tron, kind of a twist on the more conventional green-red Tron. And as for instructions on how to play them, generally you can start off with a primer, but both of these players have been playing them for a while.
So Rune Game, those 3 lands, when you have each one of them, create 7 mana. It's the tower that makes 3, right? And then the other 2 make
Correct.
2.
So I'm just going to bring up Urza's Mine, and they're all written very similarly.
Yep.
So I'll bring up that one, and it should be able to at least give you an idea of what their wording is.
So turn 3, you have 7 mana.
To Tofu City, where's this store located? We're in Snohomish, Washington, which is in the Pacific Northwest of the U.S., which I'm really excited that occasionally I get to say, because so many of our viewers are sometimes outside the U.S., which is really impressive to me.
Mm-hmm. It's just north of Seattle, if you need a reference for the largest city that's near us.
Yes, so that Wormcoil Engine doing a huge amount of work. I mean, Logan
These are
taking
not
6.
modern precons. These are both made by them.
Okay, so Houts. For the pre-constructed, that's fine. The pre-constructed modern deck, the main one there is going to be a black-white tokens deck. They've only made one, so they're hopefully going to be making more down the line, and we're hoping for that down in the future. But these ones actually were constructed by the players, so hopefully that does help.
We're not in Cleveland.
We are not in Cleveland.
So he's swinging with this batter skull, and it's just
Wormcoil Engine.
yeah, same thing.
Same
you
thing.
know, big artifact guy. Sorry.
So, a swing for 6. Now, Rolando could theoretically block with 2 of these creatures and offer a trade. The big problem with that is that Logan will still be getting 2 3/3s.
Yeah.
And, and losing 2 resources off of this. So, this is going to be pretty impactful. Rolando assembling a little bit of a board. The fact that he is flying is nice.
The problem is he's going to gain 6 per turn, which is not insignificant here.
It is definitely not insignificant. Okay, so another Gale Rider Sliver out, and while that buff is pretty, you've got 2 3/3s, you've got, you've got 3 3/3s, and then is the Gem Hide, is that one a 2/2?
I think it's a bear.
Okay.
When it comes out.
Anyway, so we're looking at
I don't know
basically
my
a
slivers
field
that
of
well,
3
but-
3s and 4 4s.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty solid field, all things considered. So through the air, they can provide a pretty decent amount of damage. The biggest issue is that he can't deal quite enough, and he's under a huge threat of pressure just from Logan.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, as it currently sits, I think Rolando is poised to win this race. Does that one give him lifelink? No, that's the destroy target permanent. That's the 3-mana destroy target permanent. Okay. So we have got... What have we got? And so has an Ancient Strings, and that Pyroclasm not going to be as much as you would kind of hope,
No.
just because they've kind of outgrown that
It's-
level. Now the interesting thing is that actually that Pyroclasm tells me that Tron is on the green red
He's
one.
back on the red. The regular.
And I think that part of that is because the green-red Tron was significantly better against the Eldrazi,
Yeah.
and the green-white version is a lot better against the Swarm decks, which are certainly...
Unfortunately, he's not against the Swarm deck.
Yep. Okay, so laying down an Ancient Stirrings, and we are going to be looking for a colorless creature, and actually all we have is the Chromatic Sphere as an option, so that was a surprisingly
It was
underwhelming...
a very sad.
Now, he does have the
swing.
ability to, Okay, so that is a Chromatic Sphere. So here.
He took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He took a lot.
He took
so
a lot.
it's possible he is at 24.
Do you want to go ask him? But, oh, they were tapped for mana.
Oh, okay.
That's it. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, that's much better than, like,
Yeah.
why is he not dead?
I can't even believe that I spaced on that. All of a sudden I look at Sideways Creatures and I'm like, oh my goodness.
TJ only knows attacking.
Clearly, that is all that I can do. So, we have got a swing. Logan going up to 24, but Rolando still in a decent position. And actually, this, he can actually start destroying some of the permanents. Does that say? I don't think it says non-land permanent.
I don't even know the name of it.
Okay, fair enough. I
Or
think it's
else I would
necrotic or
have
something like
us
that.
look at- yeah.
I believe it's necrotic.
Sure. We'll call it that. Seems good to me.
Okay. So, what have we got here? So the Chromatic Sphere in play can produce a color, does have 2 Sylvan Scryings and an Ancient Stirrings. A little bit surprised that I didn't see Logan actually crack that for the green to
just draw
cast
another
another
card.
Ancient Stirrings
Yeah.
early on, because it would just allow him to chain into more things. But,
I mean, what is he looking for at this point? Karn?
mhm.
Or Ugin would be really good if he runs one. Ugin is like his out right now because he can just minus it.
Okay. Also, if the people in the chat could let's be friendly. Let's be friendly. Okay, so a Nature's Claim out, but not really looking at much right now. But the nice thing is that it does have this secondary. But thank you, Vindicate Sliver.
Okay.
That is wonderful. Thank you so much there. So we have got a Nature's Claim, which is going to be able to target one of his owner for artifacts to gain him 4 life, actually. And while that's not particularly relevant at the moment, that does mean it's an option for him down the line if
He
his
could
lifesteal ever
target
gets
his
threatened.
own worm coil to get blockers. If he no, they're flying, so
Yeah.
no.
But he can hit his own chromatic
coil.
sphere,
Yeah.
things like that. So it
I
is.
would still crack the sphere to try because, like I said, Ugin is out right now.
Uh huh.
To just exile everything.
Okay. Let's see here. Alright, what have we got here? Okay. So what does Rolando do at this point? Because he put down the Sedge Sliver, so he has a lot of damage on the field. What have
How
we...
much does he have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
So it's a pass back, but he's got a lot of damage on the field because he's
Yeah.
got 3 pump effects. That's upwards of 20, but I don't think that he
I
can
don't think it's
quite deal
enough to
enough.
one time.
So I will be a little bit curious because him not getting at all aggressive there, and I'm a little bit curious because he does have the flying, so he might be looking for something vigilance. But I do think that possibly getting aggressive there might have been the better choice to give
Yeah, I
himself
probably would've
a win
swung.
over 2 turns, and maybe leave back the Gemhide
Yeah.
Sliver as a blocker.
Well, that'll get there too.
But that is going to pretty much end Rolando's plans. And likely would have anyway, but Rolando would have
I
at
didn't
least
see
been
that in his hand.
much
He must
more
have just
head on
drawn
board.
that, right?
I believe he did just draw that.
I mean, as far as top decks go,
As far
I've
as
seen
they
worse.
go. But he also could have played that last turn if he had ended up going for that ancient stone
Stirrings?
off
Yeah.
of the sphere. So that actually would have been within the 5 that he got a view at. Would have been able to play that, and then just would have had the freedom to crack that this
Yeah.
turn, as well as cast some of these ramp spells, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, right now, Logan is in a position where he's keeping this back and needs to present that 5 mana, which he is able to. But that's how it is at the moment. All right. So what is the? Oh dang it!
It's not Vindicate Sliver. It's just that's his nickname. It's not a real name of it.
Oh, I knew that. I knew that. What? So
Yeah, they can all regenerate themselves to the Oblivion Stone.
should have blown up a land during the upkeep. Definitely a possibility. Now the biggest. Oh, actually, the Gemhide Sliver just all does
Yep,
give.
they
them
all just regenerate
the black
themselves.
mana. That is a great point. So they're crashing.
So
I was
like I
totally
said,
forgetting
Ugin
that
is
Gemhide.
out because he's got to exile them all.
Yep. So that is pretty.
Well, this
surprising.
game isn't over.
And actually getting aggressive there would have led to the blow up, but actually by
Yep.
keeping them back a turn. Now the interesting thing is that it's hard for him to get aggressive, or at least overly aggressive, because of the fact that if Rolando gets aggressive, he can no longer pay to regenerate them all.
Oblivion Stone's still in stack. He was just asking me a question, so I'm gonna watch it real quick to make sure everything goes
Okay.
the way
Okay.
it should.
Okay, so I
So-
guess the Oblivion Stone is still on the
Yeah,
stack.
it's not resolved yet. He's still figuring out how he wants to respond.
And it could be because what Rolando wants to do is use this 3 mana to destroy target permanent to go for one of those lands. Now that would put him in pretty close to a tap out situation. But we will see. Alright. What have we got? Okay, I think he might just end up letting it resolve because of that ability
Yeah,
to
it doesn't-
regenerate through them.
Yeah,
But I think they're clarifying that apparently there was some kind of judge culling on that where they
that's
brought
what
over
was taking
Dylan.
so long.
Yep. Man, everybody was able to see what my nervous tick is.
Your knees just.
However, I didn't do it. I didn't do it in the other 2 matches that I was on. I specifically didn't.
He blew his own. So he got rid of 1 sliver and got 2 tokens.
Yep.
He got
And
rid of 1 that was pumping him. So,
and I think Logan may have also not realized that,
yeah.
because going for that board wipe, all of them now regenerating, and I think that Logan is now in a position to lose this game. So,
Yeah.
Rolando, now untapping, has enough damage in the air. Man.
That's a lot.
So,
You guys transfer?
yeah.
regenerated on this.
Yep. Okay. Also, you know what? Between games, I'll respond to a thought on net decking. All right. What have we got? So I think this is actually just the full-out attack. Keeping back one blocker seems a little bit unusual, but he is now getting aggressive, and I think this is a swing for pretty close to 20, possibly a little bit, maybe a little bit under. So I think this is between 16 and 20, but I can't 100% say which ones have which power and toughness. And apparently it is a pretty sizable swing.
Yeah.
So that's a swing. Whew. So with those ones, and actually we 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that was actually I'm sorry, a swing for 12. Was it? Yes, 13. A swing for 13. That's my bad. Okay. What have we got here? Also, yeah, if people could just continue to be civil on the street, on the chat. I've always enjoyed that our chat is pretty friendly and civil, and I'd like to see that continue happening. Okay. So, looks like tapping 3 mana here for one of those destroy abilities. Might be going for one of the Tron lands here, but actually just letting him out and tap with it. Maybe trying to save it to instead go for one of the threats that Logan plays, because most of the cards that he plays right now aren't going to save him. I think his biggest situation right now is maybe trying to go for that Ancient Stirrings. No, I'm sorry, he just has 2 Sylvan Scrying. So,
it's...
Okay. So that is a swing for 6 back. Rolando going for a fetch. And I'm not sure what the one card in his hand is. He does have access to a decent amount of mana.
Yeah.
We might see Collected Company, but possibly just see something like an Abrupt Decay to keep him from gaining life.
Mm-hmm.
That way he's able to go for the win next turn. Okay. But it is a swing for 6, and if it is an Abrupt Decay, he's going for a forest, so I think that might be an indication that he is intending to do that and possibly just block the one.
There you go.
The other one. But yeah, that's an Abrupt
The
Decay.
lifelink is gone.
Taking down the one with the lifelink, so he's
I don't
not
think he
going to
cares
get any.
about... Okay, that works.
And just going for a trade. It's got Death Touch, so he'll be losing. Both will be dying. And I think Rolando may not have realized the Death Touch because it was a 4/4. Oh no, he's just paying it to regenerate itself. Brilliant. He's able to regenerate his own definitely. Yep. So Sylvan Scrying now happening. Logan going to be able to find
trying
a
to
land.
get land out of his library right now.
But he's dead next turn. So I'm pretty sure that Rolando is going to take this in 2.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. So, the Sylvan Scrying into a Grove of the Burn Wallows can pretty much just give him a land, but Rolando gonna be swinging back for enough to be lethal with Logan at 11. 2 of those Pumping Slivers. That's 15 damage on the battlefield if they're all 1/1s, and I'm pretty sure that some of them are larger than that. So, we have got a swing here for lethal. I don't think he needs to be worried about too much. He might be trying to be a little bit prepared for regenerating something or other. But it's going to be pretty close to a lethal swing, and even if you get some kind of blowout, Logan has no clock currently presented, so, yep, no reason not to go for the full swing there. And there we go. Lord of the Pit trying to get... we've got about 15 minutes left. Do you want to see if we might be able to find an Obzon Company? Anything like that?
There's anyone out.
Alright. We will see what we can do. Part of it has to do with finding a match that is also currently in process. Let's go ahead and head back up to the booth where we will be seeing if we can get another match going for you. See you there. Hello and thank you for joining. My name is TJ. Eric is my fantastic co-host of the evening. We do this stream 3 times a week. Wednesdays at 7, Fridays at 7:30, though that one is Legacy.
We're in the middle of a bunch of games.
We are currently in the middle of some games, but we might be able to get another one on
Yeah,
something
I'll
like
go back out
that.
in just a minute here.
Okay.
Bryce is returning this.
Excellent. Other than that, we might have... we also do Saturdays. We do Modern again at 6.
Indeed.
So we have got 3 streams a week. It is a lot of fun. We're streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Any good Ancestral Vision decks hanging around? I do know that there are some out there.
Mm-hmm.
As far as what things are... What's currently out there, I know that there are some that are running Ancestral Visions. I'm not really sure what their placement currently is, but a lot of those decks are currently looking pretty sweet. For Tofu City, Logan, not really, still been playing, was I think a primarily Legacy player before jumping into Modern, so I think just still not used to seeing a lot of the things
Learning
in
the
Modern,
cards still.
especially coming against that Slivers deck. Something we mentioned earlier is that it's not a deck that you can be particularly prepared to see when you're kind of researching the format. So just may not have been prepared for all the things that of what Slivers is able to do. What have we got as well? Controlled round 5. In round 5, we'll likely be getting the finals, whatever those are, and if we can get other matches after that, we'll see what we can do. Any Meekthopter decks around yet? We do have some in the store. Some people playing Sword of the Meek, some people playing Ancestral Vision, some playing both. As for what their current placement is, I'm not sure, but also on this Saturday, I think I'll be looking to try and get a lot more of those ones on the stream, because I think some of the players showing up on Saturday will be the ones that are playing on that one. So we can certainly do that one. Also, it gives a lot of time for some of those cards to come in through the mail.
Yeah, because people ordered them, a week ago, and still haven't got them yet.
Mm-hmm. So, how many in this tournament? We've got 24 players in the tournament today. Usually these Wednesday ones and also the Saturday ones tend to vary between about 20 to 22 people.
Yep.
And I think recently we had one that was at about 29 people.
Yep.
So we tend to range anywhere in the
Mid-20s or
20s.
so.
If there's a large event happening, so in some previous ones, when there was a Comic-Con things happening like that, we were just under 20, but almost always 5 rounds for those. So it's a lot of fun to keep doing this. We're always looking to improve. We did get some nice feedback at one point. Several times in this chat we've gotten some good feedback as far as things that we can improve and also some of the things that we're doing well, and we certainly appreciate all forms of that. Now, as we're waiting for another match, let's go ahead and play a fun game of 6 words, because that game is an absolute blast. And I know... to bring back a question that was asked of me, and it was one of the most interesting questions that I've ever received in this game. One that I'm going to turn to you guys. So if you have questions, ask them. We'll answer in exactly 6 words. And in the meantime, I just realized I should describe what happens when we get to 500 viewers, because we're at 258 right now. To everybody who's brand new, hit that follow button and join us again each week, because it is going to be a blast. When we get to 500 viewers all at the same time, we haven't hit it yet. When we do, 4 things are going to happen. One is that we have a sealed, revised starter deck that we will be opening up on the stream. So, hopefully that will be fun. Number 2, as I will be eating a Tybalt with Alfredo sauce. Something that I said on the internet, and now it is basically, acts as a contract because it was said on the internet.
Thirdly, on the internet, it happens.
Exactly. Thirdly, what we have got is Coleman, one of my Modern co-hosts, is going to be recording himself doing a complete song and dance to a 80s cardio song and putting it online, which should be pretty interesting. We still haven't decided what it's going to be. We'll be doing a vote on what that song is that he ends up posting. And we have got Joe, who was the one playing Build Your Own Upheaval in the first round, who will be drawing. We have a blank white playmat. He will be basically requesting a random person from, I believe, maybe either that stream or the stream after it, depending on how things work out. But he'll be asking a random person. They'll be getting the playmat. He's going to draw pretty much whatever he wants on it, with the one thing being that that person gets to give him 6 words to base the entire playmat around.
Yep.
So, that is what we will be doing. Hopefully when we get to 500, it's kind of our goal. It was one of my New Year's resolutions to try and get there. As far as Shellfish, I like the facial hair. But, hey,
Me or him? You need to be more specific. When
That's
you
a great
insult
point.
Facial hair.
All feedback is good feedback, though.
That's not true.
To I Say Rar, did I say I was going to eat a Tybalt? Yes. When we get to 500, I will be eating a Tybalt. I will be putting proof of it, and I'll be actually eating it with some delicious Alfredo sauce, which should be a whole lot of fun. I even have someone set up to actually, someone who really makes a really good Alfredo sauce. They'll be making it for me. Yeah.
You already lined this up?
Yep,
All right.
I already lined it up. It is going to be an absolute
Glad we cut the starter deck in half.
blast.
That sounds terrible.
You know, the 6 words... Definitely, I got started to talk about what the 500 was because I did say that I was going to be talking this. I say RAR. I also click Tybalt's. I think at the moment I'm at about 70, 75 after a recent one. So I'm somewhere above 70 in that area. It's a lot of fun. To Pugosaurus, thank you so much. It was definitely, it's pretty interesting because one of the things that surprised me is a combination of both how much work and also kind of how easy it was to set up the stream. And part of it is that we were very fortunate to have a lot of people who were willing to do a lot of help. David Bradbury, who actually built this entire layout. Everything that you see that is not just us was somehow interacted with David Bradbury. Absolutely incredible person, helped us out a lot. We had Ian Price, who did a lot of feedback early on with the commentary, helped us design other parts of this stream.
Yep.
And also, I've had a really willing group who is willing to be on camera so often. I've had a great group of people who are willing to just stream with me pretty consistently. So it's pretty interesting, but it's certainly a lot of moving parts that have come together in a way that worked out really nice and seamlessly for us. Or at least not seamlessly, but nicely. It worked out nicely. To Forecast.
Yes, that is a viable deck. I
Not so long ago.
play one competitively, and it can be a very fun deck, so have at it.
That is... So yeah, Mono Green Eldrazi, especially if you're talking in the context of Standard, the deck is quite good. Ramp strategies, especially when aggro isn't super viable, which right now it isn't, then that's definitely in a solid position right now, and it's really a good place to go, especially. And also, welcome to the game. It's really cool to have you, so...
I mean, if you're going to run a green ramp deck with Black Lotus, you need to run Channel and Emrakul. You go Black Lotus, Channel, or Fireball. Fireball or Emrakul, really, there's no bad way.
You don't need to pay attention to what they're saying. But it is a whole lot of fun. So
no, you do what you want.
True, the Blue-White Humans is a bit on the aggro side right now.
That's true.
So there is that one, but also if you're starting early on in the game, then eventually you'll gotta lose that.
You just play what you want. Learn how to play as well as you can, and then worry about getting good decks. That's what I did. Like, I started playing like just piles of cards that I put together because I'm like, this sounds awesome, and then
I did that too. Yeah, the biggest thing is, I don't know. One of the biggest things that I end up going into is that I was always very prepared to lose, and the mentality that I tend to take when I'm playing is that winning is in many ways practice, but losing is a lesson. So there's always something to be learned from a loss, and sometimes that lesson is sometimes you're unlucky, and accept that, and maybe, but other times there's a really useful lesson to be had there.
I found times where people say they're unlucky. Somewhere earlier in the game, there was one thing they could have done that could have changed how that game went. I'm not saying there's not times where like your opponent's not just like, you're dead. That does happen. But a lot of the time, people say they're unlucky, but somewhere they misplayed or allowed something to happen that they could have stopped or changed, and that would have been a slight difference to the game that can affect it later on. So getting better is all about thinking through your games, or even like getting on a stream or recording your games and watching. I know it sounds weird to like, let's set up a camera and watch us play, but that's how you learn. How many misplays did you see yourself do from watching yourself play when you played?
The ones that I'd already recognized. But there were some.
Yeah, there's times.
And I was able to definitely see them on the stream.
But you also see what leads up to them, rather than just like, oh crap, why did I do that? And rather than like, I see why I did it, but that was wrong to do. So you avoid that mistake in the future, that sort of thing.
Definitely. All right, and we've got okay, so actually we should be heading into the finals pretty shortly here. So that is going to be a blast. Now, here's my 6 words question for you to get back onto a subject that I dropped a couple minutes ago. My 6 words question, one that was asked of me early on, and now I would like to put your answer in the comment with exactly 6 words. What does Magic mean to you? And it is a very loaded question that is really hard to answer, and I was so taken aback when it was initially asked of me that it's just been on my mind every now and then to try and summarize that in such a succinct way was really weird and challenging for me. When you were about 6, you bought a bunch of the early sets of MTG? That is awesome.
Keep reading, it's not awesome.
No!
Oh, TJ.
Oh, that was such a roller coaster for me.
He was like, yeah, oh no!
Oh man, that was a roller coaster for me that ended in pain. That was, you really, I was so excited for you, and I was excited for me. Lightning Bolt is definitely one of my favorite cards, far and away. I'm a big fan of the red cards. Okay, what have we got there? Have fun games with friends and foes.
I like it.
I like Aparthias, and I like that it recognizes the friend and foe aspect, and sometimes they're both. In the
I
context
feel like
of a
everyone
single
has
game.
that one person who you play all the time, but you can never win against. And it's like, I should beat them. Like, this matchup, everyone else who plays that I've beaten it, but, like, I can never win at this one person. Like, everyone has one person.
All right, engaging dynamic interactive puzzle battle action. Wow.
I like it.
That is an impressive one, and quite a vocabulary there. Okay. Talson, Durfine tossing in some other nice ones. Community, competition, lots of life lessons. Yeah, that's definitely a pretty interesting one. As far as having a life, I certainly don't. Between work, this, school, and everything else, I dabble in having a life, but it's certainly not something that I
This
get
is
to
a social
actively do.
interaction for the week.
This is, you guys are awesome. Hobby that absolutely destroyed your budget. That is fantastic.
Every Magic player knows exactly what you're talking about.
The money pit
And then-
that I love.
I assume everyone gets that look when you tell someone who doesn't play Magic how much something costs
Oh,
for real.
I
And they're
just
like,
don't tell them.
Why? And it's like, because I needed it.
I just don't tell them.
I've told like 2 people at work. They're like, "So what did you spend on that?" I'm like, "You want to know?" They're like, "Yeah, like, this much." Like, why? Because my Legacy deck is awesome.
Yeah.
Like,
As for actually to the person who said the money pit that I love, I'm not even sure if I've seen you in our chat before. So thank you for joining. It's great to have you.
yes. Hello to all you new people.
Yes.
I assume there's one of you out there.
At least we've got a pretty nice new group here tonight. It's fantastic to have all of you. Occasionally I'll get a little bit sappy because it does mean a lot to me that so many people are willing to participate in this with us and be a part of this community. So it's really excellent for me to see that happening. So thank you to all the people who are brand new and joining us for the first time or possibly rejoining us for another time. It's incredible. You guys are excellent. What's a life without social interaction? Hey, that was 6 words too. Nailed it.
That's his response to your. This is your social life.
Oh, I know. Magic players, let's see here. You know, the interesting thing is that I would almost disagree that I've interacted with a lot of really good Magic players. But, excellent. I'm glad that I was able to recognize that you're a brand new person. Thank you so much. Hopefully you find everybody friendly, all kinds of things like that. Erebus Vision, is this an event? Yes, we are currently just between rounds, waiting for some of the other matches to finish up. But we are getting ready to head into our 5th and final round of that for our night. But we do this 3 times a week, so always feel free to join us for some more of these. It's all kind of fun. And I'm not sure if I've seen you here before. So, thank you for joining. It's great to have you. If you do have any questions, any comments, any feedback, anything like that, we always do certainly appreciate that. Everything means something, and being and interacting with you guys is certainly something that we think sets us apart. But it also is just really exciting for us to be able to interact with so many different people. So we like interacting with you guys. So when you toss in those questions and you put in those comments and all that different stuff, we don't mind. We love it. That is our favorite thing about this. That's what we love about this, and that's why I've continued to do this. If I didn't interact with you guys, eventually, I imagine I would be a lot less thrilled about doing this so often.
Yeah, foil features like Ghosts are not going to be cheap. But if you want to be balling.
Okay. I say Rar, new to the stream, not new to MTG. Ooh. On the bright side, the foil ones, you should be able to trade those into other things down the line. But the big thing is that if that deck does mean a lot to you, and if it's something that gives you joy, then it's really hard to put a price tag on that one. And if you have the means to provide that for yourself, as well as the fact that you think that that's worth it for yourself, then more power to you. So that's at least my thought on that one. Jeremy, you just want to smash face? That is exactly my game plan. But I do love that came down to exactly 6 words. Worley 25, good luck on your GPT on Saturday. What else have we got? Socialization that doesn't require conversational aptitude. Game time. I mean, certainly I interact with you guys a lot. I've had a lot of conversational interaction with you guys. So, what else have we got here? At least you're getting the proper goys. Love it.
I mean, mine are Future Sight. I mean, that's the correct ones to own.
Mhm.
The rest are just fakes.
It's better than bad. It's good. That's a pretty solid one. How big is our legacy streams to Garlock? Do you mean by viewership or by the number of players? Our number of players has been around 4 rounds. Consistently, we kind
So
of
like
tend to
12
bounce.
to 16, depending on the turnout.
Yeah. As far as our viewership, we've been starting to get just a little bit over 100 in those legacy streams. So it's starting to grow up a little bit, but also we were averaging about 140 in our modern streams, and tonight has just been an absolute treat for us. So it's really cool to have people interacting with us on such a grand level.
I currently play Reanimator in Legacy, Deer Fiend. Before that, I played Bug Delver. Before that, I played Show and Tell Hive Mind, because I'm a good person.
I play Burn. Because everybody is prepared for that. One thing that, if you're brand new, one of the things that you'll learn about me is that I'm a big advocate for red mana and all things about it. I certainly enjoy casting a burn spell or two, and we should be heading into the final round pretty shortly. Excellent. So let's go find out what it is, and let's get ready for this 5th round. They should be on turns shortly. I do think that because we have an eggs deck in the field today, that is what has been pushing us a little bit as far as the turns go. What else have we got? You play Miracles in Legacy? That is a pretty fantastic deck. I like watching it happen. It's certainly not the deck that I would play, but I have a lot of respect for the people who do play that one. Okay. Blood Moon. I do love Blood Moon. I love that card. Absolutely. RSR2. I will say the live stream, while it's certainly a lot of fun, it did take a surprising amount of effort early on. We started off with a pretty basic setup, all things considered. We didn't really have the green screen. We didn't have really the quality of the cameras. And it started off fine. We did a pretty small group, and it's definitely been improving. But I'm going to sneeze really quick. Sorry. But over time, as we started to get more and more popular, then I was able to convince more and more people to help us out, because we started out with a budget of 0, and certainly we have tried putting some kind of resources into it, and we put in what we can, but we're kind of limited with a budget of about 0 that has never gone up. So it's a lot of fun, but we had a lot of help from people who are really good at some of these things. This entire layout was made by someone by the name of David Bradbury, who was willing to do us a favor. Really great guy, and has done a little bit of the streaming with me as well. If you played Legacy, you played Miracles. Do your opponents tell you how much they hate you every match? Not really. I think that Miracles especially has been. It's one of the main decks in Legacy, and most of the Legacy crowd tends to be pretty friendly towards each other. Have I seen the White-Red Moon list from the Star City Baltimore's Modern Classic? I actually haven't yet this weekend. I guess early on this week, but I should have some time tomorrow, and I'll be hopefully catching up on some of the Modern news for the week. So I'm excited, and also if you do want to send that list to me at my Twitter or on Reddit or anything like that, always feel free to do that, and I'd happily take a look at it. Eggs is simply faster now. Yeah, but it's still definitely at a pretty late version. Westlawn, welcome back. Patrol, being a green-red mage. Hey, if you're not Gruul, then die, is what they say. So you're on the right side of that one. Yes, the overlay is incredible. Jazzy Horde, we do have matches left, but I agree that the overlay is extremely clean. He did a lot of really good work with that, and I can't appreciate him enough for that. What's everyone's favorite color for Talison? Red. Always red. And clearly you were all fully aware of that. Get game time going with black mana. I can certainly like that. What else have we get here? Eggs can win turn 4. Definitely true. Okay. Try to watch the stream when I can to learn better how to play. Sadly, you know what? That is okay. We honestly just appreciate interacting with you, and you've always been so, a little bit active in the chat, which is really cool to just be able to interact with you on such a regular basis. And one of my favorite things is that I recognize so many of you by name, and I recognize when there's someone new joining that community, and that's really exciting for me to have.
We
those
got
kinds
finals.
And what have we got?
We got Reese versus Dylan. Reese is on what he said was Pike Place Market. He said you'll know what that means.
I do.
And Dylan is on Yule TJ Special. Nyburn.
Ooh, Dylan Falk?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Who's on which side?
Dylan's on the wall.
All right, so burn, and actually the interesting thing is that I had this discussion with Reese before this tournament, and his deck has a terrible burn matchup. Or we had this discussion of like, what deck do you think I lose to? Burn. So.
Well then. Alrighty.
This is fantastic. So what? No, it is not even. It's not even fish. It's a Grixis midrange deck. It's a Grixis midrange deck that has got a lot going on, and it's kind of a little homebrewy, and it's running some pretty interesting things.
Okay.
The reason why he has that name for it is because it's got a whole lot going on, and you don't quite know what's happening, but you remember the fish because it's got a Gurmagi.
So Pike Place Market, for those who don't know the joke, in Seattle there's a famous farmer's market called Pike Place Market.
Everybody
And
remembers it because they throw fish.
Yeah, they throw fish around. You've probably seen the picture of like Pike Place with like the clock above it, like in Seattle. Whenever there's like B-roll in a city, in a thing that is in Seattle, it's always pictured. And then they throw fish around.
So, this is
Pike Place background.
when you think Pike Place Market, you think Grixis.
Yes.
To be fair, I was the one that came up with the name, and if you want to talk about going on a tangent, that's something I can certainly do. So, let's go on down and have some fun. Let's watch the finals. It's going to be a great time. Alright, so both players getting ready here, and I have got an unnecessary match win there, so let's go ahead and update that, because I forgot to do that. So, both players get... If it doesn't... Oh, Gaimon tags Fling! That is amazing. That is... I'm going to have to talk to him about putting out at least one of those on the sideboard.
We're going to go when you are, so...
So, the interesting thing is that when he first built this sideboard, he almost built it... He was like, man, I don't really think that my Affinity matchup is that good, so he may have changed it. He may have. But for, as of yesterday or something like that, he had 12 anti-affinity cards in there. Like 4 Ancient Grudge, 4 Vandal Blast, and like 4 Hurkyl's Recall. And I was like, you know that's not the right choice, right? And he's like, yeah, I just put it together. And I was like, okay, but I mean, you're going to just lose to burn if you're putting 12.
They're both 4-0. So,
this, oh man, this is fantastic. I also like the Naya version a lot more, though I do think that it actually is faster than the mono red one. The mana base on the mono red one is pretty nice, and it's able to kind of beat the Naya one in the mirror match as far as just by having such a less damage towards themselves for that mana. But I do think I prefer the Naya one personally, even though I am a big fan of the pure red. But the egg, as far as Grixis with Ancient Grudge, that could. Knowing Reese, he may have splashed for a
four color fun. That's what we're watching.
It's
and he
also
made it
possible.
To the finals.
It's very possible that he was just lying to me, and I was just bringing up some conversational bits there. So it definitely is interesting. If he is splashing a Shockland just to go for the Ancient Grudge, I'll be super impressed. But I doubt that that's actually what's happening.
You never know.
So we have got. I do see a Spell Snare in Reese's hand, but he's not going to have a great matchup against this. So a tapped Sulphur Falls.
Sulphur Falls tapped is bad feels.
Yeah, and actually that is really telling me that he may not have a whole lot of other lands in hand, and I don't think that I see any. Possibly a Swamp. I think I might see a Swamp in there, but that seems like a dangerous one, and it could just be that he has no
Turn 2 Eidolon
intentions.
seems really good.
Wow. So that's going to do a great job of slowing down anything that Reese is trying to do. Now, he does run a decent amount of Delve threats. For a bit, he was calling this basically Naya Delve, which is, or I'm sorry, not Naya, Grixis Delve. I just happened to say Naya because I was looking at the burn deck.
Take 2 to bolt the guy.
Okay, so bolting that one and going down to 18, and we have got what appears to be a Scalding Tarn from Reese. Talson, love it. Okay. So, heading into Dylan's, and we have got a Goblin Guide coming down. Likely drew that this turn since we didn't see that as his turn 1. Possibly drew it last turn and just prioritized the Eidolon of the Great Revel for curving out there. That's going to swing for 2, and we're going to get a reveal of a Snapcaster Mage, and unless we have a removal spell, which I don't see, we're going to be knocking Reese down to 16. Now, if Reese... We might almost get a fetch from Reese.
Nacatl Burn. I didn't see the Nacatl.
Oh. Okay. So the Nacatl Burn is a little bit of an interesting choice. And actually, he wants the Snapcaster, which seems... So I think I do see a Swamp in that hand, which could be why he wanted that one. Otherwise, he may have gone for a fetch to try and...
He's going to Snap Bolt.
But a Snap Bolt becomes a pretty nice play. That Wild Nacatl currently a 2/2.
Yes, Blood Moon is very good against Nightburn as one who plays Blood Moon.
I've brought it in before.
So I play Blue Moon, and I keep all 4 Blood Moons in, and I bring in Spreading Seas.
Yeah, I actually bring in Blood Moon as affinity when I'm going up against Burn because it shuts down all their destructive revelry.
Yeah. It shuts down anything green or white, which is a lot of their burn.
Yep. So we have got a swing for 5, which is likely going to have a Snapcaster Lightning Bolt. That Lightning Bolt going for the Wild Nacatl and likely
then
trading the
block the,
Snapcaster
yep.
with the Goblin Guide. But it looks like choosing to go for that trigger first. Getting okay, so fetching first.
Yep, there we go.
Mm-hmm. So the Wild Nacatl, interestingly, I'm not a big fan of it. I mean, everybody knew that beforehand. But actually, I am less of a fan of it in this new meta. Because of the amount of 1/1s and the amount of board control that's starting to kind of rise up over, most of the control that's happening right now is board control. And Wild Nacatl is not great, especially against a field of those same control decks running basically an endless stream of 1/1s. And
There's an attack trigger off of the Goblin Guide. Is he
I
responding
think
to that?
they may have got it, or possibly he did it before fetching.
He didn't do it.
But
See, don't forget that Goblin Guide trigger.
just open the door and ask him if they did the guide trigger.
Did
So-
you guys get your Goblin Guide trigger? What? Them.
Okay, there we go.
Did they get the Goblin Guide trigger?
They just did it.
Never mind, you're good. Continue.
So we have got
It's
a
weird when
Thought
there's a
Scour.
game between me and
Yeah.
them, and I have to yell through a pair.
So a Thought Scour happening there, and then we have got. I mean, that Atarka's command was just a
Ooh,
complete
that's a-
blowout.
Yeah.
That was huge. And Reese now at a huge disadvantage. Anything that he casts is going to be costing him a lot of life, and that was enormous. I think we just saw 11 damage get dealt. I mean, that was absurd.
He's
And
got to terminate.
we have got also a Lightning Bolt in hand. So this is going to be a swing.
Ooh.
And right now, if he can't answer both creatures, Dylan gets a win.
Yep.
So, because I think Reese is running a Spell Snare. So we have got swing there to
Stringer.
Parthia,
Oh.
revealing the
Oh.
Lightning Bolt, which
So close,
probably
yet so far.
would have been a lot more useful there. And, as far as asking if the Wild Nacatl dies, I just kind of assumed that it did based on how they did the triggers. But it is possible that it was only a 2/2, and
Yep.
he may have just waited to cast the second one until afterward.
And that's game anyway.
Yep, so revealing the game anyway. But it is a little bit interesting, may have just waited it until it died to cast the second one.
Mhm.
So, that was a pretty quick game. And Burn definitely showing... Yeah, but because of the bolt and then also a block by the Snapcaster
Yeah.
Mage.
That would kill it.
Yep. I think part of it was, part of the confusion there is that earlier we were mentioning that he may block the Goblin Guide
Yeah,
with
but
the
he did.
Snapcaster Mage. But once it became a 5/5, you've got
Yeah.
a bolt on it. At least take down the one creature that you can. So, the sideboards here, Dylan possibly going to be looking to do more things as far as if he's got any kind of Searing Blaze. Doesn't need to worry a whole lot about Artifact Enchantment Destruction. Graveyard, not a really big, huge concern of his. Mostly fine. If he has anything that's going to hate on the mana base, may go for that. Now, what this Grixis deck is going to be going for,
I have no idea.
very little. He might be running Vampiric, the Vampiric Link.
Mm-hmm.
Might be running Vampiric Link because that goes really nicely onto an Eidolon of the Great Revel.
Creatures die when they are killed.
Yes. Creatures die when they are killed. This sounds a bit like my Barbarian from Sunday.
When it is dark. When it is night, it gets dark.
It gets dark at night. Oh man, that Barbarian was fun. I'm a big fan of the Wild Nacatl outside of Burn. In Zoo, the card is great. It's a 3/3 for 1. That's basically a green bolt. But in Burn, I'd rather just have the bolt. That is my argument there. But Grixis midrange doesn't really have a whole lot. If he's got any kind of counter magic that's going to go for it, so if he has some number of maybe Dispel or Spell Pierce or any kind of instant sorcery kind of stuff like that, he might go for that. If he's got a Vampiric Link, he might go for that.
It's
If
all
he
a bunch
has-
of blue cards.
if he's got some sweepers, something like, if he has Pyroclasm in there, he could run
Yeah.
that. Because he's not running Delver, he is running...
Does he run Anger?
Possibly, but I think he might even be running Young Pyromancer, which means that it's unlikely because that
Young
wouldn't go well
peasy.
into his game plan.
Do you want to explain the proxy process for Legacy?
Okay,
Jazzy
so
Horde?
to Jazzy Horde, how do we work with proxies? Do they get stored credit after buy cards stored the deck? So we only allow our proxies for Legacy, and that's on the Fridays. But we don't sanction our Legacy tournaments, and then we do allow proxies. You can have any number of proxies in your deck, up to, I mean, any number of 75 or beyond that if that's what you're doing. But the main thing that happens is that if you do win store credit with that, you have to use that on the cards that you are proxying. That's the main stipulation for it. So that way people are able to continue playing and able to actually build the deck over time, even when there's such a...
And they have to look decent. They can't be, just...
They have to be good ones, too.
A backwards card with a name written on it, sort of thing.
Yes. When a new set comes out, how many boxes do I typically buy for myself? I actually tend to buy singles. So I actually haven't bought any boxes for myself. I've done a little bit of drafting. My best pull as of yet was an Arlen Cord, and that's pretty much the main one that I did. So that is, but I tend to just go for the singles that I need over buying boxes, but it's definitely something that I'll look at down the line.
Yeah, the last few sets I haven't bought any boxes. I do pre-releases, and I try to do like 5 in a weekend, which gets crazy.
Mhm.
But then, so you get all the cards for that, but then you get the packs for winning, and usually I have enough for at least 1 or 2 draft sets after that, and then you just draft it.
For any Tron Eldrazi decks tonight, we do have a Tron deck out there. We have Green Red Tron. As far as Eldrazi, I don't believe that we do have
think
any
so.
at the moment. To
Well,
the
then
Jackal
you play
is...
multiple matches, and you get more store credit.
Mm-hmm. What if the cards they're proxying are like, and they win $50 in store credit? Then you use that, and like you can't get the Goyf, but you start putting that towards a Goyf. So yes, but you're allowed to keep doing it on a week-to-week basis. You don't need to immediately spend that credit. You can save it up over time. We have one guy who's in high school, built Goblins, proxybited it, and he's been able to just start buying part of the Goblins deck through that system, and some of it is slowly over time. But you don't have to use it immediately as long as you just end up using it on one of those cards. Okay. Worley 25, I did not notice that about Arlen Cord. The archer
Serum
class is really
Visions.
full of archers. So, Serum Visions off of a Scalding Tarn from Reese, who is going down to 19, so he might just be going for the
Island.
basic
Yeah.
island. So, likely has another fetch, possibly a shock in hand. Tired? You can't be tired. This
I
is
worked
modern.
at 7 a.m. today.
Yeah, I
Got
know.
up at 6.
But you said the same thing to Bryce on Saturday.
It's true.
Yep. Gotcha.
But he didn't have to be up early on Saturday.
That's true. So Reese heading into his turn, getting a
That was
Scry,
it.
putting one land on the bottom and a card that I didn't see on there. Now I do see a Dispel, and I think I see another Serum Visions,
Yeah.
but it's still not a particularly fast hand with a lot of blue. But
Turn one
Dylan
to Kyle.
and the Wild Nakatl coming down, and it's a little bit of an interesting choice. Certainly right now, doing fine against this deck. But I do have to say that, especially in this new meta, if I were going to any larger events or at a blind meta, anything where I'm expecting that Thopter Sword combo, right now I'm definitely on the side of not Wild Nakatl, even though
Serum
previously...
Visions go for the throat. Fetches it away. Okay.
And there's the Vampiric Link, so we knew that that at least came out there.
Shock.
Mhm.
Shocking for the Dispel.
Okay. So what have we... Is that Serum Visions not foil? Not yet.
What a scrub.
Reese certainly likes the shiny cards. So, we have got a Vampiric Link on the Wild Nakatl.
There we go.
And it's an interesting choice to go for.
Just not gonna attack.
I may have been a fan of him actually delaying a little bit, because putting that down on a Eidolon of the Great Revel is an enormously huge turn.
Because then you just start casting things.
Because your spells are free,
Mm-hmm.
life total wise, and all of a sudden, Dylan's gain you life.
Yeah.
Which means that every burn spell you deal or cast deals 1 damage.
Your left totals are off, by the way.
You're right. I need to update that. Sorry.
I'll never forgive you, TJ.
You'll never forgive me ever. So a Goblin Guy joining the ranks down there.
And oh, there we go.
Okay. So a swing from
Murderous
a swing of
Cut.
3. And revealing a Murderous Cut on the top. That's going to be okay, especially considering how full the graveyard is. That's going to be able to take down one of those cards. As far as taking out the green, right now I would probably be adding it back in. Destructive Rivalry is going to be huge against the Thopter Foundry decks.
And Atarka's Command is really good.
And Atarka's Command is really good. Especially the Reach is surprisingly relevant against Affinity sometimes.
Yep.
Okay, so we have got a Monastery Swiss Spear from Dylan, lining up currently 4 damage on the battlefield, and I think has enough burn to actually possibly accelerate that a little bit. To Shannon 623, what is Grixis midrange? It is a deck based around the colors of red, blue, and black, and kind of acts as a pretty straightforward value card deck. So a Murderous Cut going for one of these Swift Spears.
Indestructible.
Yep, and that's going to be a swing for 6.
And
But
proud. And dispels it.
wow.
So he targeted...
And
Okay.
takes that down, ends up losing the Monastery Swift Spear. But otherwise, we have got Reese going down to 9, but still in a pretty dangerous position here. Why would he not target Goblin Guide? That's a great question, and part of it is because almost always that Monastery Swift Spear will be a 2/3, and because the Goblin Guide, as long as that one sticks around, you can continue to draw the occasional land off of it. But almost always it'll be swinging for 2 power anyway, and can occasionally swing for more, especially off of something like the Atarka's Command.
It's also harder to kill with a bolt.
Yes.
First off, because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Goblin Guide typically will die to a bolt.
Oh, why would he target Goblin Guide? I'm sorry. I saw. Why wouldn't he? Slipper, you got it. You got it. Sorry about that. Okay.
Bolt, bolt. Swing. There we go. GG.
And that is
I'm
the
gonna go
end
find
of
another
the
match, 'cause
finals.
that was-
So, what have we got? What's on Wild Nicodle? So, I can tell you what was on that Wild Nicodle. It was called Vampiric Link. I'm sure someone will link it. To complete the question for Shannon, Grixis midrange, looks like it ended up going pretty quickly there, but what it'll end up doing is trying to be kind of a value deck with a little bit of a tempo game plan. Mostly trying to have just really valuable cards for their mana cost, similar to how Jund operates, but in a different color scheme. The blue allowing them to have some access to card draw and counter spells, over the green, which allows for the big creatures of Jund. So, let's go back to the booth, and we'll see if we can get another match for you. That was a pretty quick one. Hello and thank you for joining. My name is TJ and I'm absolutely thrilled that we are over 200 people pretty consistently for the course of this stream. Thank you so much to all the people who have continued to be a part of this. It is a great time. Jazzy Horde didn't see any anger. Why wouldn't he run anger? I think part of it is because in his game plan he does run some of the smaller creatures as well as the larger ones, and maybe just doesn't want to do anything that's going to disrupt his game plan. Because while sideboard cards are impactful in Modern, it is important that they also work within your game plan.
Kiki Cord versus Mono Blutron.
And who's on which side?
Ian's against the wall.
And who's what game are they on?
Game 2? They're going to 2? Who got what 1? Okay.
Okay.
Ian got game 1.
Okay, so Bart on Mono Blutron, I assume?
No, it's
Josh?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have got Josh on Mono Blutron going up against Kiki Cord in the hands of Ian Price, who took game 1, and they're getting ready to head into game 2. It all ends up with the same. It only does one font, so I just kind of type. Yes, the difference between that deck and Grixis Control is very, very small. Largely, it kind of comes down to 1 or 2 card choices and the amount of counter spells in some cases, but it is a very small difference and mostly just kind of happens with game plan, but most of the cards are the same. So, let's head on down, have some fun. Game 2, heading soon. Alright, and as for to Spleen, when did I learn Magic, and where did I learn Magic, and when did I first start? You know what? After the end of Game 2, whether or not that's kind of the end or something like that, but that's like we can certainly.
We will address that after this because it's a long story for both of us. I'm sure, or at least a longer-winded explanation.
I could certainly shorten it, but I'd rather not.
But it deserves to be
Oh,
explained.
oh, is it that word? Mine is not that
Mine's,
interesting.
I mean, mine's like not that interesting.
Okay. Well, we'll tell it as soon as we do have the opportunity to, and we can hopefully illuminate that. Fantastic.
You needed the support, Bryce. You weren't loud enough.
I was able to hear most of those, by the way. They're surprisingly apparent.
Good. Just.
The weird thing is that the camera moved when you did that.
I'm kind of terrifying.
Yeah, no, like I'm pretty sure that the camera that was on the table did. So your timing there was a little bit weird.
Or perfect.
That's true. So Josh, I do see a Fabricate in there. Now this one, for anybody wondering how Mono Blue Tron is going to work, it's pretty similar to the other one. This one, much less about assembling Tron as soon as possible, and more a control deck that is Mono Blue, that when it gets into the late game, it will really become dominating through just a huge mana advantage with some of its counterspells. But it actually just goes for
He's got
more...
the Stone of Silence in hand.
Yeah. And that is going to be pretty impactful. It's going to keep him, he's still going to be able to play Tron, unfortunately. To where he has two of the pieces, and he's going to have a Tron on turn 3. But that's not nearly as big of a deal for this Mono Blue Tron deck.
No.
Okay. You can build Grixis mid-range to be an attrition grinder. Yeah. Definitely. I say Rar. Grixis midrange does operate pretty similar. It's sometimes called Blue Jund, is a nickname that is occasionally given to it. Okay. Excellent. So, going to be dropping down into that third land, and I don't actually, might just go for the island, because I don't see any of the large threat pieces right here. And I think we're going to see a Fabricate. Oh, okay. A Treasure Mage, which acts pretty similarly. So, this Treasure Mage allows him to search his library for an artifact,
it's a Wurmcoil,
converted mana cost 6 or greater,
Yep.
and put it into his hand. Otherwise, it's a 2/2. So, going to be grabbing that Wurmcoil. Next turn, we can expect him to play that, as well as keep up blue mana. Though, whether or not he'll actually be able to use that for anything.
Sin Collector in hand. He could go grab an instant or sorcery, but it's not...
He'd be able to take
like
the Fabricate.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not like a Tide Hollow Sculler, where you just grab whatever.
Tron without Ancient Stirrings. This one is definitely less about assembling
control
Tron as soon as possible, and so is Green Red Tron.
Yeah,
but
it's a different type of control deck.
this one is more about counterspells, and in the late game, just having an overwhelming advantage through things like Spell Burst and Platinum Angel, and just huge haymakers like that, and eventually winning with the Mindslaver combo as its primary win condition. So it actually is less concerned about assembling Tron as soon as possible, and more about just getting it over time.
That's true. Sin Collector and counter spells. Right now, though, knowing he's got a Wurmcoil in hand, I'd rather have get rid of the guy.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what's in his hand.
Okay. So we have got a Condescend, a Repeal, an Island, the third Tron piece, and a Fabricate. So
I'd probably take the Fabricate.
I imagine you would take the Fabricate, especially now that you have the opportunity. And Ian, at least, is a value deck, so some of those counterspells, while good against him, will be slightly less effective, just because landing any one of his spells can be pretty impactful. But he does need to find an answer to that Wurmcoil engine down the line. But the Repeal, so many of his cards are into the battlefield ability, and he can cast them.
Yeah.
So I don't think that that's his main one. He could go for the Condescend, depending on if he has a card in his hand that he really wants to ensure that he resolves soon. And the fact that he has this Sin Collector, he might end up going for something like this Restoration Angel next turn. So may end up going for the Condescend with the interest of actually being able to cast that Restoration Angel to do a flicker effect with this Sin Collector.
So that he swings, you block, flicker, so it doesn't gain any life.
Mm-hmm. Our channel needs music. It's something we consider down the line. It tends to be really hard to balance the volumes with it, as well as also just keep a lot of non-copyrighted music going. So I tend to just try and fill the space with as much talking as possible and keep almost a constant stream of dialogue going in one way or another, which usually leads me to...
Ooh, Tech Edge. Do you take one of them out right now?
Tech Edge, going for
or
one of
do you
those.
keep up the Angel?
It depends on what, he's already cast the main piece, and I think I'd rather go for the Angel and maybe go for one of those other pieces.
Yep.
Especially if you pick the wrong land. He does have, pretty low amount of knowledge about the hand, though seeing that he has 2 towers now, we're going to see this, and I think we're going to see a flicker in response. That's going to keep Josh from also gaining life, which is going to be
So the
nice.
card's upside down, Choco Loco,
Choco
is
Loco.
a way to see for you to remember what they've seen. So, like, if they Thoughtseize you or something, you put the cards they've seen upside down, then you remember what they've seen, so you play it out in the correct sequence.
Okay, better than Goyf in some cases. Yep. So, going to be revealing that one and taking a look now. We do again have that repeal as well as the
Exiled,
fabricate.
right? Sin Collector exiles?
Let's take a quick look just before we bother them. Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't handle this. Exile that card.
Okay, so
Yep.
Condescend and
Repeal. Yep.
Hey Josh, those are exiles. Sin Collector exiles from your hand.
Yep. So we'll be getting rid of those. Not super relevant with this deck. The main way that he'll be interacting with the graveyard is things like Academy runes, but it does matter down the line. So.
Fabricate, he's going to go get Steel Hellkite? Is that a Sundering Titan?
He does run Sundering Titan in the
Ugh.
deck. So I would love to see a Sundering Titan right now. He's got the mana for it, but he needs to be aware of that Tectonic Edge. And if he
I did
reveals
notice
that,
Ian just moved it under the other land.
you know, I very much doubt that was
I
intentional.
don't think it was
Yeah,
either.
I think it was more just to make sure that he puts his white mana on top to present
So, yeah.
it. But the Sundering Titan, and I don't think that he's going to end up going for it. Just
Just
going,
another Worm Coil.
especially since he can cast it this turn, makes it pretty impactful. Oh, actually, he would be able to cast the Sundering Titan. And that would have ended up taking down his own island, which he does have, I believe, another one in the graveyard, and would have been able to take down actually just 2 of those lands. Because the one is the Razorverge Thicket, which doesn't actually have a basic land type. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This.
What have we got here? So Ian currently has a nice flying game plan, but the amount of life gain.
Red.
No, he's not even remotely
Or he
close
doesn't
to
have,
it.
well, he has Cord, but he
needs to accelerate some more creatures, and if he can come up with, the life total's not going to be super relevant. He just needs to be on the survive game plan. So if he can survive to the next turn and assemble enough creatures, because right now he's just 1 creature away from being able to cast this, so he needs to survive while also being able to cast Cord next turn.
Yeah.
And that's definitely within his realm of possibility. The biggest issue is making sure, because Josh could have a counterspell, but if he's able to,
like
the
now
Restoration
would be
Angel?
a good time. I don't know what he could Cord for right now. That would be great though.
No, I don't. He could go for just an Eternal Witness right now.
Get back the land and
He would actually probably just get back the Cord.
yeah.
So do an Eternal Witness to get back the Cord, and then he'd be able to cast that next turn for the Kiki-Jiki, and he could use that Eternal Witness.
To block one of them.
I think more likely he'd use the Restoration Angel to block the Treasure Mage, go down to 1 on a pretty risky move, on the condition that if he does get to untap with that, then he wins. But he actually does have another Restoration Angel in hand. So what I would instead expect to see is
Is
Ian
the same
save
thing
that.
like last time where he blocked with a Sin Collector, Flicker,
Yes.
Cord, game.
And actually, I would like to see
If
it.
Josh taps the blue out, then does Ian win?
So we've got a full attack here. I think we're just going to see the 1 attack.
One block.
And that one is a
Okay,
safe one
that's
because it's
that's a free
2-2.
block, basically.
So take that free block, and then we're going to see the Angel flicker this Sin Collector, and he's going to see how open his territory is.
Yep.
So if this doesn't get countered, now he gets to take a look, and Ian is about to take the win, and
Yep.
this is going to be a Game 2 win here. Oh, and to Brandon, great point.
Surprise.
I know, but other people don't know that.
I'll call him out.
Fair enough. I was more just so that they know who I'm referring to.
Play the Talisman. Untap, upkeep, draw land.
And we are going to see this Cord take the win.
Cord for Kiki-Jiki. Win the game.
Yep. Cord. Name Kiki-Jiki the Mirror Breaker, and that's going to
I
be
would
a
still
win.
make him show me the Kiki-Jiki.
Yeah, I mean,
Always make them show you the way to tell you they're going to kill you.
hey, always make
Life
your
lesson.
Dragonstorm opponent show you the dragons.
Yep. Cast Dragonstorm for 7? Okay. Show me 7 dragons.
So there is a win there.
Sweet. I'm going to see if
Kiki
there's
Cord
another...
taking that one, and we're going to try and find us another match. Should be a blast. So let's go ahead and change that back, and then we'll be doing some fun little interactions. I will introduce, and also, I guess while we're waiting for one, I can at least tell you guys how I got into the game. I'll see you there. And I did get a request to actually explain what combo just won there. Now the finals are done. Burn took the win, but the combo that just took the game there is that there was a Restoration Angel in play, which is a 4-mana, 3/4 flyer that when it enters the battlefield, you exile target. You exile target non-angel that you control, and then you bring it back into the battlefield immediately. So, when you do have a Kiki-Jiki the Mirror Breaker out, which he was able to cord for 5 mana using the Convoke ability, he's going to go for a Kiki-Jiki Mirror Breaker, which is a 5 mana 2/2 goblin with haste that has tap, make a copy of target non-legendary creature, put it into play. What you do is you target the Restoration Angel with that. And the token has haste. That's important. So you get a brand new Restoration Angel, which, when it enters the battlefield, you exile a creature and return it to the battlefield. You choose your Kiki-Jiki. So that tapped Kiki-Jiki exiles and comes back untapped. Tap it again, choosing your Restoration Angel. So you get a third Restoration Angel, which exiles and returns your Kiki-Jiki untapped. Wash, rinse, Thank you. Until you have an indefinite amount of Restoration Angels, whatever you would like, and then you end up swinging in for the kill with a theoretically infinite amount of damage. Hello to Captain Harlock. It is good to see you. To the Amiel had the Sundering Titan and didn't fetch it there. I think the main thing is that he only would have gotten half of his opponent's mana base, which, while impactful, may have been wanting to save that, and also at least that's my main consideration, is that he may have been wanting to go for the Wormcoil Engine because it would at least gain him some life.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think that that was the right choice. I think that Sundering Titan would have been the correct choice in that particular instance.
Especially, so that deck you want to keep him off mana-producing things. So whether it's creatures or land, because he convokes things, you just want to start killing everything.
Yes. So that's at least what I kind of expected him to do, but definitely knocking him down to 2 lands against a deck that is trying to get to that.
Yeah.
8, lands and creatures total becomes pretty nice, and it presents a very, very good clock. Plug HD, thanks for joining. Even if it is the last round, we might try and get another game going if we can find another match that's heading into a game 3 or something like that. Now, what else have we got? Bant. So talking about any good Bant decks in Modern. There are none that are currently conventional or considered to be. There's plenty of fringe ones.
You can play like a Geist type thing.
You could play Wargate. Also, what's one that's considered often is the Retreat to Coralhelm Knight of the Reliquary combo. Generally falls into the Bant colors.
Did you know, before Splinterton was banned, there was a group of people who broke that deck?
Oh yeah, and it was us.
It was.
That deck was so sweet. Band Company does exist. The main thing is that you can find it and you can build it and you can have fun with it, especially on a local level. But as far as on like the competitive scene, there's not a whole lot of Bant decks there. Okay, what have we got here? Here's what you learned today. So pop quiz: which colors add up to make Daga? That would be white, black.
I think it's Mardu.
White, black, red. Yep, it's Mardu. Reflector Mage hype. Definitely. So Nightfall. So what you end up doing is Knight of the Reliquary. Or I'm assuming that am I referring to Nightfall?
Yep.
Yes. Captain Harlock, what makes Tron Tron? Is it the Urza lands? Yes. It is in fact the Tron lands, which assemble. It's a reference to Voltron. Things like that. And oh my goodness, gotta catch up with this. Talison. Wargate. Wednesday was a lot of fun. That Wargate deck it's a pretty sweet deck. I can definitely get behind that. You can do Bant Boggles with the new Saint Traft Aura. Maybe. I could certainly get behind that, but I think the 3-mana one, if you're going for a 3-mana enchantment, then you might be better off with something like Armadillo Cloak or any of those things, which are certainly pretty impactful. So it should be pretty... I'm not convinced that we will end up seeing a Bant Boggles, only because their mana base is already kind of painful.
I'll grab the Mox Opus. What are you going to say?
Cool. What else have we got? So Jazzy Horde, what's Wargate? Is a spell that costs 1 of each color in the Bant, so it casts 1 white, 1 blue, 1 green, and X. And then you go and search for your library for a permanent with converted mana cost X and put it into play.
One match left, and they're going to the next game.
Oh, Eli split one of my sleeves.
We have Lantern versus Swamp Sisters.
The Black-White Soul Sisters?
Sure. It's piloted by Tiffany Boardwine.
Okay, so who's on which side?
They're still moving. Yeah.
Okay, and they're going up against what?
Each other. It's Lantern.
No. Lantern in the hands of Nathan?
No.
Hold on.
Him.
Oh, okay. Alright, so, for all the people who have always wondered why don't we get Lantern on camera,
Here we go.
we're gonna get Lantern on camera for you. So, you know what? You know what? It'll be good. It'll be good. Now, her name was Tiffany what?
Board wine. B-O-R-D wine.
Alright. So, they're going to be heading into what I imagine is Game 3. Now, this is a life gain deck against a deck that doesn't really win with
Is
damage.
this game 2 or 3?
So that should be pretty
Game 2? Who got game 1?
interesting.
Lantern got game 1.
Alright, so Lantern taking Game 1, and that certainly makes a lot of sense because all that life gain is significantly less effective. To Matora, do I have deck lists of the decks from the tournaments? I don't have them officially. Some of them I can get, but it's pretty difficult, and also the time to upload them. So if you request a deck list, I can do the best that I can to get it onto our Tapped Out account. So, let's go ahead and see that and have some fun with that. Stick around. I'm fairly certain that I can talk about Lantern pretty competently. So, let's have some fun. I'll see you down there. Alright, so both players getting ready here. Now, Swamp Sisters. Basically, this is going to be a Black-White Soul Sisters, and I think one of the reasons for that might be Lingering Souls has been a popular choice in the past, as well as ooh, is that a Sunder Growth for Artifact Destruction?
Nice.
That's pretty great. And actually, that is also an Immortal Servitude that I see in that deck, so this could be a pretty
love it.
interesting deck. Now, this Lantern Control, most people are aware of what Lantern Control is,
But do you know how to play against it?
if you aren't aware, the Lantern Control deck is based around Lantern of Insight, which allows you to see the top card of each player's library. 1 mana artifact, and can also tap and sacrifice to make target player shuffle their library. You also end up running things like Ghoul Color's Bell, Codex Shredder, and the Pyxis of Pandemonium, all of which remove the top card of the library from either a player or from both players. Now, when you have that kind of knowledge, you end up with almost a complete knowledge of what is in each player's hands by knowing what they're drawing. And you're also able to see, or you basically end up in a completely controlling position where you get to choose what they draw. So, if you don't like what they're about to draw, or if that card is good against you, you make them draw the next one. It is a pretty interesting deck to play against.
Rest in peace.
And it could just be to take down the Academy runes part of it, and it certainly does do some things for the deck. And also, not knowing Lewis's deck list, he could be running some things that interact with the graveyard a little bit more. But yeah, this is a very interesting deck. I actually do love Lantern Control conceptually.
In reality, it's a pain to play against if you've ever done that.
But usually I'm the one playing it.
I've played against it multiple times, and it's not fun.
I think we've played it against it a little bit. To the Chariot, it actually, I'm pretty sure it does. The sack ability on it is a tap ability, which is interesting that it requires itself that. Would you call Lantern players Melvins? Honestly, it depends. Some of them play it because of the technicality of the deck, and it's really hard to come with a kind of a story reason for it, so it's very unlikely to be a Vorthos thing. But they don't necessarily have to be a Melvin. So, we have got a Fire Spout on Lewis's top of the deck with that Lantern of Insight, which is letting us see what is on top. Now we've got a
Fire
basic
Spout seems
Plains,
pretty good against this
and we're
deck.
about to see a 2-mana spell for in a Johnny's Pridemate from Tiffany. That is the 2/2 for 2 that whenever you gain life, you put a +1/+1 counter on it. So down the line, as she starts gaining some of that life, that's going to become a particularly large creature. Lewis does have the only a little bit restricted on mana, and that Mox Opal is going to be helpful, but now just dropping down a Codex Shredder, and really needs to get out that Mox Opal, which is going to allow him to start getting into some of the higher cost spells. He does have an Ensnaring Bridge in hand as well as the Fire Spout, but
Vizkopa Guildmage?
at a certain amount of life gain, then that Fire Spout is going to become significantly less effective. Vizkopa Guildmage out on the battlefield at the moment, and what that's able to do is act as part of the thing to where whenever she gains life, her opponent will lose that much life, and that actually could be a sideboard choice against
She's
the
got
deck.
another one on top, so...
And it's a really interesting choice against this because if we have a situation in which that Ensnaring Bridge comes down and Lewis has complete
She has
control
another
over
way
that,
to win
she has another way to
without
win.
attacking.
So that's actually pretty
Seems
interesting.
decent.
So, we have got a Pixis of Pandemonium coming down, and if I'm Lewis, I may not want the Vizkopa Guildmage. The only reason why I would let her draw is because she already has one, so it's not going to be a huge effect on the board.
Yeah.
So that's the effect is already
Oh,
out
he's
there.
gonna eat it.
But getting rid of that one, and we are going to have the
Soul
Soul Warden. So that's going to come in, and this is going to start getting this life gain engine on
Oh,
board.
nope.
And actually, Lewis getting
He
rid of his
doesn't like
own
it.
Ensnaring Bridge, and that's a... He really doesn't want to deal with that card, and that's a little bit interesting. So we have a Marsh Flats from Tiffany. That's
It
going to be
shouldn't
interesting.
exiled face down, right? Because that's technically a different thing.
Technically, yes, but they are aware of what it is. So, a Ghost Quarter on top of that, and that is that a Tithe Drinker? That's totally
Yes.
a Tithe Drinker for Tiffany. This
I
deck
like
is
this
sweet.
deck.
And that's a Vampiric Link going on to the Ajani's Pride Mate.
It can make itself bigger. Yes, I love it.
So, we have got a pretty sizable swing here.
And she's gonna trigger.
That is fantastically cool. So that's a swing 4/4, and that's going to be getting 2+1/+1 counters. That is so cool that I can almost not handle it. So, a +1/+1 counter onto that Ajani's Pride Mate.
Yep.
Another Mox Opal on top of the library for Lewis. And we have got a Fire Spout, a Pithing Needle. Now, that Pithing Needle can name the Vizkopa Guildmage. The only interesting thing is that he didn't actually name it earlier, which is what I would have expected.
Yep.
Killing it now. But
I mean, that doesn't kill the Pride Mate, right? I'm not crazy.
no, it's whenever you gain life to put a +1
No, the
counter.
Fire Spout. Or is
It's
that three?
it does deal 3
Okay,
damage. Yeah,
gotcha.
it
Thought
does
it was
deal
Fire Plasma.
3 damage. So, going down to 2 to go for a Surgical Extraction, it looks like, on the Ajani's Pride Mate,
Ooh.
which seems like an interesting choice to go for, all things considered, when part of his main game plan is going to be that Ensnaring Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And also giving his opponent a free shuffle seems unique.
I mean,
But-
Tide Drinker seems alright. I mean,
Yeah.
but it's only good if you have spells to cast.
Yeah, and it's just the Ajani's Pride Mate is a pretty interesting one to go for, all things considered. Now, I think part of it might be just going to get a look at this library early on, and just taking the best card that happened to be in the graveyard that he expected
she
there to be a
size them
4
out?
of. But there might be actually no more in this library, which is amazing. So he may
That
have
is
actually
funny.
just gone for 1. That is brilliant. I think we're about to get a reveal from the sideboard.
You don't have to.
No. Oh, that is so. We saw those getting sided out just
no.
because of how bad they are, and I'm going to assume at this point that Ensnaring Bridge played a part in the game.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
I don't need a 13/13 when he only has 2 cards, so
Now that swamp is going to be
kind
at
of a
least
bummer because she's got land in hand.
definitely unfortunate, and this is where I kind of would have expected to see the Marsh Flats come in last turn, because now if you don't like the top card
Yeah.
of your library, you get to shuffle it away. So we're likely going to see Lewis, because of this Mox Opal, I think we're going to see the Pixis go for this. But actually Lewis wanting the extra mana that this
Sundering
Mox Opal is
Growth?
going to provide. To Nanorath, the Swamp Sisters is basically just Black-White Soul Sisters. So we are getting
Needle naming, fetching
interesting.
response.
And I think he is saying the cast and giving the opportunity, but that's just Summoning Growth on top, which is going to be pretty interesting. And it's destroy target artifact or enchantment, then populate, and
Nope.
and I think that the rules were just discovered there. If you haven't come across Pithing Needle before, it is a pretty unique interaction, and I think we can assume that that is naming Marsh Flats because of that. And then we get the 3 lands for an Ensnaring Bridge, which is going to lock down that part of the board. So let's go ahead and get up on Pithing Needle, which is naming Marsh Flats. Oh. Ah,
Yes, we got that. We got it, Lewis.
excellent.
Now, is she going to aim that at the Pithing Needle, or is she going to aim it at something else? With her deck, you don't need more than this mana anyway, so I really don't care.
Also, thank you to Bruce Spy, the magic guy, for giving us a host. That is really kind of you, so thank you very much. It's good to see you again. So we have got a Sundering Growth going for now the Codex Shredder, and that's an interesting choice to go for. And I think the odd choice is the Lantern. The Lantern itself is one of the better cards in the deck
Yep.
because that's
You
what
get to
allows
see
him to
what's
control.
going on.
And I think that might have been the better card to go for at that point. It would have forced her to shuffle the library, but I do think that what we're seeing is that Tiffany just isn't used to playing against this deck.
Yeah.
And I definitely
It
can't.
is a difficult deck to play against if you don't know what's going on.
It's a very strange deck. And that is an is that Exquisite Blood? That totally is. Or
Sanguine Bonds.
that's Sanguine Bond. So this combo is in the deck.
It is in the deck.
Oh my goodness. That is
I assume Lewis is Hellbent. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Okay.
So, we have got another Mox Opal, especially with that enchantment on the top. I think we might see the Pyxis of Pandemonium now become active, but letting her draw that one seems fine with that one, and that's an interesting choice because once
Doesn't
that's on the
that have
battlefield,
lifelink? Doesn't
that creature
Ascendant
does
lifelink?
have lifelink. Now, it can't attack right now
That's
because of
true.
the bridge, but if Tiffany gains any amount of life, that's a dangerous place to put yourself in. So let's go ahead and just take a look at what we have got here.
Oh,
So this
this
is
is
actually
Exquisite
Exquisite Blood, which is actually the
Oh.
one that whenever they lose life, you gain life, and that one's
Gotcha.
significantly less impact.
That is less exciting.
So that one, while good and especially in that combo, is a lot less scary as far as anything that Tiffany
Yeah.
does to gain life is suddenly a threat to Lewis. This is more a situation in which when Lewis decides to do anything that hurts himself, whether it be with a Pain Land, possibly using the Spellskite, anything like that, that's going to gain her some life. And that's not going to be super relevant against a deck that locks it out via the mill.
Yeah.
Okay, what have we got here?
That seems good. I don't think she's going to get to draw that.
No, and the Immortal Servitude is going to be huge, especially considering how many cards get milled by this deck.
Yeah.
I love the fact that some of these sideboard cards, the unfortunate part is that you can't draw them against this deck.
Yeah.
But some of those cards are extremely good, and that's an Underworld Dreams.
Ooh.
Wow. This deck is amazing. I can't handle it.
Underworld Streams.
Whoops. That's an Underworld Dreams. Whenever an opponent draws a card, deals 1 damage to him or her. That is delightful, and we're not going to end up seeing that one happen. So we're going to
No,
get
that's
the other
going away.
surgical.
What is he surgicaling?
But that is pretty sweet, and I
Is he
think
whiffing again?
I think we're whiffing again.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness,
Uh,
that is incredible.
Lantern of Insight, Captain.
Severed Conspiracy, thanks you so much for joining. It's great to have you. I'm always happy to have more people. It's only about it's 11:40. It's late. I did not realize. But welcome. Thank you for joining. What are the decks being shown? These ones are Black White Soul Sisters versus Lantern Control. This is
She has all the land.
glorious.
Why didn't she shot? There you go.
Oh, this is fantastic. So we do have a Marsh Flats on top. Lewis
on the
definitely going to
top
be allowing
card.
that one. It's a little bit odd that Lewis is going
I
for...
think he just didn't want to draw. Well, he gets a Mox Opal.
Mm-hmm.
If I was him, I would not take that.
This deck is sweet. So a
Is that
second...
another bridge?
Yeah, that's another Ensnaring Bridge, and that's the 7th edition one. I believe. But yeah, definitely a big thank you to the Bruce Spy. So thank you to all the brand new people. If you are joining, be sure to hit that follow button. It is a blast having you, and I do hope to see a bunch of new people joining us. We do this 3 times a week. The schedule's down below us. My name's TJ.
I'm Eric.
And we're starting from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. There's the quick intro to all the people who just got hosted over. If you do have any questions, comments, or feedback, let us know, even though we can't see if it's in the Bruce Spy chat. But if you come over to ours, which again means that it's losing from that. So hopefully if you have questions, you are able to
Ancient
get them
Stirring
to
and
us.
the Ghoul Caller's Bell.
And we have got an Ancient Stirrings. Now the interesting thing here is that he may want actually one of those cards, but one of my favorite things about Ancient Stirrings when you're able to see the top card is that you can, if you know that you don't want the card that's on top, you can just mill yourself. That way you're digging one deeper into
Yep.
that. So, the Pyxis of Pandemonium is pretty nice. It's able to do some of those things for taking care of the things that work from the graveyard. So it's great against Ancient Grudge. It's great against Life from the Loam, even though they end up milling themselves, but just the ability to kind of get...
Now,
pretty
would you
solid.
hold off on this in the event that you do get to play that Tide Drinker and you can extort for 1 just to
Hold on...
the Exquisite Blood? I
Uh,
mean, 2 doesn't do any. I mean,
2 doesn't do much, but
I
it
don't
gives
think
you a
you're
little bit
gonna
of
get to
redundancy,
draw that.
and yeah, I don't think that it's going to do a whole lot.
Viscopa Guildmage plus Exquisite Blood does some things.
Yeah, and the question as far as do we do Modern? We do Modern on Wednesdays and Saturdays, and we do Legacy on Fridays. To Dwarf Rage, thank you so much for the support. I'm absolutely pleased to hear that.
Those face down cards are exiled. He's differentiating them because they were exiled by Pyxis of Pandemonium.
And Pyxis of Pandemonium specifically says that they are exiled face down. Pretty interesting in that it does that, even though you have complete knowledge of what it is. So, both of those cards are getting exiled, getting rid of a Marsh Flats, and again, he seems to just be really going for the... He's aggressively
He's on the mill
And that's because time is a factor. And even though it's not a factor for him, he could easily lock this out, go to turns, and just call it good. Because he has a lock on this game, he took the game 1, and he actually doesn't need to do a whole lot more in this game, except for just be extremely cautious about his milling and make sure that she can't win. But he seems to actually be going for the more aggressive mill plan, which is... It doesn't seem advisable to me, just because you may actually come across a situation in which it doesn't pay off. But now that he's assembled 5 of these various lock pieces, the odds of him coming across a card that he can't handle and can't mill...
Nighthawk.
Wow!
Yes.
Beautiful.
I love it.
And allowing that one to be drawn, we are going to see the top card in just a moment from Tiffany. At least hopefully we should see that one soon. I'm sure one of the people... There we go. And that one's going to be getting taken away.
I mean,
Lewis
doesn't really
need
matter.
that Codex Shredder. And he's probably fine with that. Going to untap,
Soul
get another
Warden
one.
would be decent.
And what have we got? Ancient Strength. So actually doesn't have the capacity to draw it at the moment. Hasn't been able to assemble an Academy Wounds to draw it. But the amount of draw engine that he has at the moment is absolutely incredible. So we've got a mill for 1. We still have the Pixis for anything that's actually difficult to deal
He gets to
with.
see that card.
And we have got that one, and I think...
Is that another Tide Drinker?
Uh,
Yeah. On
yep.
top.
So that was what she drew was a Sarah Ascendant, and then that is a Tithe Drinker on top. So both players going to be milling.
Way to win.
I very much doubt it, but if she does, it could be that if she has another Immortal Servitude in the deck, it's theoretically possible. Now, when you come across a situation like that,
Or
and there are
Stony
5 of
Sands,
those lock pieces,
and for
the
some reason
odds of
gets
your
to draw.
winning are almost probably less than 1%. Just the odds. You need to have basically 6
Pyroclasm.
threats in a row. That's what it comes down to. And the big issue of Lewis getting so aggressive is that he's opening himself up to that idea. Now, he has enough that I'm not overly concerned about it for him, but one of the reasons why when you get so many lock pieces is that if you're only getting rid of the cards that will lose you the game, and they can only have so many of those, which is why that Lantern has a lot of weaknesses against things like Burn, which is so threat dense. Every one of those cards is redundant. But out of Tiffany's entire deck, there are maybe left in that, especially after that Immortal Servitude, maybe 2 cards that could get her out of this.
Yeah. And the odds of her getting to draw them are...
Right. And if I'm Lewis, then I don't care.
Yep.
Keep letting them draw the cards that don't actually have any kind of effect. Now, the fact that these that the Exquisite
Scope
Blood
Guild Mage is one.
are on the battlefield means that you do have to be a little bit cautious about how much life you lose.
Yep.
But with an Ensnaring Bridge, you're not going to be taking a whole lot of attack.
It sounds like she has a Stony Silence boarded in based
Yep.
on the yells in the room.
It certainly looks that way.
And
we've got a
another
vampire.
Nighthawk.
And that's really what the big thing is that when there are so many lock pieces, it is, I don't want to say theoretically, but it's essentially impossible for you to actually get to that one-of card that you need, which is why it's so hard to sideboard against this
So if
Lantern
you're Lewis,
control
do you
deck.
start shooting her with the Aether Grid, or do you just keep on the mill plan?
Honestly,
I'm not
I'd
sure
probably just
which
keep
one's
on the mill
faster.
plan and just use that gear per Aether Grid to take down anything that maybe gets past. So if you happen to cut, the Viscopa Guildmage happens to hit the battlefield somehow, then you use
can
that to
shoot
take
it.
it down. Yeah. But, as it currently sits, your clock is significantly faster with mill than it is with just going for damage. Though he might end up dealing... But it looks like he might go for the damage.
4, 5, 6. 6 per turn to tap it all.
So it is going to be 4 turns there, and it looks like he is deciding to go for the damage game plan. But I will say, because this is the last match that we're streaming and they're about to be on turns, this could just be Lewis putting on a show for us. I mean, and I think part of it is that Lewis has been trying to get on camera with Lantern for a while, and
That's
now
when I'm
is the
like,
time.
do you want to play? He's like, do you want Lantern on? And I'm like, you're the last one, so whatever.
So he may just be trying to get the most out of it and definitely get the full capacity of what,
Yeah.
Now he's showing off the mill plan. Now he's going to show against this. The board is certainly absurd. Dutch saying that
Well, we're getting a count.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So that is actually 2. So right now the game plan is faster for the mill here. I gotta say, mill is an interesting deck, but
Yeah.
one of the problems with it, and this is
We're on
nothing
turn
against it,
1. So update.
is that one of the issues with this
There's the rest in peace that
is that it's
ineffective.
Spleen, we love the players at our store. They are all pretty excellent. As far as why they are still playing, mostly it's possible that Tiffany isn't aware, maybe wants to see this deck, maybe they're just trying to play it out because they're on stream. I couldn't tell you for certain, but one of the easiest things, and actually one of the most problematic things about playing Lantern, is that when your opponents don't realize that they've lost,
You have to play it out.
you have to play it out. Even though that, once you assemble about 4 lock pieces, the odds of the win become almost 0. Board state dependent. I mean, clearly sometimes it's different. But seems to be going for the kill this way, which seems a little bit...
I mean, he can do it because
Yeah.
his upkeep here.
And we're in turn 2 of Lewis here, so he's actually going to have enough turns to go for this
She's
because...
turn 3 and he can go down to 6. He untaps, kills her.
As for Severed Conspiracy, yes.
Oh no.
Ooh. That is beautiful. So yeah, there are 2 bridges out on the battlefield right now. They ended up getting just slightly off. Actually, there's 3 bridges out right now. So, 13th Fox, that sounds sweet. If you have a list, send it to me on Twitter. And we have got a Rest in Peace coming down. Those graveyards are going to be exiled, which isn't going to play a huge part in this. And what we're about to see is another, actually, I think we're going to see 7 damage on Tiffany, knocking her down to 5. And I don't know, if I'm Lewis, this game is gone at this point. Do you refuse to go for the kill and just take the 1-0 win?
Maybe. I mean, you win no matter what. So
It's right above my head, at Red Baron MTG.
I'm the other one.
He's the other one.
That one.
And, okay, presenting that one, and that is going to be a win for Lewis. Woo! Wow. So,
That was
let's
a
go
game.
ahead and head back. Certainly we knew where that was going towards the end, but still, kind of cool. And that was the time. To all the people who are always asking, will we get it on camera? There was Lantern's time to shine. So stick with us for a little bit. I'd love to say hi to everybody. And then, yeah. But we're coming close to the end. So I'll see you all in the booth, and we'll say hi to all the people who joined us. Thanks. Forgot to hit the button. I nailed it. I nailed it. So, that was a whole lot of fun there. Thank you, everybody, for joining. And we probably don't have a whole lot of time for questions, but my name is TJ.
I'm Eric.
And we're streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. And again, if you are able to, or if you do enjoy the show, hit that follow button. We genuinely appreciate it. We would love to have you rejoin us. We do this 3 times a week, and it's always getting better, and it's always a blast. And I'd love to eventually get to that 500 viewer mark so that we can definitely do some embarrassing things because we promised it. So that's gonna be excellent. Thank you so much. And if you are one of those brand new people, let us know really quickly as we're kind of winding down if you joined us and what your thoughts were and anything like that, because and also if you just did join us from Bruce By, that's really good information for us. But thank you for that. To give a quick, someone asked us early on how our entry into the game
How we got
funnels.
started playing Magic.
So give us your quick one right there while we're getting some of those responses.
So I got started playing Magic because my roommate was playing Magic, and I was like, holy cow, those cards look awesome. Mostly it was the art, because it was like, that looks great.
Yeah.
And there are dragons and like goblins and stuff. I'm like, that's amazing. So I went out and I bought the sealed deck with the dragon on the front of it, because I'm like, well, obviously this is the best one because it has a dragon. The others have like trees. So
Lame. Lorwyn?
yeah. I'm like, garbage trees. Who needs these? So I bought that and went back and have been playing ever since.
Okay. That's
Started competitive Magic at GP Portland during Dragon's Maze.
wow.
That was
okay.
because
okay.
I have the Portland mat with the Progenitor Mimic on it.
That was a sweet mat. It's not my favorite, not enough red, but my entry to the game was actually through EDH. I started off playing EDH with the Riku of True Reflections Commander deck. I had a buddy who loved playing Magic, but didn't really have that many people to play with, and we didn't really have the game stores locally for him to be able to do that to the same level. So he got me into it, and basically bought me my first deck as kind of the, here's your free sample, now you're addicted. So got me that
Here's
one.
a little crack. It's fine.
Started playing and actually played EDH for 3 years. I didn't touch a
Just
single
solo
60 card
EDH?
deck. Only EDH. I built in that time span probably close to 100 EDH decks. If I'm just like I would build and take apart a deck almost on a weekly basis. I mean, it was a lot of things, and they were all kinds of jank, and it was all kinds of just, we had a really good group for it, and it was a great play group that didn't really have that game store, and eventually this store opened up, and so we kind of found our way here. And this is where I ended up playing competitive. And I started at the beginning of Theros. When Theros first dropped, I built red deck wins and immediately fell in love with it. That's where I fell into competitive Magic, and also down the path of the red mana, which, heads up, I'm a red mage. So that's kind of where I fell in. Red deck wins using that kind of Satyr Fire Drinker into the Fanatic of Mogus, and eventually going into the Boros Burn of Born of the Gods and Journey into Nyx. Had a lot of fun with that one. And then eventually worked my way into Modern. Played in a Modern tournament with that standard deck. And the power level of that Boros Burn, I was able to actually take second in a, granted, an undeveloped meta. It was a very early meta, but taking second with a standard deck, that Boros Burn was a very good deck. So that got me hooked on Modern. Eventually worked my way in there, and I've been competing.
Was Vancouver your first GP when you were up there with us?
Yeah. When I drove up there, that was definitely the first one. So started in 1998. That is excellent. Oh man, and actually I think you're brand new. I've seen a lot of names that are brand new to the stream, so thank you so much to all those people. I do hope that you join us again. It's an absolute blast doing this on such a consistent basis. But I gotta say, I'm waking up for work in about 5.5 hours. So thank you very much, and I imagine that you're going to be doing the same. So please do join us again. I will be back here on Friday for Legacy, and if you just like Modern, Saturday at 6 o'clock Pacific time. It's just about midnight here, so 6 o'clock Pacific time. Join for more Modern.
Yep.
If we can get to that 500 mark, we'll be embarrassing ourselves. Do we think that a Hydra Tribal Modern deck could work, Captain Harlock? Unfortunately, I am skeptical. I have seen people try it before, and it's very problematic. You can have a lot of fun with that at a local level, but it does have a lot of issues that need to be addressed.
It needs a lot of mana, and the ramp just isn't there.
Yep. So, thank you so much to all of you. Whether it's good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever, we hope that it's phenomenal.
All right, Randy Bueller.
From us at Geek Fortress, I'm TJ.
I'm Eric.
And we hope that you have a great night.
Have a good night.